We don't know where they are, whether they are alive, dead, or whatever. We have no idea. And this basically ties into the agenda of that group, ensuring that schools don't operate. I'm talking Boko Haram now. It ties into their own agenda. If schools have to be shut, but then again, do you want children to continue to go to schools when the government knows that they cannot protect them? Well, the president has ordered a cordoning off of the forests. I don't know how, and then aerial surveillance. It's okay. It just feels like lip service. Unfortunately, it feels like lip service. If we don't see bombardments, attack, if we don't see a pushback, in fact, we have the kidnappers and bandits or whatever you choose to call them make videos on social media.
They're even going live now. They're doing TikTok live now more.
And they cannot be traced.
And
but they know where they are.
That is another thing.
That is also another big issue. But talking about the government being overwhelmed, I relate with Moses. It's practical. Government is overwhelmed. So apparently what the government is saying, look, schools, close down temporarily while we try to fix this problem. Government has always been overwhelmed. Because if you recall, in 2014, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, what happened? We had the Minister of State for Education then, who got information that something awry might happen. And he said, look, don't open that school. Talking about the current minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, he said, don't open that school. Shut it down. We had a state governor who said, no, nothing is going to happen. And who was that state governor? The current vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, talking about Kashim Shettima. And what happened? So government has always been overwhelmed. If we have a situation where government says, look, because we have information that terrorists are going to attack, and instead of going to meet the terrorists and decimate them head on, what we see is government say, look, let's keep our children safe, which is important, which is the conventional wisdom, the conventional wise thing to do. And when we ignored it, what happened. And we are, after how many years? 14, 25, after 11 years, we still have not been able to put our acts together as far as insecurity is concerned. And so we hear students being kidnapped in all parts of the country, especially the Middle Belt and the North. And we have a government that is still sitting comfortably. The government that goes to sleep at night and wakes in the morning, and the only thing they do is, tell us how they rescue the girls. And this same government, at a point, told the previous government, look, if you cannot take responsibility, just bail out. So what do we see today? People defending the same president that said, Jonathan, the buck stops at your table. If you cannot solve the problem, please get off the road. And now people are trying to twist the narrative. No, it is because it was PDP that caused the problem for 16 years. If we are trying to clear the mess that they gave in the past 16 years and all of that. People take us for fools or what? No, we are not fools. We understand what is going on. And until we speak to these problems the way we should speak to them, we'll continue running this circle show, and it doesn't help anybody. And at the end of the day, when somebody somewhere in a very same country says, look, you are a disgraced country, people are saying, no, you can't say that. We're a sovereign nation and all of that. Prove yourself now that you're a sovereign nation. People are trying to help you. And you're even making bold to say, look, no, I don't want help. You want to die in your problem. No, nobody owns this country. This country belongs to all of us. You that is in government, we are the ones that put you there. You owe your legitimacy to us. We have a contract with you, social contract. We give our rights, our everything in trust for you to keep. So anytime we think that you have misused it, we have the right, the powers to take it back from you. So the only thing you need to do is to act responsibly so that the fundamental mandate that we gave you, which is to protect the lives and property of Nigerians, is safe in your hands. Now let's move away from that and get into another troubling story too that is also around the issue of insecurity. Now the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has proposed a bill to penalize government officials who negotiate ransom payments with kidnappers. I have a problem with that word, government officials. So people like Sheikh Gumi, who are not government officials, can have a free way, to go keep negotiating with kidnappers and all of that. And everybody keeps silent and looks the other way. No, it doesn't solve our problem. Well, this move aims to curb insecurity in Nigeria, where recent weeks have seen a surge in abductions of school children and worshippers. Government officials who negotiate ransom or authorize unstructured amnesty deals will face criminal penalties. All banditry suspects will be prosecuted through the criminal justice system. Well, Kalu emphasized the need for urgent action to address Nigeria's security challenges, suggesting the creation of state or local police and equipping security agencies with modern equipment to better respond to crimes. Well, the proposal is part of a broader legislative agenda to strengthen Nigeria's response to violent crime and comes amid heightened insecurity across the country. Well, the operational word for me there is insecurity. Sorry, is amnesty. Who do you grant amnesty? For what reason? Why are you granting people amnesty? People that have killed fellow Nigerians. You grant them amnesty, you arrest them, you bring them and say, oh, they are repentant, they have repented and all of that. Now go and sin no more. Take them into the military, where they serve as moles. You take them into the immigration, where they open borders for their colleagues to come in. You take them into customs and all of that, where they are able to pass goods, arms, into the country and safely into hands that are not supposed to have those arms. And you turn around to tell Nigerians that you are fighting insecurity and you want us to believe you. No, you are not. You are not doing the right thing. And the earlier you started doing the right thing, the better for all of us. Well, Benjamin, you are acting in honest intentions, but honest intentions don't always bring out the best of outcomes, except you follow due process in doing all of that. What happens to our National Security Act? Or don't we have one? Do we negotiate with terrorists and all of that? Government officials. But we see government officials at the state level who are negotiating with terrorists and paying ransom and paying levies. Even communities pay levies. It's a total failure on the part of government. That's it for me.
All right. When Mr. Kalu, when Mr. Benjamin Kalu, we're talking about people, especially government officials, going in for raids, going for civil penalties, if they are to negotiate with bandits and all that, it made me remember what he penned down some time ago. I think that was last year or thereabout, where he was talking about, he said gunmen in the Southeast, they should find a way to embrace peace and then drop their weapons and all that. He went for that. So he called on the masterminders of insecurity, especially in his region, because he's from Abia State, and says that if they find a way to embrace peace, it will be better for the region. And he went for that also, he made some statements. He also championed a peace in Southeast Initiative project, saying that would be a way for them to move around. But he failed to do one thing for Nigerians. He failed to tell Nigerians who are the people who are causing this insecurity in the Southeast to start with. He was so vocal to say that as number 6 person in Nigeria, the sitting governor in his state might not be able to return back and all that. And Nigerians are asking, how do you want to do this? What are your plans? And now he's talking about government officials who find a way to negotiate with bandits and pay them ransom. I was hoping also he would have talked about the fact that we need to end the issue of insecurity so that people who are government officials do not have any way or people to negotiate with in terms of ransom payments and all that. But it's fine, wake up and we shall pick on what we want to negotiate or talk about and, the bills I want to project. And every other thing. If it favors you, then it can continue. If it doesn't favor you, then no, we have to look into it. That's what I see this to be. More like a political statement, because I'm not seeing it moving the way it should. First of all, what are we having as a hand as a major challenge? Insecurity. Who are the people casting or causing Nigeria to suffer in one way or another? Some have said they are foreigners. Some have said there are people who drop out of school, this, that, and that. Some are giving it even a religious move and all that. Okay, then what happened to be their demands? What are they even demanding in the first place? We don't know. Because it is when you know what these people are asking for, that's when you're waiting to say, let us find a way to negotiate and all this. Okay, at the end of the day, they are there. Sometime, I think it was Ezekiel, Reverend Ezekiel, that you want to say something about the governor of the state calling on the military to help when they got an intel about a possible attack to help, prevent it. And they say they are waiting for orders to come from above. And before that happened, there was this, an incident. People were abducted, people were killed. And you expect such maybe the governor of the state or maybe the local government chairpersons or to sit back and wait for, there are people to keep on dying, unavoidable death, before anything can happen. Magical things can actually happen. I'm not a supporter of, crowdfunding. I'm not a supporter of, what's it called, ransom payment, because I've seen a bandit, because my niece called my attention to it, a bandit displaying iPhone 17 Pro Max that she as a normal citizen cannot even, or have not even had her eyes or lay her fingers on. But now, we know we are emboldening them. Yes, we are, in one way or another. But I was expecting you as a number 6 person to have find a way, everlasting solution to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. Then we will not have anybody that will go for negotiation or even possible ransom payment.
Well, it's safe to say that Nigeria negotiates with terrorists. We have, since the emergence of Boko Haram. We have.
Yes, we have.
Remember
technically speaking, yes, we have been.
Boko Haram committee that was established during the Goodluck era.
Okay.
Basically to negotiate and look for some sort of peace deal.
And the other group said, look, we nominate former head of state.
Aha. You remember?
To represent us, yes.
You remember? So we've always negotiated with terrorists. And it's embarrassing. Well, I know some other countries, like America, negotiate one way or another.
Yes.
Secretly. But it's not in the open. It's not in the open. In fact, there was a time Boko Haram asked for some sort of truce. If their members were released, they will cease fire for a period of time. So, it ties to the first conversation, really. But this coming from Benjamin Kalu, well, like I said, I think I've said this before. I said this somewhere this morning. I hope it's not just lip service. It's not just, just doing it for the optics. We need to be seen as firm. And until the government of Nigeria picks up the baton or whatever it is and insists that, look, let us stamp this out, we'll continue to hear things like this. And yes, of course, they will continue to negotiate with those terrorizing Nigerians. The unfortunate thing in all of this, especially when I think about the very recent one, the Eruku kidnap, is that people died.
Yeah.
People were killed. And then DSS reached out to the kidnappers, whatever negotiation or peace deal or carrot and stick approach, whatever happened, the church members were released. But then who's talking about those that died? In the school, in the St. Mary's school that was also attacked and students kidnapped from, the principal died. And I hear someone say, sorry?
I think in Kebbi State, it was in Kebbi State where the vice principal
in Kebbi State.
And the security personnel.
Okay. In Kebbi State, vice principal died. And then they're saying, okay, if the school doesn't have a name, you should name the school after the vice principal that died. Like, that's supposed to alleviate the feelings or the horror of the family that have lost a breadwinner. We need to be serious. We need to be serious in this country. We need to be serious. It's been too long in coming, from the emergence of Boko Haram in 2009 up until now. I don't think Nigeria has been serious in stemming, this trend, this upsurge of. In fact, what we now see is different groups coming up with different names and bragging on social media on the soils of Nigeria. They're not somewhere else, though. They are on the soils of Nigeria, and they are bragging, saying, look, they'll start kidnapping soldiers. I feel pity.
And when somebody says we want to come and help you, others will say, no, we're a sovereign nation.
That was why I said we are not overwhelmed.
I feel pity.
If you're overwhelmed, you seek for help.
No, we are
No,
overwhelmed.
we are overwhelmed.
We are overwhelmed.
So what happened? Why can't you seek for help? For some people who you believe are stronger than you to help you out.
It's called
Why
stupid
play
courage.
politics with this? What
It is
courage
called
do you
stupid
have?
courage.
When you
That is
negotiate
what it
with
is.
bandits, you're telling me that the reason you could not arrest them was because they come out peacefully to negotiate with you. How much we pay to them? We don't even know how much they pay to them. Taxpayers' money to start it. Because the money is you and I, Nigerians' money. That was what it was being used now for the negotiation and also the payment.
Yeah, the negotiation does not necessarily mean money exchange hands. It could be some sort of, okay, we will not attack you, just let these people go, we'll leave you to continue to do. It doesn't necessarily mean money exchange hands. But the fact of the matter is, you don't negotiate with people that have killed people. And you have the power to wipe them out. You do have the power. But you are negotiating with them, you're giving them the leeway to continue. And that's why they are emboldened. That's why they can say, okay, we'll kidnap soldiers, we'll kidnap politicians, and then they call the name of the president and say nothing will happen. And then they're threatening Nigerians. It's all a mess. It's all a mess. And that's why the international community will continue to look at Nigerians and, raise their noses at us like, oh, you guys don't really know what you want as a country. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I dare say, when you consider the issue of insecurity in Nigeria and the trend it has taken, it's embarrassing to be a Nigerian. Oh well. Do we have time for another trending story, or do we just go straight to the papers? I think we should just go straight to the papers now.
Yes.
Yes. Well, let's look at the papers. Let's see what headlines we have on the cover pages of dailies, if there will be anything that will, give you some sort of better feeling and make you feel, yes, there's something to be joyful about. Well, Fina, if you have the papers.
All right. I have before me here the Punch newspaper. There's also the Daily Trust, the Business Day, the Nigerian Tribune, and Vanguard. And I would like to start off from the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. The banner headline reads, Tinubu orders aerial surveillance of Kwara, Niger, Kebbi forests. The writer said that, again, bandits attack Kwara community, abduct 11 residents. State government set up safer Kwara Security Committee to curtail breaches. 10 kidnapped in Kano border communities. Amor Tekun commences patrol of boarding schools in Ondo. And beneath that, 24 kidnapped Kebbi schoolgirls regain freedom. Sanwo-Olu presents 4.2 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill to Lagos Assembly. CBN retains monetary policy rate at 27%. Right after that story, MPC decisions lowers the bank's funding cost, expected to spur lending to SME, and that is coming from Expert. Then we have another bold headline on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. HID Awolowo dialogue, stakeholders called for domestication of national gender policy. Writers to that story want gender equality, women participation in policies to be addressed. Dialogue designed for next generation of women leaders. That's coming from Awolowo Dosumo. Ogun Deputy Governor calls for stronger institutional support. From the health sector, that's on page 27, skin lightening product use is high in children under 2 years in Nigeria, according to study.
Skin lightening use is high in children. Oh, yes, they do. They start toning children. Yes. Yes, they start toning children.
Kudos to them.
Yeah.
Then we have other headlines. Kidnapping. NUT threatens nationwide shutdown of schools. Catholic bishops warn against rising abuse in Sharia Hizbun operation. The story is on page 13 of the Nigerian Tribune. Those are the stories that made it to the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today.
All right, then. Well, let's go to the Guardian now, and still on the issue of insecurity. It's one of the window headlines on the cover page of the Guardian says, rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians into severe hunger in 2026, which is about less than one month away. UN warns. INEC vows crackdown on election rigging. For emphasis, FG denies banning open grazing, confirms transition to ranching. Sanwo-Olu promises shared prosperity with 4.23 trillion naira 2026 budget keeps going up. FG unveils online classes for schools over 1.2 million teacher shortage. FG unveils online classes for schools over 1.2 million teacher shortage. And also, CBN holds interest rate at 27% as 16 banks meet recapitalization targets. Of course, they are doing so well. The Guardian shines at Dame Awards bags best designed media website. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper.
Okay, let's quickly take a punch at the Punch newspaper. Now, the Punch is newspaper of the year, 34th Diamond Award and Media Excellence. And beside the nameplate, you have Wike Block asks court to nullify PDP convention. The big story, kidnapping spree escalates as FG negotiates hostages' freedom. With the rioters, 18 mothers, children, others abducted in fresh Kano, Kwara raids. Kebbi girls freed. FG defense negotiations with bandits. I'll take that again for emphasis and clarity. FG defense negotiations with bandits. So we actually negotiate with terrorists.
Yes, we
it
do.
It becomes state policy for us. Well, Sanwo-Olu presents 4.2 trillion naira 2026 Lagos budget. And CCB plans digital asset declaration to curb corruption. 2027, I'll stop rigging, vote buying, Amumpito vows. 7-year single term will stabilize governance. Last professor. And that's it from the Punch newspaper. And that will be all from newspaper headlines. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper headlines, newspaper stories, front page and inside. Now we'll go for a short break. And when we return, bandits abduct 11 in Kwara State and 10 in Kano State. Kidnapping spree. You might say, well, join us again. We'll be right back.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloli, and here is to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. That is Voice of the People Television. Now, gunmen have abducted 11 residents, including a pregnant woman, 2 nursing mothers, and several young children in Isapa, a community in Ekiti local government area of Kwara State, where the attack occurred barely 24 hours after victims abducted during a church service were released. According to eyewitnesses, the kidnappers, estimated to be between 20 to 30 in number, stormed the community, firing sporadically as they advanced, forcing residents to flee for safety. An elderly woman was reportedly hit by a stray bullet during the incident. She was caught in the crossfire. Well, a community leader who confirmed the development under strict anonymity said, and I quote, 11 people were kidnapped. 7 of them from the same household. The gunmen moved through sections of the town, leaving bullet holes in walls and doors. Armed bandits have abducted 10 persons in Sayanwa local government area of Kano State. The attackers struck around 10 p.m., kidnapping 5 people from Biresawa village and another 5 from neighboring Sundu village. A relative of some of the victims, Kabir Usman, said the attackers came on foot, armed with guns, and overwhelmed community members who tried to repair the attack. Usman called on the government to ensure the safe return of the kidnapped residents, citing fear and insecurity in the community. Well, the incident has sparked concern, with many calling for increased security measures to prevent such attacks. The police have been alerted and an investigation is underway. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Koro, Fina,
Good morning, Barrister.
Okay, good to have you.
Good to have you.
We have also been joined from our Oka outstation by Engineer Fimba Ajogu. He's Chairman Safety Engineers, Anambra State, and member of Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's also a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Engineer Fimba Ajogu, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Now, Korofina and all of you in the studio there. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good morning.
All right, good morning. Beautiful. Good to have you. Now, Barrister, let me start with you. Barrister, kidnapping spree. Nasarawa, Kebbi, Kwara, Kano. Barrister, has Nigeria become a nation under siege?
It is not today now. You see, if we have started early to curb this thing, it wouldn't have generated to this level. In fact, it pains me so much that every morning in Nigeria today, since 2009, we must discuss insecurity in Nigeria. And yet you have a government. You can see how even the government is making a joke of the whole thing. To tell you that they are not ready to end this thing. They are not ready. Because you and I, we are kept quiet. We are kept quiet. We just talk. Today, they will do, after discussing today, tomorrow, the worst one will happen. They will still talk. Government have not told us what they have done with these people. This is no longer a joke. All of us should cry out and ask government questions. Because they promise to secure life and property. Now they are doing business with those who are disturbing us. Imagine the spokesman of Tinubu telling us that they have their contact. They called them and they released the girls. Can you just imagine? You release somebody today. The following day, another group went and kidnapped another set of human beings. And you are telling me that something is not going on here. Look, this thing will get to a head, though. You know, this government, when we talk to them, they don't listen. They don't listen until something happens.
Barrister, you say they don't listen.
They don't. They don't. They would have done something. They don't.
Okay. Now, you said that if you had caught this thing in the beginning, it wouldn't have.
I'm telling you, yes.
Barrister, is it too late to act?
In fact, the way I see this thing is becoming too late. Do you know why? Listen very well.
Okay.
Bandits that came from nowhere came into Nigeria, took parts of Nigeria like Plateau and Benue, sacked the entire village, took over their village, renamed it, and then took over their homes, and then sent these people in IDP camp. And the government have not even thought that they are not even looking in that direction. How can't you say that they have settled here with us?
Okay.
The same thing in Taraba is going on. They are not even bothered because government have seen it as a normal thing. And now they have now taken over some parts of Ukwara and now encroaching Ekiti. So what makes you think that these people are afraid?
No, it's a Ekiti local government in Kwara. It's a Ekiti local government.
What's the difference? Yeah, what's the difference? What's the difference? And now they are issuing threats, telling us that they will kidnap governors, kidnap the president, kidnap anybody they want.
Okay, all right. Barrister, if you say that the government is not doing something, we hear the president say, look, Minister of State for Defense, relocate to Kebbi State. And he did. And when he got to Kebbi, those girls were released.
Leave that thing.
Now, another one has happened in Kwara. So the man will leave his office in Abuja and now go back to Kwara.
Yes.
And is he going to, who will go to Kano? Maybe National Security Advisor.
Exactly.
Or who will go to Borno?
At a point, the president will now relocate to somewhere else. You can see how they have kept this government busy. What we discuss now, Mr. Okoro, is what? Kidnapping. No more governance. No more governance. I thought they say when they take away Nnamdi Kanu, there will be peace in Nigeria. What is going on now?
No, Barrister, who said that? Who said that?
Those who said that Nnamdi Kanu is the one behind all the insecurity.
In
or you didn't hear
Nigeria,
that? You asked me who said that?
In Nigeria or in the South?
In Nigeria, please don't walk me up this morning. You didn't hear when they were saying it that Nnamdi Kanu and IPOP is the reason for insecurity. You didn't hear that, Abi? You didn't hear that. Look at what the people are doing. And government is even saying they contacted them. Mr. Okoro, the federal government of Nigeria officials told you that they contacted bandits and the girls were released. Can you just imagine?
Barrister, we have a National Security Act. In that act, are we supposed to be negotiating with bandits?
That is what you should ask the government. That is what you should ask them.
Because it looks like that is what is happening.
That is it. They told you that they have the capacity to secure everybody. And when they said that, you go to bank with it, Abi. Go to bank with such a check, it will bounce.
Now, Boris, what does that portend with the recent statement made by Benjamin Kalu? You know, that government officials who in one way or another negotiate with bandits or even pay them ransom should, you know, go in for the stiffer penalty.
Leave that man. He just want to talk. Leave him alone.
Now, when you say he just wants to talk, because we have seen also the government of Nigeria.
The federal government is paying.
Barrister, the federal government of Nigeria have come up to say, don't pay ransom to bandits. It is there. It was. In fact, it's even a law now in Nigeria that when you pay ransom to bandits, you will go in for raids because it's against the ethics of this nation. Now, how then are we going to find a way to end this whole
when
issue?
When somebody is telling you, you know why I like these bandits? They no fear. They no send you. Listen, this latest release. Listen to the discussion that went on. They were interviewing the girls. Bandits, so they said, "Did we hurt you?" One of the girls said no. Were you maltreated? He said no. Did you molest? You said no. Don't worry. We are going to take you back safely because we have made a deal with the government. Please, is that not what we had? Is that not what was said? So, what deal did they make with government? The lie is so much that you don't know whom to believe, especially the federal government of Nigeria. You want to take away girls who are in a lion den, and the lion did not react. He said, "Yeah, take your people back. Don't worry, we don't need them again. Go. And you want me to believe that? Tomorrow they say, there is nothing government does that you agree. You always are against government. What have they done right that I did not acknowledge? Mention one thing. That today now nobody is safe in Nigeria. Right. Nobody is safe.
Barrister, let's get the reaction of Engineer Fimba Ajegu, who is Chairman Safety Engineers, Anambra State, and also member Nigeria Society of Engineers. He's here in the capacity of a public affairs commentator. Engineer Fimba, good morning to you once again. Now, the latest abduction and release of victims, where the media aide to the president said DSS contacted the abductors and they reached a deal, and the girls were released. And he also, when he was asked by a presenter on the program, the host of the show, why weren't there arrests, he said, look, they came for peaceful negotiation. There was no need. But then we saw right after the release of the Eruku church members, after peaceful negotiation, we saw abduction of church members, people from another community, residents of another community close to Eruku. What do you think is going on? And what do you think will be the perception of the international community when they see these things happen?
For a very single term, this is a clear disappointment to the federal government of Nigeria under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It shows that there is gross incompetence in terms of security. From the bottom top to the top, they are all grossly incompetent. And I think we must call a spade a spade. If the president cannot secure the vulnerable and less privileged, especially the children, particularly, don't talk of the women and men, the children, I think Mr. President should be held accountable for every life that is lost. And he should face it squarely, that he's grossly incompetent. And that is the first priority which he has to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and to the citizens. If he cannot secure the lives, I think he should honorably resign. And let's have another opportunity and someone who will lead this country and ensure that every life in this country matters.
Now,
especially the most vulnerable.
Talking about that resignation of the president, it was the same clamor in 2014 when Jonathan was in power, and then we had the kidnap of the Chibok girls. People called for his resignation if he could not handle the issue. And then he left office. He left office, either through resignation or whatever means. He was voted out of office. And another person who Nigerians believed was a retired, a general, one that might be able to solve the problem, came into power, and we didn't see kidnappings and insecurity ease out. It continued, and now we are calling for the resignation of the president again. Do you think that's the answer? Do you think some people somewhere there's a political angle to all of what is going on? Don't you think so? And do you really think a resignation of the president is the answer? If he resigns, who then steps in? Who do you think will be able to take it up? The vice?
We continue to ascribe political donations to every single thing that even the life.
Are there no political intonations?
Even the lives of the most vulnerable, the Nigerian children, the futures of tomorrow, and we just ascribe it to just as usual. We continue to do that and do that. I think, sincerely, if the House of Assembly members, the senators have become an accomplice in this entire charade, it is very unfortunate because they will see worse that is coming. I think many more people are looking at this, and those who don't have jobs are going to be keen into this, and a lot more will be happening, and a lot of criminality, a lot more kidnapping, and in fact, worst cases are going to be coming because no man will continue to be safe. If they allow this and not nip it in the bud as soon as possible, I think the rules of engagement of Nigerian Army has been faulted, and the best of our armed forces will be turning their backs on serving this great country, and the criminals will be taking arms, and then the roads and the streets of our country will become a terrible place.
Some were of the opinion that the government is overwhelmed. Some also were of the opinion that our security personnel are also overstretched, that they are overwhelmed too, and that we have the Nigerian Navy going in for training so that they'll be able to take over or take part in the, the land war against the insecurity happening in Nigeria, more like having a Marine, even when we know have the amphibious squad and team and all that. Some Nigerians are also asking, if Nigerian government, in one way or another, happens to be overwhelmed, then why don't we seek for help? But we have not really done that to see that playing out. What do you have to say to that? And do you think that with where we're going in this trajectory, the movement of the CDS, from where he's supposed to be in Abuja to Kebbi, and all the directives that the presidents have been given, the peace and misery, the way that people are to go, do you think that we'll have to, we'll see insecurity end anytime soon in Nigeria? The kidnapping, the wanton killing, and all that.
Government has designated Nigeria a country of particular concern. That few words is of great consequence. A country of particular concern, and we have deployed our NSA and some other selected persons to go and have a discussion with the Department of War in America. And discussions will come back such that America will also look for benefits. Because if you're calling anyone to come and help you, they certainly have to have something to gain. They are not going to come to help you with all their resources, with risking all their personnel and risking all their operational apparatus. And then they give you help and then they back out. No, we all should be prepared for what comes along with it. There's a lot more that comes along with it in the MOUs which they'll be signing. We should be ready for whatever they have put forward in the bargain. I think our best bet is let them come in because they are the best persons that can give us help.
All right. When you say they are the best that can give us help, some have also asked the question, like, why should we even wait until when foreign bodies will come in to help? What happened to, must we go to US? What happened to ECOWAS? What happened to AU? Remember that Nigeria does send out troops for peacekeeping. We do send troops to make sure that other African nations are the way they should be. So why is it that we're not getting such help from the blocs that we belong to, the ECOWAS and even the AU? What is really happening?
I think particularly, when you're within a circle of events, of things happening, and they are not very sweet or bitter, you will be compelled at that level to act at that level. I think ECOWAS and the EU also have their own priorities. And if Nigeria has to get along with them to a request for help, there are also terms which ECOWAS and EU have to furnish. They furnish Nigeria and then ensure that Nigeria meets up those requests. And however, if Nigeria will not meet up those requests, ECOWAS and EU will not deploy the various countries who form EU and ECOWAS. They will not easily deploy their machineries or their operational apparatus to come and see help. And even at another level where they come in, they don't have all the wherewithal. They may not have all the equipment to deploy for digital security or to deploy high-tech equipment to see that they find these criminals. Because as you have equally mentioned here earlier on, that these persons are well connected. These criminals who perpetrate all kinds of crime, kidnapping and whatnot, and killing innocent and persons vulnerable. They also have connections because they have people sponsoring them. So EU and ECOWAS, they have information which probably might be limited, unlike the American government, which have a lot more information because they deploy directly from the satellite and they know everything that is going on by the minute and by the second. So I think the best persons for a kind of a crisis situation is the American government.
When you say they don't have, or when you say we don't have a strong technology for us to track them down, let's bring it to Nigeria here. People who were accused of sponsoring the hashtag End Bad Governance protests were able, the Nigerian government tracked them. Account numbers were frozen. A man who was making a video about the incessant killing and all that, his account, I'm talking about social media account, was suspended and most of the videos deleted and all that. DSS has also been open and vocal to tell Nigerians they shouldn't do something. So why is it difficult that these men who go on maybe sometimes TikTok live, post videos on social media, display one or two that must have benefited? Why is it difficult for us to track them? And they're making all these videos on the soil of Nigeria. Is it that we don't have the technology, or are we seeing some persons more like becoming a bit complacent at this point?
Sincerely, like you lastly said, there is complicit. There are people who are very complicit in ensuring that the end results are achieved. What I mean by the end results, I mean behind all these preliminaries, which you just mentioned, there are people who are far beyond. Maybe some even aspects of business companies or institutions in various countries might be having some interest with activities that are going on in this kidnapping. Because certainly, kidnapping is just not regional or individual or a family matter that you can just wish away. There are persons of this kind of kidnapping activities happening in our country. There are other bigger institutions, perhaps, or countries who are probably involved to seeing that there is crisis at various areas of our country or states within Nigeria, such that they can go into benefit. Or perhaps it could even be possible that the armed forces somehow there are various departments or sections of the armed forces whom are benefiting from budgets that are deployed in arms, and then they want these kind of activities to continue. So, but people like America, when they come in, they will have to clean up the entire mess, clean it all up, and call a spade, and whoever is found wanting is certainly going to be brought to the book, and they will put a stop. But however they put a stop, they also have to protect their own interests. That is the ultimate they will have to do. So you should know that these preliminaries, certainly at this stage, there are persons who are managing it, getting the contact. They have the contact of the kidnappers. They call them, and they do all the other little softer deals. But beyond that, there are a lot more to it.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Fimba, for your submission. Now, Barrister Darlington, it's more like you have a reaction to what he said. And before you get there, I would like to ask this question. Do we have the political will to do this? Do we have the political will to end insecurity? Do we have what it takes to stop this? Remember, some time ago, we have a name being made available by another country entirely, sending the names of people who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria to the government. And we did not hear anything again about that up until today. Even most recently, we saw an international organization coming into Nigeria to pick few individuals who, according to them, are on the watch list. But in Nigeria, we are yet to end the issue of insecurity, even when, through Nigeria, two notorious bandits or terrorist gang members were arrested. And yet we cannot pick, the likes of Toro Jubelu and all that. But we're able to hand over the world seek their bandits to them.
What I'm saying now is that this is the time for Nigerians. I mean Nigerians, APC, ADC, Labour Party, PDP, Nigerians, irrespective of your political leanings, this is the time to come out and challenge the government on this insecurity. Call them out. You swore to protect us. Why are you now dining and whining with our persecutors? Eh? Why are you dining and whining with it? This is a question Nigeria should be asking the federal government of Nigeria. Without any sentiment. That's the only time this government will wake up. Seriously. We must all rise up and challenge the government on this particular issue because it's getting out of hand. Eh? Tomorrow it may be your turn. You may not know. You may not know. You are not saying it is not Kwara, this place and that. No, they are coming. The plan is to come over here.
Barrister, let's look for ways to solve this problem. The new PDP chairman, the factional chairman, Turaki, said, look, Mr. Trump, we need help. You need to come and save us in Nigeria. Apart from Christian genocide, our democracy is also undergoing savage assault. Barrister, do you agree with him? Do you share his views?
Of course, because the latest news now is that they told the market women, all your polling units should be in the market. All your vote to take it to the nearest market near you. That's where your polling unit is now. And ANEC said that they are investigating it. Eh? That is the letter all over Nigeria.
Barrister, come again. Who told who?
I said this morning. I listened. What I told
who told who?
I said this morning. A radio station said it, and the women cried out. There was a voice note.
Barrister, calm down.
You have started now.
Who told the market women?
Get information.
Who told the market?
Calm down. To give the information.
Listen. A radio station brought a voice note where the market women were crying out that this is what they have told them to do. They said the Oniru market in Aja is one of the points. That they told them that their voting unit now should be the marketplace. All the market women, I didn't say Nigerians, all the market women, so that they can be able to control them there.
Barrister, my question is, who told the market women?
What are you talking about? Who told them? The market women, that's what they told them. Then it is not for you now as a journalist, go and find out. You are telling me who told you. The person that said you, will you come out and say it? Look at how you're asking me question. Somebody came out
Barrister,
and said
you have not confirmed, and you are putting out in the public space.
No.
So who told those women?
Go ask the radio
station. You should go and ask the radio station.
No.
If you don't have information, you don't bring it to the public.
No.
Who told those women?
The radio station, they should start
Which radio station is that? Which radio station is that?
Nigeria Info. This morning.
Said that who told them?
Who told Nigeria Info. Who told Nigeria Info said it. When you say the democracy, that's why I'm making my reference to. When people are saying democracy is dying in Nigeria, these are pointers. Mr. Okoro, I have told you, you don't wait for nightfall before you pursue the black sheep. Whenever things like this happen, don't take it lightly because this APC, they are capable of anything. That woman wouldn't have been, she was crying while she was saying it. She was crying. And you are telling me they didn't receive such an information. She was crying on radio.
You are missing the point. I didn't say they did not receive the information. My simple question is, who is instructing them to do that?
Another man came out and validated what the woman was saying. It's an APC man that was saying it. How they even terrorized him to go and vote on a particular polling unit. These are issues. But when we say, who is saying all this? Can you come out and say something that did not happen?
Barrister, let's talk about...
we are talking about insecurity.
Let's talk about, yes, insecurity.
That now, is how we start.
Some Nigerians are saying, look, if this administration cannot solve the problem, the president should go. Is resignation the answer? I'm asking you.
Most times, yes.
In this particular case now, if you look at precedents, do you think resignation of the president is the answer?
I think so, because that's what they told Jonathan, and Jonathan quietly left.
Yes. So who would step in? He didn't. Well, there was an election before he left. He just quietly
let somebody come in. Let somebody come in. Or we can even ask the military. Martial law is allowed. Give them a marching order, or tell the military to come and help us solve this problem. Give them 6 months or 1 year to make sure that these things are cleared out. Then we can return back to democracy. What's wrong with that? Is such a thing not possible? Call the military, say, look, as a civilian administration...
about the same military that's been accused of infiltration.
Hold on now. Not all of them now. This time, when you make it official now, it is not left for them to go in-house and clean up themselves and then take it off from there. that this is an order given by the government of
ordinarily
Nigeria.
In Nigeria, ordinarily, we've seen officers fall, and we see what happened when officers fall. A general fell. Nothing has happened. Is there something happening on the ground?
Of course.
There's something happening on the ground.
Moses, of course. That is even my worry here. When we say to people,
now I asked that question in the light. Do you think the military is together enough to want to put a solid a front against insecurity?
Because they are not in charge. The military is not in charge here. Mr. Moses, the military are not in charge of this insecurity. Forget it. They are not in charge. They take order from somewhere. Yes. So hand over those people who are sponsoring the terror. Hand over their name to the military and give them a marching order. The Nigerians will now watch out and see what the military will do. Because several times the military have complained that they were not giving the right orders to take action.
Barrister, since you say the military are not in charge, how would the order you're calling on, how would the martial law you're talking about come into fruition when the military are not in charge?
When they are in charge, when you have handed over this insecurity to them completely, nobody will tell them what to do. They now know what to do because that's what they are trained for.
Well, this is your view. This is your view.
It's not my view.
It's your view.
The military,
you're the one saying it.
The military
it's not the VOP's view.
The military are to secure Nigeria. And
the borders. They are to secure the borders, the territorial border of Nigeria.
The way it is that we don't have borders. We don't have borders here. These people come in and go out. They come in and go out. So when you now allow the military, they cannot take charge. Have you not had it severally when the military are complaining that they were not giving the right orders? Please, was I the one that said it? You had even the people in the battleground telling you that they have not been giving the right orders, and that's why they are not acting. So what are you now saying? A general went to hide himself somewhere and was calling on his men to come and rescue him. Who intercepted that call and came for him? Since that man died, did you hear any serious action over his death? I am talking of making sure that, in fact, they will incinerate the whole forest, set the whole forest ablaze, and smoke out these people. Did you hear such a thing? But if this thing cannot happen in a country, I am thinking of, the government will say, what? A brigadier general of the army. I'm telling you by now, no terrorists will be in this country. No terrorists will be in this Nigeria by now. Moses, please answer me.
No,
why are the people in Plateau and Benue still there? At least, like I said before, let us try from the known to unknown. We know that yes, these terrorists they are holding court somewhere in Nigeria. They are just there. They are sitting there. They are taking over a particular part of a state, and they are there, moving around, do whatever they like. Please, are you not supposed to go and destroy them?
Well, in conflict, you know that if one flies the white flag, basically in surrender, and then negotiations are held, you don't kill at that point because they are basically surrendering. So when the government says, I'm asking a question here, please, Barrister.
Go ahead.
When the government says kidnappers or bandits or terrorists or whatever you choose to call them were approached and they came for negotiations, that was why we did not arrest them. Does that justify?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Please, it doesn't. Let nobody even talk about this negotiation with criminal. Look, how does this sound? You are talking of terrorists who are killed, men, and destroy lives and property, and you are negotiating with them as the government. It means that you are weak. It means that you are not in government. How do you even discuss this type of thing? Is this the first, second, or third time? At the end of the day, did they repent? Did the negotiation, did they uphold it? How many times did they negotiate with the...
There was a release.
A release what?
Release of those
abducted. Because you gave them what they were looking for. So how long will you pay ransom? I just told you what transpired now before they released those girls. So he said they had a deal with the government and therefore they are taking them home safely. What are you telling me?
So you think the deal involves...
Look, they can never release anybody without money being paid. It's not possible. They cannot. quote me. They cannot. It's just that nobody will come and tell you. Okay, what did other people repeat the same exercise the following day? Hold on. The same vicinity. A region or a community near to where they carried out the first this kidnapping. They went there again and kidnapped some people. Because they must have heard that, yes, money was paid.
We're absolutely out of time. You're speculating, Barrister, because government did not say money was paid. So the information we have is that they negotiated. Yes, we were not told if money was
okay,
was
let
paid.
them negotiate
Because
with
also,
them not to kidnap Nigerians again. Mr. Moses, please, since you are not speaking for the government, if they kidnap again, I will not believe that there was not. Look, the government
I understand.
Let them negotiate with them not to kidnap Nigerians again.
I understand your emotions.
Nigerians.
I absolutely understand your emotions.
How can you tell me lie at the age?
I am not negotiating or speaking for the government.
I'm
a presenter, and it's my job to put out the facts and to coordinate the show. That's what I'm doing.
You have done well. You have done well. Thank you for very much. You have done well.
All right then. Well, let's we have to let you go, Barrister Talented. Yes. Well, let's get on to another conversation. We'd like Engineer Fimba to stay with us. Engineer Fimba, you do understand that you're still here. Please do stay with us as we get into another conversation. We'll be talking about open grazing. Well, federal government bans open grazing in Nigeria over rising insecurity. Another report says it has not been banned. That instead, they're looking at ranching. Well, let's talk about it when we come back.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The federal government of Nigeria has announced a nationwide ban on open grazing, marking a significant shift in the country's livestock management system. The ban announced by Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Mukhtar Meha, aims to curb the persistent farmer-herder conflicts that have resulted in loss of lives, destruction of property, and displacement of thousands of Nigerians. Open grazing is now considered a capital offense under the revised livestock regulations. Herders are urged to adopt ranching, a safer and more profitable method that improves cattle quality and weight. The ministry aims to position livestock as Nigeria's second largest revenue source after oil and gas, projecting $74 billion in revenue within 5 years, as they've actually made 12 or 14 billion already. Oversee the rollout of ranching policies and monitor compliance. The ban is part of a broader strategy to modernize the livestock sector, reduce conflict, and promote economic growth. The government has also announced plans to rehabilitate 417 grazing routes into modern livestock villages, providing improved pastures, veterinary services, and water infrastructure. We have been joined in the studio by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter and a public and political affairs analyst. And we still have with us in the studio, Oka engineer Afimba Ajegu, chairman, safety engineers Anambra State, also member Nigeria Society of Engineer Public Affairs and Political Affairs commentator. From Benin, we have Barrister Chima Williams, Executive Director, Environmental Defenders Network, and former Executive Director, Environmental Right Action. He's here in the capacity of a public and political affairs commentator. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Fina.
Good to have you, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good to have you here.
Barrister Chima Williams, good morning, if you can hear me.
Good morning.
Yeah, good to have you join this conversation. Right. As someone who happens to play within the environmental defense sector and all that, let's get your opinion on this. The ban on open grazing and the fact that we want to find a way to modernize the 417 grazing routes reserves in Nigeria for us to have a more modern livestock village, provide improved pastures and even veterinary services to cattle rearers in Nigeria. What do you make of this? We have a projection by next 5 years that cattle rearing will be the second of the major revenue generation in Nigeria, having a projection of $74 billion.
Thank you so much for this. First is that for us as environmentalists, we have been asking for ban on open grazing for as long as I can remember, because even in some states, including those states, we participated when there were moves to enact the anti-grazing bills in the states. So if the federal government, by proclamation of executive order, if I may call it that, because there is no law yet enacted to stop or end grazing, the Anti-Grazing Act has not been enacted. Therefore, it can as much be called a presidential or an executive proclamation. Now, on one hand, is that it is a good statement, which means the government of the day had realized what we have been saying for close to 10 years now, if not more than, that apart from the fact that there are insecurity issues associated with open grazing system, which used not to be in the past, okay? But now, because everything had been so politicized and everything had become an issue of who oppresses the other, because the insecurity associated with farmers' herders, which arises from pastoral needs of the herders to feed their livestock, their cattle, as had been projected or had been stated as defense, have only shown one thing.
Well, when you say, Barrister Chima, when you say it's just a statement, not an act,
yes,
are you saying that the first National Council of Livestock Development meeting or summit that was held in Yola, it's the outcome of that meeting, are you saying is more like a statement, not a commitment? Because we got this information from Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Mokhtar Meya. When you say that there is no longer open grazing in Nigeria, in fact, it's being considered to be, a criminal offense if people are to do such. And also remember that we have some state governors already have that as part of their law in their land, in the states that demand no open grazing. And, help us actually walk around and say it's not a law already, but we're hearing this from the minister or the ministry in charge of livestock, and some other governors have already made it to be their law. And yet, people are still defaulting it.
Yes, my sister, I speak to you from the background of a lawyer and a legislative advocate, that have worked with both states and the federal and even local authorities in legislation making in this country. Now, whatever is not outlawed by a law enacted by the National Assembly of Nigeria and assented to by Mr. President, becoming an act, cannot be legally enforced. It becomes a mere statement of intendment. This is what the executive, through the honorable minister, wants to do. So I will challenge the federal government to move ahead to present this as an executive bill to the National Assembly for it to be enacted as a law that can be challenged, violations of which can be challenged.
Okay, all right, Barrister Chima. Barrister Chima, as we discuss this, the federal government is out in the news this morning. The federal government has come out to make clarifications. They said, no, we didn't ban open grazing in Nigeria. What we are doing is a gradual transition to ranching. Did you get my point? The federal government has said this morning that, look, we didn't ban open grazing. What we are doing is a gradual transition to ranching. So, but let us look at it we are looking at the central government now, but in some states, like you said, it has gone before the state assembly and they have passed it into law and the governor signed it. And we have issues of enforcement. Why is that so?
Now, the first step, the clarification made by the federal government this morning, as alluded, is clear confirmation of what I've said earlier, that is just an intendment, it's an intention. Okay? If there was a law enacted, Anti-Grazing Act enacted, nobody will say that we are just gradually phasing out. Okay, so now this is the challenge here. Even in the states, including those states where I am, where the anti-grazing edict or law had been enacted, passed by the state assembly, how is it enforced? Enforcement is a challenge. Then let alone when there is no law in place backing up an action to end open grazing. For all the challenges and all the problems, that it creates. I was only talking about first, the insecurity component of open grazing, and I was coming to the environmental challenges of open grazing itself. Okay, we see that within our environment, within our communities, within our residential areas, where this cattle, is taken along to graze, they defecate and pollute the environment.
Okay, all right. But I hate to butt in at this moment. But we'll come into the environmental aspect of it. I want us to deal with the legal aspect of it now.
Okay.
You said that until the federal government takes a bill to the parliament and it gets passed as an act of government. Now, does it look like every policy initiative from the government must pass through the House of, through the National Assembly? When the police IG comes out to say, look, remove all roadblocks from our federal highways and all of that, does it need an act of parliament to implement that? What happens to policy initiatives? Must all of them pass through the National Assembly as an act of parliament for it to be enforceable?
When you talk about the police IG issuing instructions, who is he issuing those instructions to? Is it to every Nigerian? No. He is issuing that instruction to his subordinates who are under him, who are policemen, who mount the roadblocks. The order of the IG to dismantle roadblocks definitely will not affect a soldier roadblock. A soldier mounting, a Nigerian army official mounting a roadblock, because he's not answerable to the IG. Now, when we talk about some policies, policies are statements of intent of the government. Some policies that are stated by government, and because it aligns with their belief, their faith, and their own conditions, they accept it naturally. But there are some policies that, just stating it does not guarantee answering to the question. That's the point I am making.
Okay. Right.
And because of the controversy over the issue of open grazing, which have been an issue that have been on ground for a long period of time, there have been so many policies, there have been so many, statements, there have been so many actions of government. But what has not happened is that there have been no law enacted in Nigeria that is called Anti-Grazing Act, which will spell out what is supposed to be done, what if you don't do it, it becomes a crime, and you'll be punished for that crime. And the law is very clear. Whatever has not been declared a crime by an act of parliament is not a crime that is punishable. So this is where, looking at it from the security perspective, we are having all the shenanigans that we are having. You know that this is something that is creating problem. Everybody agrees to it, but you don't want to end it.
All right.
You
Thank you
don't
so
want to
much.
stop it.
Thank you so much, Barrister Chima, for your submission. Let's bring you to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, the last time we checked, cattle rallying is not the major revenue generation for Nigeria. They are private individuals doing their private business. So why should we, at this point, be having issues back and forth on how they should make sure they man their activities and take care of themselves? We have farmers who will go on to borrow money from banks to have their own farmlands and make sure they go there to cultivate. So why should we still have the issue of farmers doing or moving around with their cattle and inconveniencing every other person in Nigeria? It's interesting to know that the minister, Alhaji Mokhtar, talked about the countless communities have suffered devastating losses, ranging from that to destruction of farmlands, even homes, because of the clashes we're having between farmer and herders. What do you have to say about this? And how are we going to end this? Because it's more like some people are benefiting from the tears of others, private individuals doing private businesses.
See, if you want to put this in proper perspective, the first thing you look at is the current herders are not the herders we used to know in our communities back in the days. Now, those days, what you see is a young man, slim built, with stick in his hands and his pouch straddled on his shoulder. But today, this set of people had transformed to arms bearing, not just arms like Dingon, that will be assumed that probably they are trying to protect themselves from harm by wild animals. But you now have assault rifle, AK-47, AK-49, long-range rifles with killing range of about 600 meters. So it's a different ball game from what we used to know. That's one. Are they going to disarm these people? How did they get those arms? Are they going to block access to those people that supply them with these arms and even constant replenishing of ammunition? Because it's one thing to have the rifle and it's another thing to have cache of ammunition to use. Now, these people, they have a cultural issue around this grazing. They are used to just moving around. That's why they said they are nomadic Fulani. And has government even thought of debriefing them, giving them an entirely new orientation? Because for them to have a buy-in into this policy, you need to migrate them psychologically, emotionally, from what used to be that had been there over 1,000 years, and say, look, yes, this is the tradition. This is the way we do things. But you are exposing yourself to inherent danger. But if you do it this way, one, your cows will be fatter because it won't be traveling more than 50, 500 kilometers for it to get to the destination where you are going to sell. And then because it's going to be stationary, you have a fatter cow to sell. Then, rather than face this header farmers clash, you are now in a place where you can graze your cattle, but that has not been put in place. That's why I feel uncomfortable with this pronouncement. Without all those things in place, you are making pronouncement. Who is going to listen to you? Somebody who is probably not in the city, in the towns, for you to romance with. It has to be somebody who understands their culture, who understands their language, to debrief them. Mark my word, debrief them.
All right.
That is the way to go. Then finally, we are making this business a government business. What you are saying technically is, if you are doing this, then those who raise pigs should also be given the same treatment. Those who raise goats should also be given the same treatment. And if we proliferate farmers that are breeding those ones, they could also bring even much more than what you are bringing. Because sausages are made from pork, meat. And there is no eatery that will not find sausages. So it's also a lucrative business. And it will also bring tax to government. We are talking about tax. And I even imagine if you are telling me that annually in the next 5 years, you'll be bringing in 74 million. Billion. Not even naira. Dollars. At that time, I doubt in the next 5 years if our budget would notch beyond $100 billion.
Okay, thank you.
So, where is this 74 million naira, dollars, $74 billion coming from? That is even way over $15 billion, more than our annual budget as we speak. So, all these things are things that we should look at critically before we say we want to. It's one thing to enact a law, and it's another thing to have the buy-in of the public and the targeted people you want to enforce this law on. But okay. I don't see all that here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delefanimo. Engineer Fimba Ajegu, let's get your opinion on this, please. What do you make of this? Because according to what my colleague just pointed out now, the federal government have come up to say, no, we did not say we are ending the issue of grazing. We're not putting an end to open grazing. We just want to have ranches. We're looking towards a way of establishing the 417 reserves that we have already for cattle raiders to go in there and enjoy the mechanized ranching system. So what do you have to say about this? Who's taking care of people who are doing piggery and all that? And why are we even having this conversation about farmer herders when they are just doing their private business? Cattle raiders are doing their private business. They're not working for the government and they are just there. So why should we give them such leverage? And no one is even talking about how they've caused mayhem in Nigeria and what will happen to communities they've sacked already to occupy.
Yes, thank you very much, Fina. I listened to you very clearly. First of all, I would like to say that clearly such sectional treatment or such sentimental treatment which federal government is giving to cattle raiders sincerely is not sustainable. It breeds very ill feelings at different quarters across those who are participating in various other kind of businesses, be it in the agricultural sector, be it in the other manufacturing and what have you. Sincerely, cattle rearing is a squarely personal business. When the federal government goes into cattle rearing, they don't do it under the name that the federal government is doing. States can go into cattle rearing, local government officers can go into cattle rearing, private individuals also have the right and access to cattle rearing, and you don't do cattle rearing and then trespassing into some other person's boundaries, and you call it there's no problem, and you don't have a way means of settling. You don't create chaos. You certainly will be creating chaos when you trespass in someone else's business. When I do my business, I have my boundaries. When you do your business, you have your boundaries. It's as simple as that. So cattle rearing has its boundaries, and whoever does such businesses must respect the boundaries. When you trespass such boundaries, then it's an offense and it becomes a criminal. With what federal government is doing now, they are only painting it to become a very much subtle. The thing is, we have laws, and the laws are made very clearly for all Nigerians. So as much as you're within the borders of Nigeria, you must follow the laws, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Vis-a-vis, the states too have their laws, which of course is not overburdening the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And of course is not going to be contravening the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So whoever is doing any kind of business, he should be subject to all these laws. So cattle rearing specifically is a private business. I want to encourage those doing that. They can go into private ranching. Ranching is the 21st century strategy, a means of a way of doing this kind of rearing, cattle rearing. You don't go and then transcend into interstate and then into farmland, and then you say you're doing your own business. Come on, it's not clear, it's not fair, it's not right. It's not right. When I invest money into my farmlands and you trespass my farmlands by means of using your tractor to want to access your own farmland, or by means of using your own cattle to want to access feeding for them, you're causing chaos and trouble and problems. It's not the way to go in 21st century. And I want to clearly condemn the federal government if they will be giving some kind of support specifically to cattle rearing, and then no other supports are given to those who are rearing palm plantations, those who are cultivating palm plantation, who are cultivating other food produce that will help this country to become more productive. But rather you're quashing their hopes, you're dashing their aspirations in many ways by just one means of saying cattle rearing, and then they use that cattle rearing to find a platform for herdsmen to perpetrate all kinds of other evils. Sincerely, we will not want to continue to encourage such things. I think the federal government should look deeply and encourage them to go into ranching.
Engineer Fimba Ajoigo, for your submission, they should encourage them to go into ranching. I wonder who is encouraging people who are doing piggery to keep up with their business and all that. We'll have to go on a quick break, and when we'll come back, we'll look at the third topic of conversation, which is about the Constitution review, as we learned that the Constitution review moves to 36 states assembly in Nigeria. Do what to say with us, gentlemen, because when we'll come back, we'll dissect this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us. We have limited time, but let's just run into the next conversation. The National Assembly Joint Committee on Constitution Review has completed its deliberations on the proposed amendment to the 1999 Constitution and is set to present the final draft to the National Assembly for voting. The committee, chaired by Senator Barai Jibrin and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has held extensive public hearings and consultations with various stakeholders. Now, these are the key proposals. Devaluation or devolution of powers to states, fiscal federalism, electoral reforms, state police, reserved seats for women. Now, the committee's work will now be transmitted to the 36 state houses of assembly for approval, which requires a 2/3 majority to pass the constitutional amendment bills. But the lawmakers have urged speakers of the state houses of assembly to support the reforms and return to their states as ambassadors of reform. Well, we still have the gentleman with us, Daily Fanimo, veteran reporter, and Engineer Fimba, a chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, a member, Nigeria Society of Engineers, also a public affairs commentator, and Chima Williams, a lawyer, executive director, Environmental Defenders Network. Okay, constitutional review. Some have said it will never happen. Well, here we are. Here we are. The process seems to be almost done. Now will be sent to the states. Let me start off with Daily Fanimo now. And also, we do know that the state policing is one of the proposals there. And some Nigerians have said that is much needed at this time. But your broad overview, really, your broad overview of this stage that this process has gotten to, do you see a speedy transition? Do you see the states respond to this as speedily as the House has done, as the committee has done? I beg your pardon.
My worry is because of entrenched interests and the perception of the constituent states on constitutional review, it might be a little bit difficult to sail through, particularly devolution of power, revenue sharing formula, removal of certain mineral resources from exclusive lists to either concurrent lists, and these are issues that would remove this pseudo federalism that we practice. I call it pseudo because it is federalism by name, but all the instrumentalities that make a federating state a federal establishment is not there. For instance, resource control. You imagine that up till now, if you want anything in your state, you still have to rush to Abuja. Even when you discover certain mineral deposit in your state, you run to Abuja. Abuja will come and do the seismic study, environmental impact assessment, and they may not even allow you to explore it. So what belongs to everybody eventually will belong to nobody. Then the issue of state police. We have done this, we have experimented on it by saying all DPOs. You recall that time, I can't remember the name of the IG at that time, that said all DPOs should go back to their local government. And we saw how stations were managed. And that is a precursor to having state police. But this apprehension that if we have state police, some people will abuse, have we not even abused the federal police? Is it not part of abuse that you have over 100,000 policemen that are supposed to serve the public in the hands of less than 200 people? In some cases, Yahoo boys now have mobile policemen as their security details. What is the value of a Yahoo boy that he has 4 mobile policemen? 2 will be guarding the wife, making 6, just because he has money. Some are not even state actors. They have 38. There will be some in Abuja residents, 1 in Kaduna residents, 1 in Lagos residents. And then they scatter them all about. And if you see the retinue of, they buy Elos vans for them. 1 Elos van with 6 policemen in front, another Elos van at the back. And you imagine if they are governors, even pastors. Whereas, if you get to police stations, you hardly find sufficient policemen. If you have to report about 5 cases in a row in a police station, they will tell you to wait for your turn. When the man that had gone out to an operation will come back so that he can take you to. So a lot of all these, and I just have my fear, particularly now that they are pushing this narrative during election period. Okay. Political reasons will be read into it, religious reasons, ethnic reasons. So a lot of issues, but the point is, if we are intentional about it and we want it done, it can be done. And when it is self-serving, when a bill is self-serving, it goes for second reading, first reading, second reading within 48 hours. Okay. So if they are going to apply that to this, and sometimes it could not, even the state police thing, early this year, this man, the president, was telling us that it's a done deal. Right. And this is 1 year after, almost 1 year after.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go into all the issues here. If it appears on the cover pages of the papers, then we'll delve into it during newspaper review. Let me quickly run to Mr. Williams now, who is joining us from Benin. Now, let's get your broad overview on this, and I would like for you to react to the possibility of the reserved seats for women, because that's part of what is being deliberated on.
Thank you very much. I've been privileged to have participated at least in 3 to 4 constitutional amendment public hearings, where in those participations I made presentations. And I am happy that part of what have been considered, 1 or 2 of them aligns with what I had presented at various constitution amendment public hearings. But as I always say it, if we are serious about amending our constitution, it is doable. However, the issue is the intentionality of the actors who are leading these processes. Of course, we may think that the constitutional amendment process this time around might scale through easily because almost everybody, majority of the states, are all decamping to one party. So, which means we are almost going to see a one-party system, so that if this is the intention of Mr. President, who is the leader of the party that has the majority, chances are that his propositions will be easily adopted by the state legislators. But if political meanings are into these propositions, I hear about the reservation of seats for women.
For women, yes.
Yes. Now, while it will sound plausible, I have not seen, or we are yet to see, the breakdown of how will be enforced. Okay? What will be the ingredients that will enable those reservations being effectuated? Are we going to have in the law to say that in each of the states of the Federation, 3 seats must be reserved for women, and each political party or every political party must reserve 3 seats for women, so that head or tail, a woman must be there. Because politics is competitive. And we have seen how and why, some stakeholders are skimmed out.
All right.
And this is what happens to women. So it is not just saying that we want to reserve seats for women.
Absolutely.
But we must also put out, programs, plans of action to
putting out a plan of action. Yes. Now, this conversation goes deeper than, a 30 minutes conversation. We'll delve deeper into it, most definitely, during paper review. And we'd like for you to stay back. All right. That's just in about 10 minutes. We'll dive into the papers now, perusing the pages and talking about those headlines. So we'd like you to stay with us, but thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chima Williams, a lawyer, Executive Director, Environmental Defenders Network, and former Executive Director, Environmental Rights Action, Friends of the Earth, Nigeria. Thank you very much for your contribution. But do stay with us as we get into paper review in a short while. And also big thanks to Engineer Fimba Jegu. Unfortunately, no time to take your reaction to this one. But if you're very much with us, we'd like to take it during paper review as well. Engineer Fimba Jegu is Chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State. Member, Nigeria Society of Engineers and Public Affairs Analyst. And also, we've had veteran reporter and political affairs commentator, Dele Fanimo, with us in the studio. Well, he has been held down, and so he will be with us into paper review. But gentlemen, thank you for your contribution. And that's it on VOP this morning. Paper review comes up next with Chukuma and I. We'll be back here with you. Well, that's it on the show.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Joining us. Now, this is Paper Review, and we do have with us Dele Fanimo. Chukuma will introduce himself.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro.
Yes, of course. And I am Moses Humphrey. And Dele Fanimo is with us. He's a seasoned, he's a veteran reporter, very much, And we'll be starting off with a paper that he used to work with. So we'll start off with that. It wasn't planned. It just so happened. And also we have joining us virtually Chima Williams, lawyer, who will be joining the conversation from our Benin station. Well, Chima, I do hope that you're still with us. Well, we'll also be joined by engineer Fimba Ajegu, who will join the conversation as well. Now, let's dive into the papers. We have The Guardian. That's the paper I was talking about. Now, these are the stories from The Guardian newspaper. Dangote partners Honeywell International on refinery expansion. 1.4 MBPD 2028 target. All right. And then rising insecurity. This ties to one of the conversations we had this morning on insecurity. Rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians into severe hunger in 2026, which is just a few days, a few weeks away. Rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians. And we see what these headers, especially the killer headers, are doing with their cattle. We see them invade 12 women or 12 girls, because they are between the ages of 15 and 20, were kidnapped on their way to the farm. And, they had to use neighboring farm because theirs had been invaded. And we have this story coming up. 35 million Nigerians. Well, this is coming from the UN. Some people will say, oh, well, the UN is exaggerating the figures. But anyway, let's look at these figures and see the likelihood of this happening. 2026 is the year that this has been tied to. Rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians into severe hunger in 2026, United Nations warn. INEC vows crackdown on election rigging. Wike orders comprehensive security reinforcement across Abuja. Those are the window headlines. We'll start off with that, and then we'll go deeper into the bigger stories, the major stories in The Guardian and in other dailies, because I do have the Punch here, and also This Day newspaper is on our table, and Business Day as well. Well, we have Barrister Darlington and Gummo joining the conversation as well. Good morning to you. Now, let's, Jennifer Fanimo, please, I'd like for you to start off with this one. Rising insecurity, 35 million Nigerians. You think it's an exaggerated number, or you think it's something that we really should be concerned about, especially with what we see happening right now in the nation?
35 million Nigerians are under siege.
No, 35 million Nigerians are getting into hunger, severe hunger by 2026.
I don't really understand this figure, because the point is, are we sure that we are not more than that?
To get into hunger.
To get into hunger.
No, yeah, yes, that's
out of 250 something million. You see, the fact that you are in the
urban city. You don't think it's exaggerated. You think it's
no,
underrated.
No, it's not a matter of exaggeration.
You think it's under?
You see, you need to, it's under reported. You see, you need to see the fact that you eat what is available. You are underfed. If I paint the picture of what some people eat, you'll be shocked. We are not experiencing acute hunger in the south as much as in the north. You need to see the Almajiris. When they want to eat, it is the accumulation of various food items. Tuwo, shinkafa, eba, rice, okra, vegetable, egusi, muddled together.
That should be very nutritious.
I'm telling you. Look at.
That's not what I see. What I see is a muscle in a plate, a muscle scoop.
That's not the way they do it.
The Almajiris.
No. Yes.
They are eating diet too. The picture you have painted is one of like when Arabians eat. You know how they have in their living room.
Chukuma. You must have seen this firsthand.
Firsthand. Have you?
When you go to restaurant over there, and if you just turn and start discussing with the person beside you, it is assumed that you are okay. By the time you turn back to your food, it's no longer there.
Because somebody has
taken it because he feels the need for it. But what we are saying is the sight of that food now mixed together. Somebody who has food to eat will not want to touch that kind of food. That's one. Then two, these people, they could go for days without getting that kind of food that they require. So these are people that we're talking about, and they are more than 35 million.
Okay, I think to help our analysis of it, I think it's best I read a little into this story. Rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians into severe hunger in 2026. UN wants the rider to that. UNWFP, that's United Nations World Food Program, to run out of resources for emergency food. Nutrition aid in December. Now, this is just, a little into it. The United Nations World Food Program has warned that growing instability across northern Nigeria, including the surge in attacks, could push nearly 35 million people into severe food insecurity. during the 2026 lean season, which is the highest figure ever recorded in the country. Well, the warning followed the release of the latest CADA harmonized regional food security analysis that classifies the severity of hunger. The UN highlighted attacks by insurgent groups in Nigeria, including Jamatu Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin, an Al-Qaeda affiliate, is Islamic State in West Africa province, ISWAP, and its expansion across the Sahel, which intensified throughout 2025. Okay, so basically, this
now it's better situated now. We're talking about in the northern part of the country. That's what that story says. That nearly 35 million.
A lot of the food we consume.
You understand?
Comes from the
I think what the story is saying is that as a result of
insecurity
of this
insecurity, and that's what I'm saying. Because they no longer go to farms. You are not even comfortable.
No, but a lot of the food we consume down south
comes from the northern part of the country.
So it will also have a multiplier effect.
Yes,
on the south.
Of course, it will have but the purchasing power here is stronger than that of the north, and that's why the urge to bring it down south for maximum profit would always be there. You recall that even in the south here, you see heaps of banana, heaps of plantain. They will stack it, whereas the people in that particular environment, they are not even eating enough. But they prefer bringing it to Lagos, and at the end of the day, some will be
at that point it becomes a cash crop.
Yeah.
Yes, cash crop. It's gone beyond they will be dealing with subsistence.
Yes.
You know how to take care of
and
themselves.
then how do they even manage this subsistence farming when they are not sure of returning back home if they go to the farm?
I think the issue is bigger than what the picture that the UN has painted here. Because in 2023, we were told that we had 133 million Nigerians.
Below poverty level?
No, not even below poverty level. I'll come to poverty level. Multidimensionally poor. And you know, this impacts on security, education, health, and standard of living. You know, those are the four major indicators when you talk about multidimensional poverty. In 2024, we were told that by June this year, that 139 million Nigerians will face acute food shortage and hunger. So what is UN coming up with this 35 million?
Maybe there's an improvement.
Okay, there's an improvement.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe. So how did that happen? So that's why I have a problem. So when did UN get their own figure? And our own figure is coming from our own state-owned survey agency, the National Bureau of Statistics. So are they going to go against the government or go against itself? So the picture is larger. It's beyond the north. If you go to some of the rural communities and see abject poverty there, you will understand that the figure, I mean, it's a child's play. I'm not sure that UN has a correct handle, but it's coming from World Food Program. World Food Program is an agency of the United States, not United Nations. What they normally do, you know, is to offer humanitarian services to conflict-prone zones. So that could be the figure that they are working with. And that ties to your assumption that, look, it could be because of they collected data from the parts of the north where there is insecurity and insurgency, banditry, and all of that. But
like
realistically speaking,
like
the picture is
that's multiplier effect
on
the
south.
Now, that figure is based on some facts which you and I can relate to.
Okay.
They are saying that the nutritional need of people in IDP camp, but the people that need help, they may not be able to meet it. And that is where the poverty will set in. They may not be able to. Because you are talking on Nigeria. Remember, there are other parts of the world where this particular agency extend their hand of fellowship. And so it may not be enough to go around and meet the need of Nigeria. That's where they are coming from. So they have seen that at least 35 million people may be affected on that particular web. That particular web of need, these people may be affected because they can't meet it. They cannot be serving only you in Nigeria and leave Sudan, leave other parts of the world. No, it's not possible. That is where they are coming from. Now that you have had as a government, what are you supposed to do? You see, every time they will tell you this, they will raise this alarm, but the government will just treat it with levity. Look, when Benue started, I said, as the food market of Nigeria, government should not allow anything to happen there. That is how to be futuristic, visionary. The Switzerland, do you know why that place is hosting the capital of most agencies in the world, including UN? Because in part of the Second World War, the warring parties made sure that nothing happened to Switzerland. The place was safeguarded. This place was protected. And so when the war, they decided that everything they needed to put in their headquarters should be in Switzerland. Everything. Geneva. Whenever the Geneva Accord, all those, Switzerland, because that place was neutral during the war. That is what I expected Nigerian government to do. All this important area that is giving us food supply and all that. Make sure that these guys don't go there. But they didn't even bother. They didn't bother. Whenever they strike, you now see fire brigade approach. Somebody will tell her, we contacted them. But since they have your ears, you talk to them. Why not tell them, please, whatever you do, don't go near here. Please, my brother, is that not how to do something? Whatever you are doing, don't go near this place because of so and so. So that we don't come after you.
Should they even be allowed to go?
Based on what Bayonoga is telling us now, tell them that you don't go near them so that we will not come after you.
Okay, since we are negotiating.
Since they have your ears, you call them.
They have their contact.
Yes, you have that. They listen to you. They listen to you. You tell them that look, you can continue your business here and there, but you see these places. To avoid problem, don't go near there.
So have we come to the point that we are now delineating constituencies?
Well, that is bandits. Yes, now. Is that not where we are now? Since you go and talk to them, tell them don't go this way because of the problem that will come with it. Since they listen to you, Abi, because that's the impression Bayonoga have given us, and he didn't even know the implication of that statement. That you called them, you contacted them and said release this girl, and they
who even contacted them? DS.
You were asking me here who told me what. That look, Mr. Okoro, whenever government want to do something, it will be done by unknown person. But government have done it. Yes, whenever they want to do something, it will be done, but by unknown person. That's the truth. When you ask them, who told you to do that? But they have done it. Don't you see when DSL want to operate, they will cover their face. They will cover their face. And after the deal has been done, you still asking me, who did it?
No, did you see the person? I think you misunderstood me.
I did not.
I was asking you, who gave that instruction?
Leave that thing.
That was
it's the same thing now. When they want to do something, will they tell you?
Why are you going back to?
I'm just giving an example, because maybe you're just the journalist in you. But here we don't speculate. We tell you what is on ground, what was said.
But at that point, you refuse to tell.
I told you. It's just that you refuse to listen.
All right, let's stay with this. Let's stay with these stories. Okay, INEC vows crackdown on election rigging. That's on page 3 of the paper. Let's see if there are riders to it. Okay, no riders to it.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Somebody said that they should forgive him because Anambra was just very close to his appointment. So he didn't settle down to monitor what happened in Anambra. As they look at it, they have started giving excuses. You can see.
So why didn't they allow the person that had been there all along to conduct the Anambra?
Not even that. No excuse whatsoever. No excuse whatsoever. Your officials were on ground. They saw it. Which one be this one? They will not. Crack voting on ground to do what? Mr. Okoro?
But vote buying, or does it fall under the purview of INEC or the security agencies, like the police?
Under
to take care of.
INEC does not have power of enforcement.
Yes, they don't have.
They don't have power of enforcement.
No,
it
under
security agents.
Under the Electoral Act.
Agents are not close.
No. Under the Electoral Act, INEC is empowered to stop because it is within their jurisdiction.
When the agents cry out.
So what will INEC do at that point?
They would apprehend.
Not only they should cancel the election.
How many will you cancel?
Because of that infraction which they witness. That's what we are saying here. Where did they buy vote? Is it in homes? No. It happened under your purview. You are seeing
so when you cancel, how have you deterrent? It will not serve as deterrent. How have you solved
the important thing is if you are caught in the web of inducing people for vote.
Who does the catching?
It should be security agents now. INEC does not have power of arrest.
That was why they told INEC, bring these people who committed infractions.
Who bring them?
Who are hold on now. You remember when
the
they
party
fought?
agents will need to cry out first.
No, it is INEC, not agent. Not agent. No, somebody, because you are INEC, you're supposed to be neutral. You don't know who is what. You are not a party member. That's why the court told INEC, the former INEC chairman, bring these people who did all these things. Abi, you remember when it happened? But the man simply ignored it that it's just an office. It's not his name. And that's where the matter ended. But you are responsible. You were on seat when this thing happened. That is the truth. You know, when they went to make this law, they leave a lot of loopholes where you can hide.
Barrister, I'm happy that you have brought us to this point of loopholes because there are gray areas. Like Moses said, security agents are not allowed to be armed, and they have a certain way. They stay away from the polling units. So at what point will INEC now say, look, this person was caught, selling and buying?
Who caught him?
Who caught him? Is he the agent? Now the agent is the neutral person. The agent is partisan. The agent is partisan. So how can we measure his neutrality?
If the security agent did not compromise, there is no reason why anybody, any voter, will see police and still go ahead to induce voters.
Barrister, now you are speculating.
No, what are you talking about?
If he did not compromise, who told you that he compromised?
Then what was he doing when this was going on? What was he doing? He saw it now.
Barrister, do you know that there's a difference between an election observer and an election monitor?
What do you mean? Those ones are civilians. We are talking of security agencies.
No, I'm just asking.
Yes.
So the mandate of the security officer is what is his mandate at the polling unit?
To prevent such infractions.
No, to maintain peace and order.
Okay. And then do what?
I'm asking you.
The moment there is exchange of, that's why EFCC has to come in now. Why did the EFCC arrest 3 people in Anambra? Is it not because they saw them with the cash? They saw them with cash. Because when you see people marrying around, you don't know who is who.
So you see that it's the law, the whole thing. The whole thing is complicated.
It's muddled up because you people, when you want to make laws, you don't make it clear cut so that there is no ambiguity.
You people is
Barrister, you people, when did I become a member of the
MBA or INEC?
You people, including this reporter, they don't do things in a way that it will be very clear and very unambiguous for people.
Barrister, you just like to point fingers, accuse everybody else.
That finger will never come back to you.
Forgetting that you are a lawyer.
You are a lawyer.
It is your people.
When they want to fine-tune those laws.
Did I come and take case from your house? Are you not the one that brought
it? It is your people.
When they want to do constitutional amendment, not be you lawyers.
Did you see lawyer at the polling unit? Are you not the one who
don't need lawyer at the polling unit. Safeguard democracy by writing the right law.
Reporters and INEC finish with your fight. You now look for a lawyer to help you out.
No.
Let's go.
Craft a watertight law that will prevent vote buying. It is the responsibility of lawyers. I am not a lawyer. I don't know how to write
report with your bias. Report with
It is what you are doing that I will report.
You are not.
All right. Okay. Barrister is passing the buck here. Anyway, let's go to Benin, where we have another lawyer. Jima Williams. Welcome to the conversation. What are your thoughts on this one, this story?
Yeah, thank you so much.
INEC vows crackdown on election rigging. That's the story.
INEC has always vowed on crackdowns. But what have INEC done purposefully and intentionally to stop vote buying? The duty of INEC is not to make arrests, but the duty of INEC is to report.
Yes, yes.
So when you report to the relevant agencies or security agencies, they will execute their own mandate. So there is no ambiguity so much in the law because there is no law anywhere in this world that spells out everything in black and white and step by step. So this is where human functionality, comes in to either make a law a useful one or a law in the textbooks. When we are being trained, we are trained that there are two types of laws. There is a living law and there is a law that resides in the libraries, in the textbooks. Okay? And living laws are the laws that the people themselves align with. Want to be intentional and want to electoral fraud, vote buying, they have the mandate already encapsulated under the Electoral Act to ensure that it doesn't happen. So how will they ensure that it doesn't happen? Is by reporting. And there are also provisions on cancellation of, elections or votes. So if INEC will disqualify or cancel an election result that goes in favor of the vote buyer once, twice, then others will be very careful not to buy. Because we have, like in the Anambra case, we have videos circulating. It's just to investigate because people's faces were not covered. And these persons are traceable because INEC officials were also there involved and seeing things, and people calling on INEC officials see what is happening. Okay, so if we all work together and people are serious with their mandates, then we can now begin to enforce the laws. No law enforces itself. And a lawyer cannot go to court except there is a complaint made to him or her. So when my brothers and the studio attack my learned friends, it's not right. As a journalist who observes, who goes closer, because journalists have, direct passports to the electoral centers as essential service providers, just like the security officials. Okay? So if you witness and you do not write the report, you do not write the report of what
you want the journalists to now say, oh, yes, there's vote buying between this one and that one.
If a journalist saw vote buying exercise going on,
and then what?
He or she is doing a disservice to the nation. I will tell you an instance of
and we've seen journalists. I don't know. You people just want journalists to spill their blood.
I'm telling you,
journalists have reported vote buying at different elections. So what else do you want from the
for the journalists to go and arrest the seller or the buyer?
No, not sir. This is where I'm saying that we all must work together and be intentional. So if journalists have reported and INEC is telling us that they are going to crack down on vote buyers, when the ones that have been reported, no action have been taken by INEC, does it not, conclude to us that it's just a frivolous, gallery dancing statement?
All right. Okay, thank you.
That shouldn't be taken serious. Nigerians have the power to protect their votes when they vote and to ensure the credibility. And of course, INEC, most of the times, even when citizens have protected their votes, INEC thwarts the will of the people by doing their own thing. And I think it is high time that Nigerians begin to call out these INEC officials and then hold them accountable. In whatever means and in whatever way
elections, we saw,
Nigerians deem necessary
list of INEC officials
to do that.
That oversaw some of those elections where there were infractions. Their list, their names came out, but it's the journalists will just put out the information. It's up to the executive arm to take action. But anyway, it's okay, Barrister. I know you disagree.
Our politicians will be afraid of.
The press is active.
They are not, seriously.
We are informing you.
They are
Our job is to inform.
They are especially Lagos Ibadan press, they are compromised.
Barrister,
they don't report this as it should be.
Inform,
they don't.
educate.
It was the press that blew up Watergate in America and brought down.
It was the press that blew up Dazuki Gate.
It was the same press that blew up the coup.
The coup,
yes. What is it that the press doesn't
do? You are calling out other press. You uncle. Why not do undercover?
Are we not talking about the press? Why you
not do undercover?
Okay.
What you say you? What do you mean?
Why are you not operating watertight law? Why are you not?
Let me hear.
Anyway,
if you people, you are not bringing the real issues up.
Let's not make this
to protect yourself.
You craft laws and put loopholes there. You lawyer.
Bring it out. Bring it out in the.
We're talking about INEC and its laws. I don't understand what Barrister Agumo is
pointing fingers
at the press.
That the press are not doing enough.
No, he has a grasp
because we asked him this morning.
You are not doing enough.
Because we asked him this morning to specify where he got an information from. That's it. I get it now.
Instead of you to call me somewhere and say, my brother, I heard what you said. Come, I'm interested.
All right.
You now do something. Do something. I'll not tell you the info.
We'll bribe you.
What do you mean by do something?
Anything at all.
Anyway, like the 300 million naira.
Yes, how you do your job is not my concern.
Barrister, I put it to you like a corrupt lawyer.
Yes.
Very corrupt lawyer. Very corrupt. I concur.
When I say you do something,
second that motion. I second that motion.
Let's look at other headlines here. Let's talk about insecurity. Because on a very serious note, it's bedeviling Nigeria. Now let's look at the different reports here. The Guardian says insecurity triggers rare APC dissent in reps amid fresh Kwara Kano attacks. Let me see. There should be riders to that one. So I'll take this. Now, these are the riders, quite a lot of them, gentlemen. And I'd like our viewers to pay attention. Doguwa calls for shutdown of National Assembly over worsening crisis. 24 Kebbi girls regain freedom as kidnappers seize 18 in Kwara, Kano. Tinubu orders 24-hour aerial cordon on Kwara, Kebbi, Niger Forest. Amotekun mounts surveillance on Ondo border towns. Schools. IGP calls for united action. Visits Niger over abducted students. Kogi police dismiss social media alert on planned bandit attack. Human Rights Watch faults government's response to rising school kidnappings. How security operatives freed 38 Kwara church worshippers. Now, those are the riders. When you look at the Punch says, kidnapping spree escalates as FG negotiates hostages' freedom. 18 mothers, children, others abducted in fresh Kano Kwara raids. Kebbi girls freed. FG defends negotiation with bandits. All right? And then you flip the pages again. You go to this day. This day says, all 24 Kebbi schoolgirls freed. Tinubu elated. Says he is relieved. Orders 24-hour aerial surveillance of Kebbi, Kwara, Niger. Charges security agencies to rescue others in captivity. Military, DSS put pressure on bandits to free 38 Eruku worshippers, says Ononuga. IGP seeks collaboration to surmount insecurity across Nigeria. Assembly says Niger under siege. And then, if you, Nigerian Tribune also has the headline, Tinubu orders area surveillance of Kwara, Niger Kebbi forest. Again, bandits attack Kwara community, abduct 11 residents. State government sets up Safer Kwara Security Committee to curtail breaches. 10 kidnapped in Kanu border communities. Amotekun commences patrol of boarding schools in Ondo. 24 kidnapped Kebbi schoolgirls regain freedom. Now, these are the headlines. I mean, it's on the cover page. It's the major story on all the papers this morning, especially those we have before us. Gentlemen.
This is terrible. This is terrible when Nigerians are now discussing insecurity on daily basis without no abatement. Why is it that whenever a president is being sworn in, he will swear to protect life and property? That is the first thing. The first thing. Please, when such a president has failed in this duty, what else is left? No, tell me, what else is left? And so we are in a situation whereby instead of things getting better, it's getting worse because the leadership of this country are not serious. Rather, you see
the president cut short his trip.
Sorry?
South Africa.
He cut short his trip to
No,
the
no,
G20. He oversaw the security works. And personally, yes.
I don't think so.
That's the statement.
I don't think so.
And then we saw the release. Don't you think this president should be commended?
The president have not done so well since he came into office. He should have started firing from all cylinders.
Okay, Barrister, you said something. He has not done so well. So he has done well.
So what?
He has done well.
He has not done well.
Okay. So is that what so well?
He shouldn't have. I wanted to cut him some flag, but
in the area of insecurity.
But I realized that nothing tangible can be credited to him. Yes, I realized that. I wanted to cut him a flag, but when I realized that nothing tangible. Do you need an American government to come and tell you what to do? That's where he lost the credit I wanted to give
in the area of insecurity.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need the American government to come and tell you what to do? Remember that all this thing, look, if America had not done what they did, Tinubu would have traveled to South Africa. Quote me. He would have done that.
But Barrister, we see an upsurge in these kidnaps. One in Kwara, another in Kano, another in Kebbi.
And still counting.
Yeah, still counting.
Have you seen have tomorrow come? Tomorrow have not come. I hope.
And so does it make a difference that he didn't go to South Africa?
But I mean, Moses brought it in. I don't know why he did that. All the other ones, he was traveling and when things were happening here. He didn't talk about it.
You don't know why I did that? Now, it's to tell you that he oversaw the release of the schoolgirls.
He didn't.
You don't think that's something that he should be credited for?
More people are in terrorist den.
It's one after the other, isn't it?
Toby Bello is still holding court somewhere, and people are still in his captivity. So what are you saying?
I'm worried because of the isolation of certain states that are benefiting from area coverage, area surveillance. What that tells me is that if 3 states are isolated and these bandits already know that the attention of the government is
they will move to others.
They will move to others. How much of protection do you have for the others?
We have satellite coverage. I think we partnered China to use their own satellites.
Government will not allow it.
I think ours.
Mr. Moses.
Our own
we even have
our own satellite orbit.
It collapsed.
Don't
crash.
Two of them.
There was a time they came to incinerate the forest with sleeping whatever, and they were wearing masks to go in. But at the time they now saw the bandits and the terrorists wearing the same mask, and the people asked themselves, "Who told them that we are coming with masks?"
Now, when you talk
and who
about
gave them the mask they are wearing?
This now points to the said collaboration between Nigeria and America. You think there will be any meaningful collaboration?
That will be the condition that there should be no sabotage. That's the truth. American government with the experience, they will tell Nigerian government there should be no sabotage. But do you think it will hold water? Because the terrorists are already with the military. Those you rehabilitated, they are there with the military.
And apart from that, there are sympathizers of this terrorists
of course,
in the military.
Of course. Even outside the military. And who are the know of what is going on? The moment you open your mouth like this, they have collected it and phone call will start going here and there. Remember when Pantami told us that with this NIM, that banditry, terrorism has stopped because we are going to locate them whenever they make call. Did he end it here? Mr. Mosi, you saw what people suffered under COVID-19 to go and get that thing. At the end of the day, it was a useless venture. Useless venture. In fact, it even became worse during that period. Terrorists are making calls, telling loved ones of the kidnapped individuals, calling them on phone. And nobody can. Even when they trace them, what will you do? What will you do when they are holding meeting with the federal government?
Funny enough, even when you arrest, before you leave the station, the person
they are following you
already out of the station.
They are behind you.
You can so when we are aware of all this, what are you not saying?
Apart from being a security
what are you saying?
issue, it's also a political issue. It's also a political issue.
It's even more political.
It's even more political because that is where it takes its roots. And I keep asking, why is it that from president to president, at least at last count, the past two, Buhari and Tinubu, have not been able to match this thing force for force. And when Jonathan tried to do it, there was a pushback and he buckled.
Of
Why
course.
did Jonathan buckle?
Of course.
Can you imagine a certain section of the country pressuring the head of the president to remove the chief of army staff?
Can you imagine?
And he buckled.
That's why they term him as being weak.
Can you imagine?
Being weak.
And the same people are not complaining about insecurity. Nah, that is there.
And now the same people came out to say, look, President Tinubu, you need to rejig the security architecture, the service chiefs, you need to remove them. The president, blocked his ears. But when there was a scare about, him being taken out and all of that, he had to do that. So there's a lot of politics in all of this. And now, until we have somebody, I keep going back to that word, political will. Where do they sell that political will so that we can go buy it?
It can be somebody who is a visionary, who is intentional.
Everybody has a vision. It depends on where your vision is aligned to.
A patriotic leader cannot tolerate this. A patriotic Nigerian president will rather die than to watch this thing go on. I'm not joking. Because that's what he swore to do.
But Barrister, how do we define patriotism? When we say patriotism, a patriotic leader that says, oh, okay, I don't want trouble because I believe in the indissolubility of this country, I don't want anything to happen to the unity of this country. Is that patriotism? Meanwhile, on the other side, things are going bad.
If you say it, then do it. Not a situation where foreign terrorists will enter your country and take one piece of land that belongs to Nigeria. These people are not from here. That is even the most annoying thing, Mr. Okoro. Are you not getting it? A president should be annoyed that a part of the territory of Nigeria have been taken over by foreign terrorists. These people in Benue and Plateau, if they have a home somewhere, will they leave their home and come here to occupy our land? Is that not insulting enough? Is that not embarrassing enough? Why are they occupying those and the owners of the land are in IDP camp? These are issues.
Well, let's get the contribution of our virtual guest who's joining us from Benin, Chima Williams, lawyer, barrister. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. The discussion is a lively one, and I quite appreciate, the passion and the heat in the studio. Now, the issue is simply this. It is more political than security issue. Because now they are using, let's look at what is happening now, what is playing out now. Was scared, and Mr. President showed his energy and his power and mastery of how to use his power by sacking all service chiefs in one fell swoop, sacked all of them. Why will Mr. President not bring such passion in tackling the security menace that is threatening the unity of this country? Because there are no two ways about it.
Maybe there's a bigger cabal.
If people cannot be safe. Now let's go back to what our revered octogenarian General T.Y. Danjuma once said that Nigerians should provide protection for themselves and yourselves. If we get to that level where I have to go and buy my own gun, barrister will have to go buy his own gun, journalist Okoro, everybody. Who is safe?
That's anarchy.
Now, do we still have a country in such a scenario?
At all.
We don't. And I know there is something that I know that the Nigerian military is among the best in the world that can snuff out any idiot that is a bandit anywhere they are hiding if they are given the right motivation. And because those motivations are not coming from the political class, this is why we are where we are. And one will expect that Mr. President, with his ability and strength of willpower, for those that knows him, knows that Mr. President is one person that can, once he is determined to do something, he will do it to its logical conclusion. Just the same way he pronounced that subsidy is gone. Why not pronounce that insecurity is gone? And then match it with the enabling, action to encourage our security officials to do the best that they are known for. But of course, you see, insecurity, so long as it continues to be a business that enables political actors to get hold of political power, we can continue to cry, and insecurity will continue to grow. There is no cabal that is on this that cannot be dismantled. There's no such cabal in the world. Okay? So, but it has to do with just one man standing out and saying, follow me. Not saying to the gallery that the schoolgirls were released, Mr. President is finding himself that he has done well. Here. The same day that they were released, some other people were kidnapped. Every single life in this country is important. And this is where nations compare with each other. Can you kill an American army general?
All right.
And then somebody will still be alive to talk about what happened the following day.
I wonder.
Or a Chinese army general. Even within our African soil. Okay? But here, it has happened and nothing is done. That shows the level of decay that we have gotten into in the quest for security redemption.
All right.
They are being selective. They are being selective because I know when such a general were killed somewhere, you and I saw what happened. Is that not true? The community have not recovered from that incident up till now. But where they killed this brigadier general, the people are still moving around. In fact, the terrorists are still within that vicinity. They are still there.
All right then. Well, this is where we have to wrap it up on today's paper review. Looking at, those saying Nigerian soldiers, yes, Nigerian soldiers are some of the best in the world, but then out of what we have in the past 4 years or thereabouts, over 1,000 have resigned willingly. Over 1,000 soldiers have resigned, and some others have absconded. Some others have died. So do we still have the numbers? Now, the military has been infiltrated. So can you still say they are one of the best in Africa?
I got that before, maybe property.
Oh, well. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you for your contribution. Big thanks to you as well, Barrister Chima Williams. And thank you also, Daily Fanimo reporter, the veteran reporter. And, Chukwuma Okoro says I should thank him as well. He's
I hope he's not an
analyst. No, he's also an analyst on this program. So, yes, thank you very much, Chukwuma Okoro. But he'll be back here later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Promises to be another insightful, educative experience, one you don't want to miss. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. Wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
To sky-high secrets, we're diving deep where most dare not to look.
Obviously, I've got a story that'll blow your mind. In the streets of Sao Paulo, where the samba rhythm meets passion of football, a young boy named Esteval was born to shine. Growing up on the street, he was fueled by hunger, driven by determination, and aimed at what he loves to do well, and that's football. And then determination has earned him a very big one with the ball at his feet. His name is Esteval. Not so bad if you call him Esteval. Fast forward from how it goes on this time around. You want to know about Esteval? Fast forward to the biggest stage of them all, the FIFA Club World Cup. Esteval, the young Brazilian sensation, joined Chelsea from Palmeiras, and that's about Esteval, and has been turning heads left and right. His skills, his speed, and everything about Esteval is just amazing. But we tell them more about Esteval when we return from this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Yeah, just want to believe that when we're done, you have to understand how much this story will blow your mind. About a boy, you could call him a kid. If you call him a kid, you would not be wrong. But we tell you, in the street of Sao Paulo, where the samba rhythm meets passion of football, a young boy named Esteval was born to take the world at his feet. He's the man we should be talking about now. Growing up on the street, he was rather fueled by hunger, driven by determination, and armed with all of the balls at his feet. At this point in time, fast forward to the biggest stage of them all, the FIFA World Club Cup. Esteval, the young Brazilian sensation, joined Chelsea from Palmeiras and has been turning heads left and right. His skill to speed, his determination, his precision, it's been like he's been here for years. But then, the moment of truth came. Esteval steps up, takes rhythm, and unleashes the rocket. And the crowd goes wild as he's called an absolute cracker, leaving the world at awe. Barcelona, beware, this young boy, this young lad is here to stay. But I must say this, I know you know he's got a big future ahead of him, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a fan of Esteval. You've got the world at your feet, and I must say he has to just hold on tight, stay focused, and possibly the sky will not be your limit, but you could say rather he's stepping stone. Chelsea fans, get ready to witness greatness. The street of Sao Paulo have produced another gem, and the world is about to witness the rise of Esteval. Look at your screen. Only 3 teenagers have scored in each of their first 3 Champions League starts. Kylian Mbappe, 18 years, 113 days. Erling Braut Haaland has got 19 years, 107 days. And just yesterday, that young man emerged out there, and it's about 18 years, 215 days. What a talent. What a player. He's got stardust on his boat. Incredible Esteval, I call him. But on the show today, I have a man who will be talking this through with me. But if you missed out yesterday, let's let you know how it went out. Chelsea winger Esteval Willian outshone fellow teenager superstar as well, Lamine Yamal, in a sensational training home win against 10-man Barcelona in the Champions League. Esteval is 18. He scored a stunning second-half goal after Barca went down to 10 men. Skipper Ronald Rojo sent off for a second booking just before the break. By then, the hosts had taken the lead through an own goal by Barcelona defender Jules Koundé, with substitute Liam Delap also completing and scoring and ending an 11-game drought with his first goal of the season. As if that was not enough, yet Esteval stole the limelight from visiting Yamal, also 18, in a contest between arguably the world's best teenage attackers at the moment. And you haven't just screen, that's how he sent it high, and not even Garcia could have stopped that one. But the headline moment again came when the Brazilian, the international star, skipped past Pau Kabasi, held off Alejandro Balde, and powered the shot past goalkeeper Jan took a boundary and Garcia, while Yamal was then substituted in the 80th minute to cheer up from the crowd, the home crowd, better word. 2 minutes later, manager Enzo Maresca took Esteval off to a standing ovation. This after Esteval provided the highlight of a memorable night at Stamford Bridge. For Chelsea's side, Palmer was missing through the toe injury. Now, you could say groin, it's more toe to groin. But Chelsea deserved their lead. Early lead with a clever short corner routine involving Esteval, Alejandro Garnacho, Marco Correa, which ended when Neto flicked, ricocheted off Koundé into the net and what we call a 1-0. But Enzo Fernandez earlier had 2 set pieces. His goal ruled out for offside, while Rhys James forced 2 saves, in that very game, from long-range effort from Neto, blazing over that also. And then Barcelona squandered their best chance of the first half when former Manchester City forward Ferran Torres put a close-range effort wide before being replaced at halftime by Manchester City loanee Marcus Rashford. I love what I saw yesterday, but Barcelona were not the better side. Yet Rashford couldn't turn tide with his solo run and finish, and then Liam Delap also added a third with a side-footed strike after Fernandes broke the offside trap and squandered the pass into the box. Victory lifted Chelsea into the top 8 of the 36 team, took about a league phase, meaning they would be avoiding, or possibly they would avoid, an extra playoff round in February if they keep their position with 3 further matches yet to be played. Analysis says, are Chelsea better than what people think? Now, this is quite confident, or you could say quite confident at this point in time for Chelsea this season. Look at the head-to-head. The games in the century between Chelsea and Barcelona you have on your screen. Not since now, injured defender Liverpool said that Chelsea could win either the Champions League or the Premier League after the Club World Cup. And at this point in time, has anyone at Stamford Bridge publicly hyped their chances of a major silverware? It's a lot to be talked about on the show. But you know, let's say it right, the entire point of the heavy investment in the Chelsea squad, they've spent like more than 1.5 billion euros over 3 seasons, a bit offset by substantial player sales, and they are a great team to watch. They've clinched on every major trophies, and the project is known as Blue Co. And it's been led by American consortium featuring third party and also private quality and equity in the person of Clay Capital. And this has now matured to featuring young players capable of reaching the world-class level. And also there are signs that something good is really happening out there for Chelsea, because Moise Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, steering the midfield, and then Cucurella, who happened to be like the man of the match for me, among one of the best left back in the world. So for Esteval, I must say congratulations to that very young kid. But what's next? Arsenal, they may be the favorite for the title, but on this form, it will be fascinating to see whether Chelsea can put themselves back into the conversation on that very road. Just maybe it works that way, but we'll give you the talks on all of those things. But with me, DK Martina is here on the show to talk this through. Esteval, I love Esteval. Maybe Kizzy Esteval, go now. I like him very well. Good morning, DK, great to have you.
Good morning, always a pleasure to be here.
Chelsea fan?
Yes.
Well expected results?
Not well expected, but...
Surprise margin?
Surprise margin, exactly.
Okay.
We expected Barcelona to put up a good fight, but unfortunately, the tide turned. The Chelsea players, with the mentality they came into that game was totally different. They started with good momentum and they got the results they were gunning for.
Yeah, so you're being a Chelsea fan. Let's go straight to this one now. First time in 53 games that Barcelona have failed to score. They've always scored. They've always conceded as well. But this was the first time yesterday at night when we saw Chelsea demolishing them with that result at Stamford Bridge. And then 53 games, they've gone on to score. And yesterday, what was it that Maresca had to put in place to stop that line from them conceding? For Chelsea, good record. Three games now, they've not conceded.
That's the point I wanted to make. Chelsea, aside from yesterday particularly, Chelsea, the tradition, Chelsea is a defensive-oriented team. Kind of, they pay attention to defense as compared to Barcelona. Barcelona is more offensive-oriented.
Right.
They would score 5 goals, you score them 2, they win 5-2. But Chelsea, they can keep a clean sheet when they want to, consecutively. So I wouldn't just judge Chelsea based on yesterday's game as a different game entirely. Chelsea will play against Arsenal on Sunday and still keep a clean sheet. But that defensive mindedness is a tradition that Chelsea has cultivated starting not even before Mourinho, but I think Mourinho built it up and they continued with it. So Chelsea is the defensive side and they came out gun blazing. The mentality they came out yesterday, it paid off.
Yeah, it was more like the style they played against the Paris Saint-Germain at the FIFA Club World Cup. But yesterday we observed, truth be told, you should talk about this. There are just 2 of them now, 18 years old in the world right now. Any comparison? I think I have a response to this, but Lamine Yamal, Esteval, should we be talking about comparing these guys?
Yes, why not? You can compare both of them. When you talk about talent level, you need to draw the lines for accomplishment. It's obvious. Lamine Yamal is quite ahead from his debut at Barcelona. And last year, he finished as runner-up for the Ballon d'Or. So he's quite accomplished as compared to Esteval. But when you talk about talent level, they both have a great future ahead of them. I believe Esteval has a lot to show the world. So he's talented. Obviously, we've seen from the past couple of games his performance, and we know that there's a lot more to be shown.
Right. So I think, I can go with you on that, but I quickly need to analyze this so people might be wondering. We should be telling people the truth or what it is. Maybe there's no comparison for me if you ask me. That's your opinion anyways, but my point is valid. I would just say this is me holding so strong. Esteval, good player, quality, he's got talent. We know he's 18. Lamine is 18. But I'm just talking about the man who rose to stardom at the age of 16. I knew more of Lamine at 16. At 17, he's winning the Euros. and now he's 18. He's got a world totally at his feet as well. But if you say you want to compare both, maybe for talent-wise, I think that works.
Yes, talent-wise.
But we should not take away.
Like I said, when you talk about accomplishment, you give it to
trophy-wise, high level, especially on the game as well. How much is on the game?
Accolades, everything. Yama has it. But when you're talking about talent level, and we have to give it to Estavo because this is the first time, no disrespect to his former club, he's playing in a top club.
Right.
So we're yet to see him prove himself. Compared, no disrespect to his former club, but Lamine Yamal started with Barcelona.
Right.
It's quite different.
Yeah.
So let's give it
from
to
Palmeiras,
Palmeiras, yeah.
A boy
No
from Sao
disrespect to
Paulo.
them, yeah.
But let's talk about 18 years old Enzo Maresca really doing so well on Estevao. I must say, he needs that man management. He needs to just own his game. He needs to be out there. A lot of pressure.
Yeah.
They call him Messino at Palmeiras. You know, some people liken him to Messi because he's got that talent. But what is it that fades off in a young man like 18 at this point in time, and later we don't see them get to that level that we are, anticipating for? And Lamine now, you're saying he's playing a lot of games, and he's been complaining about game-wise, the physiotherapy is not really giving him the major treatment that he needs. So how does an 18-year-old, who is currently 18, that's the word, maintain that momentum, the intensity, and still be out there to rule out football?
In one word, discipline. In another one, I would say commitment. Discipline and commitment to the game. You have to be disciplined and committed to the game. In another word, I would say obsession. You see the likes of Messi and Ronaldo then, they were obsessed with the game, the rivalry too. That was another thing that helped them. So they always wanted to be at the top, always. So they stayed consistent every day, every season. You're sure of getting 40 goals or more from both of them.
Right.
So I think Lamine Yamal, he's talented. Obviously, everybody says, but he needs to be more committed to the game. I cannot say about his discipline level, but I think he should commit more to the game, work harder. If he stays at the sky is starting point, he's going to even outshine some of the greats because the talent is there. We can see it obviously. Same with my
Estevao. You're a Chelsea fan, but Estevao at Chelsea, can Chelsea give him what he deserves? If he wants to, Brazilians love to win the Ballon d'Or, and most of them, if not all, succeed. I think no Brazilian has won something Ballon d'Or from the Premier League. I think most times Spanish League, basically Madrid, Barcelona. Estevao in Chelsea, can he win the Ballon d'Or? I'm just saying.
It's possible. It's different. Now, Ronaldo won his first Ballon d'Or
before Rodri as well. But I'm talking about the team Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea can. Why not? Chelsea is a totally different team compared to the Chelsea of before. The new owner Todd Bodley.
Yeah,
you can see the pattern is totally different. The Chelsea should be the youngest team.
They are the youngest team in the Champions League,
so
right?
There's that exponential growth. There's a different pattern altogether. So if it's this new Chelsea structure and formation, I think he could win the Ballon d'Or with Chelsea.
Okay, so he could win the Ballon d'Or, but let's take it to the next phase and talk about Lamine. Yesterday, his game wasn't really decent. He never had a very fantastic game. He was booed out when he was leaving the pitch, and not good to see from just player is 18. I think there's a lot of pressure on Lamine. But we look into the part. Cucurella stole the show. Cucurella stood out here, and he knows this is my teammate who play at the World Cup, and then he took it personal. What is that thing that Cucurella did? I love Cucurella. I said it. I will go with the Cucurella before you give me Nuno Mendes. No disrespect. No, I prefer that's me. Go wise, his scores. You beat him, he's back again. He's very, very quality. But I know Nuno is okay. But Lamine Yamal found it very difficult to pass Cucurella, and he was more like a stunning block. People said on social media, on X, he was trending out yesterday. Cucurella is going to see it from Lamine, and they know themselves very well. So national teammates, De La Fuente was seeing that game as well. And what was that thing Cucurella did to stop Lamine?
It was excellent.
Excellent, that's the word.
More power to his elbows, man. He did great. And to stop players like that, talented players like that, to limit him, almost, we didn't really even see Lamine normally know he will impose himself on the game. You know that Lamine did a good job. And he also contributed offensively. Sometimes you're limited to just staying at the defense because you're defending players of that caliber. But he wasn't afraid to also contribute at the offensive end of they have. some people yesterday were talking about the red card, how it affected the game.
Barca, yeah.
Chelsea came out gone blazing, and even before the red card, they were 1 goal ahead. They missed a couple of chances, some disallowed goals. So I don't think the red card actually determined Chelsea winning. Maybe it would have just the margin, it would have affected the margin. Maybe the game would have ended maybe just 2 or 1-0, but the margin extended 3-0. But kudos Kukurea, he did a marvelous, great job. Like you said, one of the best left fullback in football right now.
So
I don't think it was that personal, but their teammates.
No, when I mean personal, we could say it. It was clear.
Yeah,
he knew Lamine can go past him in seconds.
Yeah.
So the message was clear. Let's even give it to Maresca yesterday because of the game, the way he started. He played a game that he knows that we don't need to play number 9 against a Barca who likes to do the highline game.
Yeah.
So let's play those guys who are very pacey. The message was clear. No number 9. Throw them in. The 3 of them just up front. You have Alejandro Garnacho on the left side, Esteban from the right, Pedro Neto playing as a false 9. So there's no number 9 that will stay with Josconde or Pau Kubasi because this side like the highline game. But the power and the pace. So it wasn't working. As Flick was saying yesterday after the game, he said, we tried to do it, but it wasn't working. And Araujo has been rusty for me. We saw him at the qualifier, I think in USA. He had a very shambolic game for Uruguay against USA. So looking at how they got it yesterday, we should give Maresca a lot of credit.
Yes, give Maresca.
Goso got a yellow card, and they got him off later on and brought in Andre Santos. So it was a measured game. Kukurea wasn't coming like he used to advance.
Yes.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Because of where the red card came, he had the space. So we should give credit to Maresca, but no Pedri.
Barcelona, yes, like you said, okay, you just said it, that Pedri, they really miss Pedri at the midfield. Pedri gives them that balance and control. They made a lot of
errors,
turnovers, like mistakes in the midfield from the press. Chelsea piled up some kind of pressure, high press. With Pedri, they would have had a lot better balance with Pedri in midfield.
So Pedri's allowed. Okay, let's keep
but
that.
That's not an excuse.
That's not an excuse. But the Champions League continues today. But we have this one before we get to the results of the game that was played in the match day 5. Opta is always talking. Opta is saying Arsenal, Bayern Munich will be winning the Champions League. True or false?
That's obvious. Now the numbers, if you go by the numbers, the favourites, it favors Arsenal. And
how? Why is it so? Because they're playing well. Okay.
They have the
Bayern Munich has always been in contention for every Champions League.
The Champions League and also their domestic leagues.
Right.
They're the top. Arsenal is the top. So they're giving good. If you go by the numbers, defensively, offensively, their winning streaks or whatever, those are the top 2 teams currently in European football. So anybody, you should tell anybody to guess now, they will say Arsenal, Bayern Munich. So I'm not surprised by his submission, but it's football. Football is unpredictable. You cannot say exactly that this is the team that's going to win. Last season, at the group stage, PSG, what was their position?
They didn't make it out so strong, but they won
exactly. And later they won. So it could be Chelsea, it could be Madrid, it could be any other team, it could be Barcelona. So let's leave it open. But if you go by the numbers, you always say Arsenal or Bayern Munich.
Okay, so let's talk about the games for yesterday. Yes, but before we move to the next phase. Match day 5. Other result of the game that we saw in the Champions League, Ajax Amsterdam. We did say that Ajax losing at home to Benfica. Mourinho, his side stole the show. You have on your screen Galatasaray lost to USG Union side. And then Bodo Glimt, the surprising game yesterday, Bodo Glimt 2, Juventus 3. How did he go from there? That's what Big Sad do. And Dortmund yesterday, 4-0 against Villarreal. Good result, well anticipated. We did see that. But Chelsea, we talked about Chelsea, 3-0 to Barcelona. Man City, this is the big one. I'll skip it for now. I'll come back to it, sorry. Napoli 2-0 to Karabakh, well expected. Marseille, Aubameyang, we should talk about Aubameyang as well. Slavia Prague 0-0 to Ernesto Valverde's team. But let's talk about City. And we have the City lineup yesterday, which will show you, so you can see and say 10 players out of that squad that played in the Premier League against Newcastle. Now you have this Trafford on the goalpost. Kosanov, Stones, Ake, Ait Nuri, Rangers, Tijani. Nico Gonzalez is the only player who was involved in that very start. Rico Lewis, Bob, Omar Mamouche, and also Savinio, better word, that's the name. Now look at the squad. What is the excuse? Pep Guardiola said something this morning. He said, I was too nice. This result is bad. 2-0. This is the first time he's lost a German team since he took over.
Man City. I don't care whatever Pep has to say. This is a game you are supposed to win. You need that 3 points in the bag. The Champions League is important. You rotated players because you assessed the other team. It's still responsibility, but you assess the other team, or you are overconfident. Well, I don't know. The responsibility is on Pep Guardiola. Losing the game and giving us these excuses that you're too, it doesn't make
it doesn't hold water.
It doesn't hold water, please. You should get this game 3 points. But this is AK Stones. All these are players that we know that they are high caliber players.
Yeah.
They should give us the result.
Right.
They should win. Even at worst, they made a mistake. Maybe it would have ended in a draw. But not losing to
Bayer Leverkusen, a side that we're not really looking out so good. But today continues again the Champions League fixtures, match day 5. A lot of encounters will be happening. But I think the star match for today would be Arsenal at the Emirates playing against Bayern Munich. And it will be a game for Eze and Olise, ex-teammates, now different club side. They will be trading tackle. But Arsenal, Bayern Munich, well, dicey game. What's up for you would carry the day?
Great game. I think Bayern's at home. No, Arsenal is at home
right.
to Bayern Munich. I think I see that game as a draw or a win to Arsenal.
Oh, Arsenal has a win or a draw?
Win or a draw.
Not to Bayern?
Not to Bayern.
Why? Why are you saying that?
Arsenal have shown great form of recent as well as Bayern. But I'm giving them the edge, the home advantage. That's just it. So I'm saying a draw or a win to Arsenal.
Let me remind you about Harry Kane's record. I don't know if it holds water for you. Harry Kane will be involved in this one, and he scored Arsenal. He has a record, and he said on the media, "This is not about me. It's not personal. It's a team. This is Bayern Munich." And also, Vincent Kompany said he respects Arteta a lot, and he said it's a philosophy of Arteta that's put them this way, how far they've come. But if you look at that game today, you would understand that Arsenal knows it will give them a high momentum. If they do win today, knowing fully well what will be happening about the weekend, we'll see first two, Chelsea and Arsenal. But for Bayern Munich, do they have anything to lose? Of course, yes, the record in Europe, they want to keep it at bay. But on Arsenal side and Bayern Munich side, who should be most feared player-wise?
I think I'll give it to Arsenal. But Bayern Munich, they're doing great. Company is doing a great job. You know, they at the beginning of the season, they had like 14 or 15 games winning streak without, and they kept some clean sheets. They're doing great. But Arsenal, they're playing like a team that has a chip on their shoulder. They need a trophy this season. Either they're going to win the Champions League or they're going to win the Premiership. From the numbers now, they're 6 points clear of Chelsea in the Premiership, which I see Chelsea cutting off that 6 points on Sunday. Either ends at a draw or Chelsea wins that game. But they know they need to show their fans and that they're serious with the Champions League and the Premiership. Some of their fans say they don't even care. I heard some of them say they don't even care about the Premiership. That Arsenal needs to win the Champions League this year because they need a European trophy in their cabinet. But all being said, this game, like you said, is still the group stage. It's just the fight for the top.
Right.
So most of the clubs, they might not, Bayern Munich might not. They'll win it. They'll need to win because
they will need to win.
They will need to win because they want to still assert their dominance in Europe.
Okay.
So it's going to be a cracker. But I see Arsenal. I give them slight edge, just 55.
It doesn't sound. You don't sound so strong for Arsenal. You know they are good.
They're good, but it's Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich is not just
that. It's not right over a big side.
Munich, yes.
Okay, so before we talk about the games that were played today, let's quickly check into Aubameyang. Not long we told you he scored up to 400 goals in his career. Aguero said you didn't even get to that phase. A Gabonese that we should be talking about, a world-class striker. He's played the game to a high level. That's Aubameyang. He's told the show yesterday how he did it. I don't even know. 2 goals in space of 5 minutes. He's a Gabonese. We're talking about this man. Played for Dortmund, played for Chelsea. He did the Arsenal move. We're talking about Barcelona. He's played the game. I mean, he's literally ruled the football world. What is it they did to get it right against Newcastle at home? State Velodrome.
He's a great and brilliant striker. This is the kind of striker you don't make any mistake around him. Because if you make any mistake, you'll be punished. Like, I remember he was one of the players we talked about when Nigeria was going to play against Gabon. Then thank God our defense did a great job. Because if you make a mistake with this kind of clinical striker, you need to show on the score sheet.
Right.
So that's what happened to Newcastle yesterday. And Aubameyang showed that he's the Aubameyang we usually know. That's 2 goals added to his goal tally.
All right, so we should continue talking about the game Champions League, but we moved. It continues today. Please make sure you see those games. Copenhagen will playing against Karatamati. That will be 6:45 Nigerian time. Galatasaray, this was yesterday's result, but we're talking about the face of today. Powerfuls will be playing. Okay, so Powerfuls will be doing justice to Monaco at home, and while Arsenal will be welcoming Bayern Munich, Athletic Club will be Atletico Madrid, sorry, better word, I'm so sorry about that. We'll be also bringing in Inter Milan, a very dicey game we should be looking out for. Eintracht Frankfurt to be at home to Atalanta at the Lukman Sad. And one star game for some people, rather, you know, at the Messi side, will say Liverpool will be doing justice, bringing in PSV, Eindhoven, Olympiacos will be hosting Real Madrid. Some say it's a walkover. Why Paris will be doing that when we told him. I want to see this game. Yeah. Sporting CP, Club Brugge. What is the star match for today aside the Arsenal game?
I think Atletico Inter or Paris Saint-Germain.
Atletico Inter. I think I go for Atletico Inter after Arsenal game.
Yeah.
So, all right. So that's for the match day 5. We need to move on and talk about the Super Eagles and how far they've been. It's really been a long time we talked about Nigeria Super Eagles because they're not my friends anymore. I don't know. We didn't make it to the World Cup. That's how bad it is. Consecutively, it's been so bad. So porous. A team. We shouldn't be reckoning with a team like Super Eagles. No disrespect.
I notice you prefer Congolese music.
Yeah. I've been, no. You know, I've been on radio. I think I already told them on radio that you could call me Kizike, Bakambo, all of the names. Mbuku. Mbuku is my name now. I will go with any of the Congolese name because they know what it takes to be on the World Cup. So Nigeria is disappointed. But let's talk about Eric Chell. The AFCON is closed. Head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria has submitted a 55-man provisional list for players who intends to possibly he pick up for the final squad in that Nations Cup coming up December 21. Halting from failing to pick the ticket to represent Africa at the Intercontinental Playoff for a World Cup spot. The coach has wasted no time in switching his attention to AFCON in Morocco. And VOP TV Sports exclusively gathered that the team camp will open on the 8th of December in Morocco. But before the coach would have trimmed the players on the provisional list to a minimum of 30 players. Sources also say the list he submitted contains names of players who are relatively unknown but have been on the radar of the coach for some time, and he sees them as part of the team in the nearest future. However, he's talked with most of the players he has worked with since taking over as a coach, and he goes on to the AFCON with the sole aim of going a step better than the team that's, you know, did played at the last tournament in Ivory Coast. But let's say this. We saw this news, but just this morning, this one came out talking about the deadline day from CAF. Super Eagles coach Eric Chell is required. This is the message. It's clear. Saying he's required to submit his final 24-man squad for the AFCON 2025 in Morocco. And for the Confederation of African Football, they are demanding that will be happening before Thursday, December 11th. Eric Chell has already submitted a provisional list from which the final tournament squad will be selected. But CAF mandates that all qualified teams must submit their final roster 10 days before Africa's biggest football competition officially begins. While the Super Eagles, who are 3-time champions, have been drawn into the Group C alongside the Taifas, you know, Stars of Tanzania, the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia, and then the Cranes of Uganda. So this is the fixture you have on your screen. DK, should we talk about this fixture? Let's talk about Nigeria first of all. What players are we expecting to see for Eric Chell? Is there any player you don't want to see? Let me just tell you, let me gossip, just small gossip. We learned Boniface might be in the team.
Boniface might be in the team. I don't know if I want Boniface on the team yet, but if he's on the team, we should pick that team based on merit.
Should be on merit.
Should be on merit, yeah. If you're performing well, you should be on that team. I like the idea that he wants to tweak the team a little. He has included new players that could steal jerseys from players already on the team. So I like that. I like that direction. But like you're saying now, I cannot say for sure. It's still too. There's not enough time to really tweak the team totally. You should pay attention to that.
Let's be factual.
Changing the team totally.
Let's be factual. I love what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I've always talked about coaches' criteria for selection. I don't know what Eric Chell. Eric Chell, for me, I'm feeling like he's losing it. He needs to be calm. It's not his fault that Nigeria is not at the World Cup. He met this Nigerian set of team in a shambolic manner, and we don't expect the miracle. It's not a crusade ground. But I'm looking at him getting the right players at the right time, get the right call. Don't bring in players because it's not. See, I don't talk before I will talk. I see national team. I see every day. I keep saying it. Not be anybody, Papa, get national team because it's not compensation. Boniface needs to earn his game. See, when I say this, people like you don't like Boniface. No, he's a very good player anytime. But I'm looking at the team that you should be playing regular football at your club side. You should be scoring goals. If you're a defender, you should be doing well. If you're a midfielder, you should be consistent on your game. So what could be Eric Chell's criteria for selection?
Merit, it should be merit. Like you mentioned, you have to be a starter wherever you're playing. you have to be consistent in your role. If you're a striker, you're scoring goals. If you're a midfielder, you're starting, you're assisting goals. If you're a winger, you're assisting goals. You're performing. You're a starter. You should be in one of at least the top clubs, because this is Nigeria we're talking about. You understand? Consistency. You're in a top club. You're not coming up from the bench. If you're coming up from the bench, you should be maybe you're playing for the top clubs in Europe, like maybe Chelsea, Barcelona, Real Madrid ahead, and we could look in that direction. But it should be based on merit. And we really need to assert our dominance in the AFCON. Because the World Cup is already a disgrace that we're not participating in the World Cup now that Africa has been given 9 slots.
10.
Then if Congo joins, makes it 10. And Nigeria is nowhere to be found.
That's how bad it is.
It's appalling.
It's appalling. You see why I don't want to talk about the Super Eagles? But cut to the mains, we need to bring it to you and tell them more about how far we've come. But there's a news emanating out there. We just see this one. Benjamin Frederick is in the story. The danger centre-back who plays in the Jubilee Pro League is injured. I mean, a bad blow for the Super Eagles. Report also states that this man you have on your screen would not be part of the AFCON. And this is bad news for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Because Eric Chell, if there's anything I love about him, the way he's integrated this young man, I think he's just 20, to the team, and Brentford now wants him back. So how of a blow is this to Nigeria, Super Eagles generally?
It's a big blow to us. We miss this kind of player to injury.
Okay, you want to cry? I won't cry now. You sound so passionate.
It's a blow to us.
Yeah, true.
Like, you see, that injury is what stopped us from getting to the international playoff with Victor Osimhen. With Victor Osimhen, the result might have been different. I'm not taking anything away from the Congolese side. They did great. But with Victor Osimhen, we know he could perform miracles. He has always been doing it for us. But injuries. But that's not an excuse to not perform well in the AFCON. The AFCON is some months away. Right. So we should pick our team. We have talent all over the world.
So when we look, DK, I'm going to hold you.
What players of Nigerian heritage, they are all over the place. Yeah, right. Exactly. So we should be able to get players to make our 24-man list that will take us to the top level in AFCON, the AFCON coming up next year.
All right, so DK, I think this is where we have to let you go. Thank you so much for being part of the show, making the show a worthwhile.
You're welcome.
It was great seeing you again on the show after a long time. Yes, that's DK. So much. Thank you so much, DK. So we're back on the show so we can run and tell you other news away from the football world. But before we get on that phase, I did see this one from YouTube. He's saying, "Good morning, KZK. Chelsea deserve to win. They are more willing to play for one another, like a teamwork is trying to say, with and without the ball. Well compacted team, up Blues." That's the man from Switzerland. His name is Coach Triple A. Thank you so much, Coach, for being part of the show. But we need to move on and talk about the world of tennis. This sounds like what I want to share with you. The Onitsha Country Club has taken a major step towards the vision of becoming Nigeria's biggest premier recreational hub with the groundbreaking of a new tennis academy and 300 capacity sports pavilion on November 23. Moving on, the ceremony also featured the recognition of 6 notable personalities with honorary patron awards and the presentation of medals to the club elite demolitional squad. The club chief, his name is Anietonwa Kingsley Ajulufo, explained that the demolition, the squad comprises of the club's top tennis who represent and defend its honor at local and international tennis and table tennis competitions. Moving on, the event began with prayers and blessings of the project site led by Reverend Father Peter Array of Immaculate Heart Parish, Fege, who is also a club member. The foundation stone was officially laid by the chairman of the board of trustees, Sir Tony Ezenwa. They call him Jelly Akokwa, chairman of the Orange Drugs. Oh, Akokwa, that's what it is. I'm sorry about spelling that one. Pharmaceutical Limited, represented by Chief Ifeanyi Ojimba, Ikweme Akokwa as well, while Azina, that's the name, Azina expressed strong confidence that the project would be completed ahead of the schedule. Now, I'd like to say this quickly before I get to the next phase. If there's anything I know about this man, Ifeanyi, and then talk about Ijele Akokwa. I recall back in the time before I got signed to Kwara United, I think I played a league game for them in Anambra State. That's Orange Drugs. So much money involved in that one. Doesn't sound like a hype. And this is good for our sports because literally we've been talking about the Super Eagles and Nigeria team is basically a football. We want to see other sports, just be out there, the tennis, the lawn tennis, the basketball, all of these things out to see that we get it right. But wrapping up on the show this day, let's end up with the one that they say it's not scripted. Please take note. Everyone is talking about the major one coming up next, and that's about Anthony Joshua. And then the social media king, his name is Jake Paul. But a warning is coming this day from a big promoter, Frank Warren. Fury could end his retirement and come back to the sport in 2026 with a long-awaited clash against Joshua, one of the biggest fights that could be made in boxing. Moving on, while Joshua hadn't fought since losing inside 5 rounds to the then IBF heavyweight world champion Daniel Dubois, the former two-time unified titleist is returning on the most unexpected way. Boxing YouTuber stunned. His name is Jake Paul. I can't wait to see this fight. In essence, a novice professional cruiserweight next month in Miami. People are saying this is a scripted fight. People are saying this one is not real. People are saying it's not what it is. But then one man is furious on the show, Frank Warren, the promoter, is saying, don't look down on this fight. It means a lot to Joshua. You don't want to lose to a social media man. That's Jake Paul you have on the screen. But Joshua losing the fight to Paul is almost inconceivable. Even for him to have any struggles at all would be a shock. And that's from Warren. But where that is to happen, it will be compromising a potential Tyson Fury fight taking place in the future. Now, talking about Frank Warren, he said, if he looks bad against Jake Paul, when you consider the experience he has and what Jake Paul has got, then I think he should turn it in. I come from a traditional background in boxing and the bottom limit of it. You think a good big that's the word, will beat a good little that's the word he used. Well, according to Warren, he said AJ didn't look so good in his last fight. He got absolutely taken part by Daniel Dubois. But Jake Paul, he's had 10 fights, and that's it. He's stepping up. Everybody's accusing him of dogging people. What you've got to take into consideration is Jake Paul is actually in the gym. So Jake Paul is not sleeping. Why Anthony Joshua also is not sleeping either. But I tell them all, Jake Paul is actually on the gym at this point in time, and he's been training, and he's now having a very good licensed boxing road. But according to Warren, he said it's a massive, massive step up for him. It is a natural heavyweight thing, a big guy, a two-time heavyweight world champion, Olympic gold medalist at all. It is a massive, massive first up all. And then he might be the underdog, but let's not underrate him. And then for everyone, we'll be watching out for this. And lastly, Warren made it clear. He said it could be an ugly collision. He said, I liken it to a car crash, talking about the people, and you buy into it, and they will watch it, and it's a very big one. But what about Fury? Fury is also close to announcing what he'll be doing next, and he could fight twice next year if he does return. And Ryan is saying also, if he's going to come back, he will make his decision, and he will do that in a fairly decision. And I think he's going to do that. So this is a very big fight we should be looking out for, and I can't wait to see how this pans out. So please keep a date to this very one coming up, Anthony Joshua and then Jake Paul. I like Jake Paul. Let me say, but I don't know. Some people want to be sentimental. You want to take bias into it or into the game. They both knows this ring very well. But if you talk about rating-wise, you want to go with Anthony Joshua. But he knows if he then loses to a man like this, we saw him with Daniel Dubois, what happened the other time, he wasn't fantastic to talk about. But recently, he needs to own this game. He needs to raise the momentum high and then come out strong. But for Jake Paul, does he have anything to lose? If you ask me, I'll tell you, it's all about Anthony Joshua having a lot to lose on that one if he doesn't get it right. But yes, we should be calling it a wrap at this point in time. We have the media news coming up next right here on the show. You've been watching Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. I had DK Martin on the show, who also made the part of the football world a world-round moment. But please, I beg you, make sure you see the games coming up tonight. I can't wait to see. How can I sleep tonight? Arsenal, Bayern Munich. Stay safe.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all...
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines. Atiku rejects celebration over Kebbi girls' release.
Nigerian army rescued kidnapped victims, repels bandits in Kogi State.
The SS alleges Tokoro Momo got 50 million naira from ransom.
Nigerian police debunked viral herdsmen invasion video in Rivers State.
UN urges FG to fight kidnapping, prosecute perpetrators.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveils 4.23 trillion naira proposal for 2026 fiscal year.
In business, CBN retains interest rate at 27%.
And in the world of sports, Real Madrid are ready for a €100 million deal for Victor Osimhen.
In entertainment, Wizkid's Long Live Lagos to premiere on HBO. Now the news and details. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the federal government over the release of abducted schoolgirls in Kebbi State, saying their freedom should not be presented as an achievement but as evidence of Nigeria's worsening security environment. In a statement issued by his media office, Atiku said the return of the schoolgirls was not a trophy moment but a damning reminder that terrorists now operate freely, negotiate openly and dedicate terms with this administration, issues press statement to save face. The statement was a response to comments made by Presidential Special Advisor on Information and Strategy Bayo Ononuga during a television interview. Ononuga had highlighted the role of the Department of State Services and the military in tracking the kidnappers in real time and establishing contacts to secure the girls' release without paying ransom. According to the presidential aide, although security operatives have the necessary intelligence, the operations are often constrained by the risks of collateral damage to civilians being held by the bandits. But Atiku dismissed the narrative as a shameful attempt to whitewash a national tragedy and dress up government incompetence as heroism. If, as Onanuga claims, the DSS and the military could track the kidnappers in real time and made contact with them, then the question is simple. Why are these criminals not arrested, neutralized, or dismantled on the spot? He further added that the administration's explanation suggests that terrorists and bandits have become an alternative government to negotiating, collecting ransom, and working away untouched, while the presidency celebrates their compliance.
Moving on, troops of the 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have repelled bandits and rescued a kidnapped victim during an operation around Shoko and Obajana in Lokoja local government area of Kogi State. In a statement, Acting Assistant Director of the Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi, said the operation is part of ongoing efforts to curb banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes in the state. He said troops recovered an AK-47 rifle and successfully freed a kidnapped victim. Abdullahi added that pursuit operations are still underway to track down the fleeing attackers.
Still on the news, the Department of State Services investigator has told the Federal High Court in Abuja that Tokoro Mamu was offered a 50 million naira shared by Shugaban, leader of the terrorist group who attacked the Abuja-Kaduna-bound train in 2022. The DSS operatives who testify as the sixth prosecution witness in the ongoing terrorism trial of Mamu, the alleged terrorist negotiator, told Justice Mohammed Umaru while being led in evidence by the DSS lawyer David Kasue. The witness, who gave his testimony behind the witness screen for security reasons, said that the group also asked Mamu to teach them how to open websites for their terrorist activities. He further stated this while interpreting 4 voice notes played in the courtroom containing the defendant's telephone interactions with the terrorists who held the abducted train passengers hostage. The audio recordings were extracted from Mamu's mobile telephones during interrogation after he was arrested in Egypt and brought back to Nigeria.
And the Rivers State Police Command has dismissed claims of an influx of suspected herdsmen and alleged attacks on communities, describing the report circulating online as false. A clarification follows a viral video claiming herders attacked an unidentified community before being repelled by Ijo youths. Police spokesperson Grace Iringe Koko, in a statement issued in Port Harcourt, said the video was the work of mischief makers trying to create panic and disturb the peace in the state. Iringe Koko also warned the public against sharing unverified content that could portray the state negatively, stressing that no herdsman attack had occurred elsewhere or anywhere in Rivers State.
The United Nations has condemned the recent surge in mass kidnappings in north-central Nigeria, urging authorities to take urgent action to stop the attacks and bring the perpetrators to justice. UN Human Rights Office spokesperson Termin Al-Kaitan, speaking in Geneva, said the global body is shocked by the sharp rise in large-scale abductions in the region. He called on Nigerian authorities to ensure the safe return of all those still in captivity and to take stronger measures to prevent further kidnappings.
And to some state matters now, Lagos State Government, Babajide Sanwo-Olu yesterday presented a 4.23 trillion naira budget estimated for 2026 to the State House of Assembly. The governor reviewed the performance of the 2025 budget, noting that the state had spent 2.05 trillion naira by September, about 81% of the appropriated target. Capital spending reached 1.23 trillion naira, while recurrent expenditure stood at 818 billion naira. For 2026, the government is projecting 3.93 trillion naira in revenue and a deficit of 243 billion naira. Sanwo-Olu said the new budget, themed Budget of Shared Prosperity, focuses on major capital projects and improved social services with 2.18 trillion naira earmarked for capital expenditure and 2.05 trillion naira for recurrent items.
In this budget, we recognize the challenges ahead, but we also recognize the extraordinary resilience and the creativity of our people. Our people are the true engine of Lagos. Their strength inspires us. Their aspiration guides us. and their success remains our ultimate measure of performance. Let us therefore move forward with renewed momentum and a shared purpose. A purpose that is determined to build a Lagos that is stronger, a Lagos that is cleaner, a Lagos that is safer, and a Lagos that is more prosperous. A Lagos that will be more inclusive than ever before.
In response, Speaker of the House, Mudashiru Basa, praised the budget, calling it forward-looking and comprehensive. He also pointed to Lagos' recent achievements, including hosting Africa's first E1 powerboat Grand Prix and improvements in infrastructure, security, and economic reforms.
We believe this is very commendable, and I hope they will sustain it. The truth is, we will commend them when they have done well, and where otherwise, we will not hesitate to call them to order and ask them to defend their expenditure where such is questionable. For now, they are indeed justifying their roles as engines of grassroots development. I also acknowledge the relentless effort of our progressive Congress nationwide, led by the President, in alleviating the suffering of Nigerians, particularly Lagosians, through infrastructure investment, targeted economic reforms. The APC has shown it is a party with human faith. It is on this note that I urge all citizens to rally behind our party in the forthcoming election, because consistency in progress matters. Let's continue to support policies and leaders that prioritize the human development and inclusive growth.
In a related development, Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo has presented a 757 billion naira budget estimate for the 2026 fiscal year to the Anambra State House of Assembly. He made the presentation on the floor of the House in Oka in the presence of stakeholders and government officials. Our correspondent, Ndu Obalese, has the full report.
Like the budget, changing to Gear 3.0, continuation of solution agenda, said it represents over 24% increase from the 606 billion naira budget being executed under this 2025 fiscal year. He explained that the increase in capital expenditure is to accommodate the 5 cardinal pillars of his administration and to birth the expected Dubai Taiwan in Anambra State.
Our focus in 2026 is to deepen and consolidate the foundations laid in our first tenure, while also introducing new legacy projects that will define Anambra's future for decades to come, while delivering across the 5 pillars of the solution agenda. Our central priorities remain security, law and order, infrastructure and economic transformation, human capital development.
Soludo noted that there is a budget deficit of about 29%, but says he intends to operate what he called a hybrid financing that might include borrowing to make up for the deficit.
In the coming weeks, we will be partnering to launch an aggressive technology-driven renewal of our revenue system, blocking linkages, widening the tax net, supporting willing taxpayers, and enforcing compliance where necessary. In the Anambra, we must all join hands. The football we see cannot be funded by wishful thinking.
Earlier in his speech, the Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Somto Chukwudeze, said the legislature will be diligent in scrutinizing the estimate, even as it promised accelerated processing of the budget. He said the House is desirous of assisting the governor in delivery of democracy dividends, but assured that they would not be found wanting in the oversight functions at the implementation stages.
However, Mr. Governor, as we've seen the 2022 budget proposal today, we must emphasize that appropriation carries particular significance. This budget will set the tone for your second tenure and will largely determine the legacy of the Soludo administration. It is the foundation upon which the next 4 years will be built. The expectations of Anambra are high, and rightly, so given the renewed mandate they have bestowed on you, this budget must therefore be bold, strategic, and implementable. A document that not only continues the momentum of the first tenor, but accelerates it well.
Ndụ Ọkpalaeze, VOP TV News.
Elsewhere, Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has clarified the sealing of the Renewed Hope Agenda office on Ojeke Street, Umuahia. In a statement via his chief press secretary, Ukoha Oti, said the action was not politically motivated, as some opposition members have claimed. He explained that the state's harmonized task force carried out the sealing as part of routine enforcement of court orders. Oti added that he had since ordered the property to be unsealed after the issue was raised by Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu.
You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television. We have with us in the studio to help analyze the stories that made it to our bulletin thus far. We have Barrister Darlington Agomo, who is here in the studio with us in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst. And joining us virtually is Ismail Oladare, who also is a member of Take It Back movement. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Fina and David. How are you?
Okay.
Thank you, Barrister.
Good afternoon,
Good
Ismail
afternoon. Thanks for
Oladare. Right, good to have you join today's Media News. We appreciate your presence. Without wasting further time, Barrister, let's start off from Abia State, where the governor have come up to explain that the office, the Renewed Hope Agenda office that was situated somewhere in Umuahia that was sealed by members of the task force of the state, it's not a political move or it does not have any political agenda to it. But the reason for the sealing of that office is the fact that there was a default in payment, and hence the task force had to carry out the sealing as a routine enforcement. Barrister, at what point are we going to see elected officials, maybe governors or president and all that, not coming up to explain one thing or another to Nigeria, especially regarding issues that has to do with defaulters or offenders and them being penalized or sanctioned by the state?
There should be no issue on this matter because it is the order of the court.
Okay.
Yes, when you default in your rent or whatever, what happens? You go to court. And when the court are giving a judgment, is there any... It's just that it has to do with the party campaign office. If not, they do this into private citizens now. They do it. When court issue order for takeover or whatever, you don't hear it in the press because those people are not prominent people. Is that not true? So this idea of sealing up party offices and other, it's not new. We have been doing it in Abuja.
I was going to ask you that, Barrister.
So there's no, as long as it follows due process, there's no issue about it. If you are owing, you are owing.
Now, why is it that the Deputy Speaker of the House, Benjamin Kalu, who also come from Abia State, and also a member of the APC, why is it that they couldn't look inwardly to pay or clear their debts, before the office was sealed? And why are we seeing this turn out to be a political issue at this point? Some people are saying it's political visions, and how verbose Benjamin Kalu have been about dethroning the people or the governor of the state and making sure that the next election will have APC there. He made mention of that. He said, as a number 6 person in Nigeria, that next election, that Abia State will be governed by the party that he belongs to.
They are wasting their time. You remember that in the last election that brought Alex Oti into office, they did everything, but the resident electoral commissioner, that's Professor Nena Otiabi, the lady resisted. So this time around, and Abia people who resist anybody who want to take Abia from Alex Oti, Abia people, they will have to contend with them because they have approved, they are in support, they are validating, they are giving kudos to Alex Oti. So where are you coming from and where are you going?
it will be difficult to. That one is just talking to himself. Himself and Oje Carlo. It's not about making noise. When you people had the opportunity, what did you do? What did you do? Especially Oje Carlo. Is it not a shame that he was there for 8 years? This thing that Alex Oti is doing today in Abia State, if they were all there when Oje Carlo was in Abia as governor, yet he couldn't do any of them, and he's now talking. Do you think that the average Abia man is a fool? No, he's not a fool. He's not a fool.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Mr. Oladare, who is with us virtually. Let's also establish communication again. Mr. Oladare, are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, fantastic. What's your take about the fact that the governor of Abia State has come out to explain the reason for the sealing of that particular building, and plus the fact that opposition clearly is crying foul? So the fact that the governor carried out what is a court order.
You see, ordinarily, there shouldn't be any issue with this happening, because just like the barrister said, it's a court order. And but the problem now is that coming from the opposition party, especially the party that is in power in the national, the APC, crying foul, only points to one thing. They know that this is how they use the instrumentality of power to torment anybody that is deemed as their opposition. This is what they've been doing. This is what Wike is doing in Abuja. This is what they are doing with other political parties. So they understand it. So they believe that OT is doing the same to them because it is their stock in trade. Right? So, but ordinarily, it shouldn't cause any foul or any ranting from anybody at all. If it is a court order, as the governor has explained. But, this is Nigeria political space. Anything goes. So, you can't trust all of these guys. They are all the same, man.
All right, now, let me still stay with you. And, of course, I'm going to stay on the situation in Lagos, where the Lagos State Governor presented a 4.23 trillion naira proposal for 2026 fiscal year to the Assembly. First off, that again has come at the back heel of the fact that a lot of persons have asked questions about that particular figure. How and when did the Lagos State government start getting to trillions of naira when it comes to proposal of the fiscal year? But what's your position with the fact that the governor clearly said that this budget is going to be a budget of shared prosperity, basically, as it were?
When it comes to budgeting in Nigeria, I mean, a clear example of why you shouldn't rely on the title they give their budget is the former governor of Cross River, Ayade, that is always using all these bogus English to describe their budgeting. But that aside, Lagos State today should even be doing times 10 of what they are doing in terms of their budgeting. I mean, look at the budget of a state in New York. They are doing $100 billion. That's even times 2 what Nigeria is doing. A state is doing that in America. So really, it's not really about whether they are doing too much. They are not even doing enough, right? And I believe that Lagos have that capacity to generate as much in terms of internally generated revenue. They could generate more than this. But then what we've been lacking is the readiness and the political will to do what they are supposed to do, right? Lagos should be doing times 2 of this budget. So I don't know why people will now be, but it's also understandable if people are being skeptical that these figures are too much because they don't really trust their leaders, right? But if it's a situation where the people trust their leaders, this is even this budget is not even what Lagos should be doing in 2025. Lagos is too big for this.
Well, I would say that some quarters would beg to differ when it comes to figures, because again, you did mention earlier that there is that part of trust deficit between the leader and the people, and thus the reason why the questions arising from these particular figure. But let me bring it back to the studio here. Barrister, 4.23 trillion naira expenditure proposed by the Lagos state government, and clearly as it stands, 2.05 trillion naira for recurrent items. Maybe you need to help Nigerians understand what that clearly might mean, plus the fact that for capital expenditure earmarked for in that budget is about 2.18 trillion naira. Barrister.
That means both the recurrent and capital, they are almost at par, because the recurrent is 2 points, capital is 2 points. They are almost equal. And you ask yourself, what is the workforce of Lagos State? Do you know? We don't know. Most of that money are going into private pockets under frivolous expenses like severance package for ex-governors. You remember, Lagos is still paying. Are you aware? They are still paying ex-governors one kind of severance package of, I think except to Raji Razaki, Fashola, that rejected it, they refused to give anybody for whatever reason. I know he doesn't want it. Apart from that, every other governor that has passed here as a civilian, they are collecting that money. Is that part of what is in the budget? Then other frivolous expenses are in that budget. Some principalities and powers, their money is in that budget. I mean, principalities and powers in Lagos State, their money is in that budget.
Now, Barrister, when some people ask about the internal generated revenue Lagos actually have, they projected when they made the the proposal for the 2025 budget, they had a projected IGR to be at 2.23 trillion naira. But they were able to, as of this, from January to September this year, they've been able to rake in 1.34 trillion naira. Isn't that a good one for, a place as big and bold as Lagos? And also, from what we heard from the governor himself, he went for that to talk about how they are going to utilize this money for them to be able to generate more. Remember, they just had they held the E1 pricks, boat cruise, first ever, and we saw foreign people actually coming, and that's more like a FBI. Also in
the
Lagos.
Money of Lagos is not being used for Lagos. If they should implement the budgetary allocation of Lagos, Fina and David, quote me, there will be no street in Lagos that will not be tarred. No street that will not be tarred. But go to the outskirts and hinterland of Lagos and see Lagosians living in squalor. That when you see the environment, when you see where you ask yourself, are these people part of the Lagos you are talking about? They only concentrate in Alausa, Ikeja, then Central Business District in Marina, and Broad Street. Apart from those areas and a few places, go and show me that road that is tied in Lagos State.
But then again, Barrister, shouldn't that be the question that the Lagosians themselves should be asking their local government's chairman?
There are some roads that is for the states. Let them do their own. Then the Lagos State, the local government, you ask yourself, are they getting their allocation? Tell me, are they getting their allocation? It was one of the states that kicked against financial autonomy for local government was Lagos State. David, Lagos State, they kicked against it. So what are you saying? The local government and the local authority, they don't have any funds. They call them and give them a salary, monthly salary, and that's all. No money to do anything. All the money is collected by the states. So do you want the local government chairman to bring out water from stone? Is it possible? Is it not when you give me money to do something, at the end of the day, you ask me to account for that money, what I did with it, then you go and do what? You verify, investigate. So, I mean,
if the federal government doesn't keep to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, are we going to blame the state for not doing it? Because, you know, we saw that it's like the state governors are also emulating or imitating the works of the government at the central.
I said Lagos State should say example based on the funds available to it.
But if you check this budget, Barrister, last year's budget or 2025 budget was just 3.367 trillion. And this one was just having a little addition to it. You know, it wasn't even up to...
Yes, it must increase because the stakes are high. The stakes are high here. It must increase. But the increment, where is it going? Will it reflect in the life of Lagosians? Will it reflect in infrastructure development? I said, go to the hinterlands and see the roads.
All right.
That's where to start from.
All right, then. Well, Barrister, let's take this conversation to Mr. Oladare. Again, there have been concerns about the insecurity in Nigeria. Concerns, again, being raised by the UN, clearly urging the federal government to fight insecurity and, of course, look for a way to get all of the kidnapped victims returning back to their families. The UN clearly has said theirs. Atiku Abubakar also has lent his voice. I mean, several other stakeholders have lent their voices. What's your position about the fact that Nigeria has been bedeviled by insecurity to the point where we now have bandits giving ultimatums and threats to principal officers like the president? We would like you to unmute your mic, Mr. Oladare.
I don't know if...
Go ahead, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Can you just repeat the question, please? I think I lost you at that moment.
Okay, I was talking about the insecurity that had bedeviled Nigeria up to this point. The UN clearly has said to the federal government to do everything within their powers to take urgent actions to stop the attacks and, of course, bring perpetrators to justice. Even Atiku Abubakar also has lent his voice as concerning insecurity as well. What's your position about the fact that insecurity has bedeviled Nigeria up to this point that these bandits are giving ultimatum to principal officers, even like the president himself?
Yeah, you see, it's quite interesting and funny at the same time because yesterday, I think it was Bayo Ononuga that was saying that it was the intervention of the DSS and the police that released some kidnapped victims. And, you know, you begin to ask questions like, until when are we going to stop all these negotiations with bandits and terrorists? Because of frivolous reasons. These are the same people that were criticizing the former administrations for doing the same thing. Now they are in power, they are also doing the same thing, right? So it's, you know, a general reason that we've always complain about, which is the general mentality of our elites. Whether they are in PDP, APC, whoever is in power, it doesn't change. They have the same mentality and they have the same ambition, they have the same interest. So this is clearly against their interest to stop, to secure the lives of Nigerians, because they hope profits from this. We've seen a lot of them who fell out with them that will come out to the
when you
press
say they all
tell us
profits
that,
from it, please, Mr. Oladare, can you explain or expatiate more?
Yes.
Who are the people that it benefits?
Exactly, exactly. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Exactly, that's what I'm doing. We have former generals who have come out to say this. Even the this Edo senator Oshiomhole has come out to say the same thing, that generals in the army are profiting from insecurity in Nigeria. Top government officials are profiting from insecurity in Nigeria. But this is the fact, this is the reality, because if not, I mean, if not, they will tell you that they have all the intelligence to wipe out these people. Then why are you not doing it? So the facts are in our faces. It is now left to us, the citizens, to organize ourselves.
All right then.
And take action.
Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, just a couple of weeks ago, the president of the U.S., I'm talking about Donald Trump, redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and we had several backlashes from both government officials and, of course, Muslim groups and all, because in the words of Donald Trump, he did say, if the house is not put, I'm trying to paraphrase now, if it's not put in order, there will be some invasion in Nigeria. Donald Trump's statements passed just a few days after. The UN is coming out to say almost the same thing about insecurity. Is there the possibility that the Nigerian government is listening to any of these voices at all?
They are not. They are not listening. If not, we would have seen action from the government here. They are not. In fact, they are not even thinking about it. They just want to buy time. And that was why they sent some people to the US to go for the usual jamboree. What the congressman told them is very, very noteworthy. He said instead of the president to do something concerning the issues raised, he was busy sending them messages here and there. That means, you know, they understand this government and how they operate.
Barrister, when you say they are not doing anything, we learned that the Eruku church worshippers have regained their freedom. And also the Kebbi schoolgirls also have regained their freedom. And if you break it down too, we learned that, you know, the army also helped in rescuing some victims who were kidnapped and helping repelling bandits in Kogi State. Isn't that more like a good work at this point?
Fina, listen very well. You, why didn't you tell me that as they were returning the one they kidnapped, another set of kidnappers are kidnapping people? Why didn't you tell me that? No, what progress have you made? If they kidnap 2 people and they return the 2 people, then tomorrow, the following day, they now kidnap another 4 people.
No, but we're looking at the statement made by the presidency when they say that that they had to go in with full force, you know, with NAF and even the security, the military, for them to be able to round these people up. And recall also that they denied paying any ransom, saying they went in full force and they were able to retrieve the victims and reunite them with their family members.
As I talk to you now, can you beat your chest and say that no Nigerian, either women or men, either children, boys or girls, no Nigeria is in kidnapper den as at now? Can you say that? No, can you beat your chest and say, yes, the president have done so much? In fact, nobody is a kidnapper.
But Barrister, that's some level of high intelligence that, of course, the presidency is still working on. So making sure that the others are released, don't you think so?
Leave that since oh God Almighty. Look, kidnappers and terrorists have been with you for 15 years now, since 2009. And you are now celebrating a few girls that returned yesterday. How about all the ones that they have been, the Chibok girls and the Dutchies girls that have become mothers in the hands of kidnappers? Okay, those ones, they are not Nigerians, Abi. Leah Sharibun, only God knows how many children she must have given birth to. We are talking of a serious issue whereby you will say nobody should be in kidnappers den. And you follow it up.
What do you think is keeping the president or Nigerian government from making such statements? Because even international world are beginning to marvel at it. The AU today is talking about it, the incessant kidnapping, the abduction. I think even the Ekiti local government area where the church worshippers were kidnapped, another set of people, mothers, nursing mothers and pregnant women also were kidnapped. 7 persons from the same household. In Kano State, again, we learned about the kidnap of 10 people from the state. And, you know, we keep on counting. The likes of Obi Ezekwesili told Nigerians that just within some months, 22 attacks have happened and over 800 were kidnapped. So why are we not making these statements? Why are we not ending insecurity?
I don't think there is anybody, any journalist that can keep account of how many times Nigerians have been kidnapped. It's not possible. There are ones you can't even hear about. Is that not true? It's so many. We are talking of in thousands. As we are sitting here now, something is happening somewhere. Maybe by the time you hear it, maybe 2 days. By the time you hear about it, 2 days from now, it's like somebody going to work. Kidnapping has become what? A business. When they feel like eating in the morning, the oga will say, there's no money here. Oh yeah, go and get some. They will just roll and get some people and make noise about it.
Barrister, before we let you go,
so what are you telling me?
In this conversation, what do you make of the political will of the presidency as it stands as concerning kidnapping, banditry? Just a couple of days ago, the Ministry of Livestock and of this did say that there is an open grazing law. Hours later, the statement has been retracted. That there is no more. That was just a statement that was taken out of proportion.
So what do you want me to say here?
How much of political will does the leadership of the presidency need to put to end kidnapping?
If you and I have an agreement, listen very well. If you and I have an agreement, and that agreement is binding, would you want to violate it? Knowing fully well that when you violate it, there will be consequences. You wouldn't want to. I have told you, I have a strong belief that the federal government of Nigeria have an agreement with these terrorists. That's why they cannot deal with them. I mean, frontally.
Well, that's unfounded, by.
Oh, really? You tell me, why would they be occupying Benue and Plateau villages? And you are there as a government. Oh, tell me. Why will they be occupying, taking over, renaming the villages, taking over their homes, and you, the government, who swore to protect life and property, you are not doing anything? Is it not because, we agreed on something, so when I was coming to office, anyway, don't mind, don't leave them.
Barrister,
actions speak louder than words.
We really have to go now. Because of our time, we want to say a big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agumo, for lending your voice in the analysis segment of the Midday News. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, we had joining us virtually Mr. Ishmael Oladari, member, Take It Back Movement. Mr. Dari, thank you so very much for being here as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories. Road accidents in Oyo State claiming 8 lives. These and more will be up next after this quick break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. 8 persons have been confirmed dead and 4 others are receiving treatment at the Oyo State General Hospital after a crash on Tuesday in front of Emmanuel Alayode University of Education along the Oyo-Ogbomoso Expressway. Confirming the incident, Oyo State Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Mary Alo, said a total of 19 persons were involved in the crash. She noted that 8 victims died at the scene, while 4 survivors are currently receiving medical care in Oyo Town.
Elsewhere, the Edo State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has launched a 16-day campaign in Benin City to mark the 2025 International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. This year's theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls Now, highlights the rising threat of online harassment with rallies and advocacy efforts aimed at raising awareness and protecting vulnerable groups. Our correspondent in Benin, Brother Johnny, has more of this report from Benin, the Edo State capital.
That Social Development Today started a 16-day campaign in Benin City to mark the 2025 International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. The theme for this year is Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls Now. The campaign began with a rally through Oka and Agbado markets where the First Lady, Anini Opeolo, advised women and girls on protecting themselves from sexual violence. Women groups and human rights activists participated in the march.
What we want is reduction in sexual assault and violence against women. That at the end of the day, we have a society that is free and safe from not just the woman, but violence is violence, gender is gender. Against all our boys, our girls, our women, and even our men. But today we are saying against the women. So
at the Edo State House of Assembly, the ministry's permanent secretary, Joy Ewenosin, noted that digital platforms have made communication, business, and education easier, but are also being misused for cyberbullying and harassment of women and girls.
But the one when we talk this year now, digital violence. We know how we take that digital, social media. When they tell us we now people don't use that medium, so they do evil, so they harass women, so they harass girls, and it's not good because psychologically, socially, we are affected. Now we they come out to talk today. Say if other things will happen, no, you say we as a ministry we take care for that.
Speaker Honorable Blessing Agbebako assured that the Assembly would review the existing bill addressing gender-based and digital violence.
The law on this gender violence was passed by the 7th Assembly. Yes, I think we have to point back for the law, to look at the law properly, to see the penalty on that law.
Today, basically to show solidarity to the women on this 16-day activism against gender-based violence. The idea about the 16 days activism is to sensitize the public that beating of women, harassment, intimidation, they usually refer to as cyberbullying or cyber stalking. It's violence against women, and it has a jail term.
The campaign ended at the Nigerian Union of Journalists Council, where the chairman commended the initiative and human rights activists called for stronger protections and ongoing awareness to curb violence against women and girls.
People see us as stakeholders, in checking gender-based violence and some of the issues affecting women.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Moving on, Nigerians have been urged to be good ambassadors by promoting positive values and conduct to help rebuild the nation's image. This call was made at a press conference ahead of the Voice Achievers Award holding this Friday, where organizers said celebrating exceptional Africans is a key way to inspire excellence. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Buswada has more on this report.
As image is crucial. The Voice News magazine team, established in 1997, says celebrating credible Africans remain vital in reshaping the continent's narrative. At this press conference ahead of the 2025 Voice Achievers Awards, set for Friday, November 27th, organizers highlighted the need to recognize Africans who reflect integrity, impact, and excellence. Convener of the awards, Pastor Elvis Iro, a Nigerian based in the Netherlands, told journalists that honoring such individuals help address negative perceptions about Africa. Other speakers stressed strengthening diplomatic ties and promoting personal responsibility, saying both institutional and individual actions are key to correcting long-standing misconceptions about Nigeria and the continent.
Nigeria stands to gain more in terms of changing our ways of doing things.
As individuals, we need to speak more, talk to our government, because most of the challenges we are having in Nigeria is the fact that people are not doing what they are supposed to do. We have people who are mandated to do some things for us as citizens of this country, but these people are not just doing what they are expected to do. So what do we do? Let's take the bull by the horn. As Nigerians, let's speak out. Let's take actions.
To change the narrative on ground is going to start from individual. It's going to start from you, the media, that you are projecting us out there. It's what you project really go far and go beyond. And changing the narrative is the mindset. If our mindset is still remain the same, we can't change this narrative.
I believe that if we work together, we can achieve much more. So the knowledge, for example, that we gain abroad, we should try and implement it in Nigeria. And the other way, we have also learned that Nigeria is a place where you can also come and have fun, and there's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of fellowship taking place. So the quality of the relationships are very deep here, and I believe in that partnership where we can work together and use the knowledge and expertise that we have gotten abroad, to make Nigeria also a better place.
With preparations now complete, organizers say the event will attract nominees from various African countries and the diaspora, not for cash rewards, but for individual rebuilding and recognition of genuine impact. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that wonderful coverage. Now to some business story where the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the monetary policy rate at 27%. In a communique issued after its 303rd meeting, CBN Governor Yemi Koduso said the committee also voted to keep the cash reserve ratio at 45% for commercial banks and 16% for merchant banks. He further added that a 75% CRR on non-TSA public sector deposits remains unchanged. The liquidity ratio was also retained at 30%, while the standing facility corridor was adjusted to 50 plus and for 50 basis points around the MPR. Koduso said the decision were aimed at sustaining progress towards achieving low and stable inflation. He noted that relative stability in petrol prices and improved food supply have supported the current pace of this inflation. However, he stressed that headline inflation remains high and requires continued effort to bring it down.
And in the world of sports, Spanish giant Real Madrid are reportedly considering a €100 million move for Super Eagles and Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen, according to Fijajes. Osimhen has emerged as a key target as Real look to free Kylian Mbappe from the central striker role and return him to his preferred position on the left wing. The club is said to believe this is the right time to move for a proven goal scorer who can offer immediate firepower and strong physical presence in the box. The Nigerian striker has delivered consistently since joining Galatasaray, becoming a major offensive force, and his name is now back on Real Madrid's shortlist as a strategic signing for next season.
And moving on to entertainment, a new documentary, Whiskey, Long Live Lagos, is set to premiere on HBO on December 11, offering an intimate look at the Afrobeat superstar's remarkable rise. HBO released a trailer capturing Whiskey's evolution from his Surrey roots to its historic headline show at the sold-out 60,000 capacity at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on July 29, 2023. Directed by Karam Dio and executive produced by Bill Simmons, the film follows the Grammy winners as he prepares for the landmark London concert, while placing his personal journey within the wider story of Afrobeat's globalist portion at the long-standing cultural exchange between Nigeria and the UK. The documentary promises exclusive archival footage and interviews revisiting Whiskey's early years, his breakthrough, and the development of a signature sound. It also features insights from Femi Anikolapo Mokuti, Julie Adenuga, Sunday Are, Jada Pollock, Sedi Saraki, and Karen Benes. Whiskey's Long Live Legas is the latest installment in HBO's acclaimed music box series, which spotlights defining stars in contemporary music. And with that, to come to the end of today's Media News on Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumano. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you, actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
You have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? This is Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. Yes, I'm your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. Today is an exciting day, and yes, today's story is going to be exciting, and trust me, yes, it's a new day to stay positive and inspired and grounded. We are bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere, sit tight while we ride together. Yes, today we are going to talk about a lot of things. And first on our list today, we are talking about a video circulating on social media has drawn attention to comments made by popular content creator Gege, for those who did Gege University, so who expressed outrage over the growing trend of Nigerian bandits broadcasting themselves on TikTok. So in the clip, which has been shared widely across Instagram and YouTube, Gege criticized the audacity of armed groups who appear openly on live streams, flaunting their activities and gaining online visibility. So he questions how such individuals are able to operate so freely on digital platforms, arguing that their presence online highlights deeper issues in Nigerian security monitoring system. So the video has sparked renewed debate about the role of social media in the amplifying criminal elements and the slow pace of official response to this emerging digital threat. So in the same video, the creator is heard lamenting that bandits go live on TikTok and the government does not know where they are. So a statement that has since fueled public discussion on whether security agencies are adequately equipped to track online activities linked to violent groups, while some viewers interpret the remark as a criticism of governmental inefficiency, others see it as alarming evolution of banditry into the social media space. So the intensified calls for stronger digital surveillance and a more proactive approach to curbing criminal use of live stream platforms. So Gege gets information for us. So those who they in university, you know, a lot of people listen to him and they talk plenty things. So let's hear what he has actually come out to say for us, because this guy has said plenty things and me, I cannot keep this. You need to hear what he has actually said. So let's see this video.
Bandits they go live on TikTok, oh. 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 Government don't know their location. People where they go live on TikTok every day. When I visit Nigerians na mumu happy. Now when I never know how much they sell gun, eh? Now when I never know how much they sell gun, eh? Now when I never know how much they sell gun. When I do something, when I go no say. Make bandits, shop belefu enter data states, then you go know, say people they decide. You go no see, just eat belefu, then I go show you what it gun look like. You don't see bullets before. Mona homie oh. Not be saying I carry talk. No man, if I don't dare before, the bandits where they show, some of those guys will be saying they're lanky, they're lanky. So if not be say the same right where bandits get, we not get that same right to carry the same way they carry before. If they really give everybody equal rights, the same way they carry them. Bandits really look eyeball to eyeball. You will be saying normal physically, no weapon, same, no material. I don't dare before, I don't dare somewhere. I don't fight before. Be say, I don't follow 10 people fight before. Everybody met 10. I don't follow the fight before. They hit me here, they hit me here. On my body, a day for more than 30 minutes. They hit me, they hit me. On my body, they carry stick, boy. I don't even feel like my just day. A day they hit me for everywhere. After like 30 minutes, I just go down like this. All of them fun once. Like all bandits. Some people, they like he said, they don't even get physical strength. But because say the same right way government give them, when they say they carry God, they go live on TikTok, they don't give us that same right. They preach peace for Nigeria. Yet you as a normal human being, not go use your sense. You know say this one that they target church and church that they target to, you will see go church the next Sunday. You are not a victim in your own land. The pastor will see the tell you say when you die for the church, you die for Christ. Don't let anybody be pressure that will motive for you. If you love me, please don't die for me. Kill for me, because if they kill you, you will get the strength. If they kill you, they will still kill me. So if you love me, don't die for me, kill for me. You know if you talk for Nigeria again.
I understand the fact that everything going on in Nigeria right now, people know they laugh again concerning these bandits and the abducted children and the rest of them. I know Nigeria is not for it, but the fact that they don't come out say, say you go fit fight this, say make they chop belleful enter worry. Which worry? Which Delta? Hey, God, I beg you. Which Delta states? The one I know I've been on that one. Hey, wahala. See, anyway, and now people where they believe Gege because that guy I just clown on your own. But come to think of it, is how these people, come online, do normal videos, and like they are so cool about it. And seriously, in they talk say governments don't know about that. God help us, because it's not funny, yeah. It's not funny at all. Things that are going on in Nigeria now, everybody's just questioning and the rest of them. And come to think of it, you send your child to school and you just get to hear that your child has been, kidnapped and the rest of them. It's not something to be happy about. I'm telling you. A lot of people have actually come out here to say things concerning what Gege has said, him coming out to fight these people and stuff like that. But come to think of it, people they strong way go fight. People they strong go fit, you understand? But for Gege, I don't understand waiting in the talk whether he go fit fight. He said they don't catch him before. Now the fact when he felt they don't catch him before, beat him here. But the beat him here, he can't be like, if they explain the matter as if say him be spider, will I say superhero or will I call him as well? Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and yes, the state of our country. And somebody said, if them enter Lagos, them go no say people they decide. It be like say people they to fight. Okay. All right. Tim King Ward said somebody said he won't vote. I laugh. Like, did you even vote him the first time? It's well. You cannot say at Tim King's word. And yes, another person said, victim in your own land. The government have failed us. All right. And Nick Luxen said, this man. Official Shirley Covey said, not even funny. God, please save us all. Amen. Yes, amen to that. This thing he is saying is true, because why can't government arrest the terrorists? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this because the state of the country now is not funny. And Gege coming out to say that, say if this people chop belefu, if in chop belefu, because he especially in go to speak for himself, if in chop belefu, say in go fit come out, fights these bandits. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people have come out to say things concerning this. And Grateful Emitek said, bandit na the real fourth arm of Nigerian government. As well, CEO Ironside said, well done, Gege. And official Snow White said, if you support Gege on this button. All right. Another person said, this one, no, they hear saying our government, they sponsor them. As well. All right, we get so many comments. Let's take some comments. And Real Osas said, Gumi say, if you treat bandits right, they will protect you. Like, how do you even say that if you treat bandits right, they will protect you? From where? How? God, as well. All right, Jim Drellel said, wait, they go live on TikTok. Funny enough, they do this and they are so free with, Jesus Christ. It's funny. It's not funny at all, but somehow it's something that it's not even heard of. Because people that do wrong things are so proud, like they are so full of themselves, so proud. As well, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, Gege Omo Were. All right. Namdi said, imagine bandits telling people to send lion on his live streaming as well. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's a lot. Let's take more and more comments. And let's try. Power said, now Nigeria I see say terrorists, they go live. It's okay. Master Blade the Truth said, last, he still speaks fact. I am Harrison said, shey this guy they chop at all. Even like as he but they know they fit check this thing if you no chop. Oh, he already talk say if he chop, you understand, he go fit stand these people. Okay. But not before he go try and make it go forest, you know, where those places, may go that place, go stand. And if they shout at my head, we go no say in the shout. Let's take more comments. All right. Another person said, I don't fight 30 people before, but I allow them beat me first. God. Okay, another Austin Kolodo said, almost them don't enter everywhere, bros. And Kahana Zoso said, Oshe Terminator, not be smart thing. As he talk say they beat and finish, he come bend down, stand up again, everybody disappear. He come be as he say what I will call him superhero. Now him be maybe they do, you know, they appear and disappear. Everybody goes scatter. Is well. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, yeah, this guy you don't craze before. Is well, oh. Okay, Fresh 0511 said, guy, you go pay me if Aboki kill me, God, I beg. 29 said, but you talk say them be person father previously, now say we no need intervention. All right, another person said, this Kege, they remind me of all those lie story when they tell us when we small. Gege is a person of particular interest, you know well. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. See, the state of the country is not something I'm not happy about, because hearing those stories are scary. Now everybody lives in fear, and those people they've already abducted and released later. The trauma. What about the trauma? What about the things that they'll be scared? For crying out loud, they'll be scared to go to school, scared to go anywhere. Like, things are happening, and like we are saying, what is going on? What are the measures to be taken? And these people are really going live, doing live stream, TikTok for that matter, coming out, smiling and laughing. It's well. Let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, Z said, what if one bandit come up from that bush where you dey now? Abio, what he go do? He go Shebi not talk say he's strong. When we just try him, you understand? So my lady said, now only for Southeast government they show muscles. All right. Scrutinizer said, any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, a government official has a hand in it. Ha! Be sure of your information at Scrutinizer 101. It's well. So I am YK said, if na person insult them now, they will track the person. Wicked government. Is okay. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Big Mouth, Big Head said, but them know the location of Nnamdi for another country. Okay. And another person said, some joined my live stream and one of them asked me to come see him. I left my live stream once. Why you leave? It's well. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Baka Music said, please, sorry for them. Official Chidera said, sadly, they are the actual government now. Shame, hide me for coats of arms. All right. The talking pen said that's how the Taliban declared an interim government. Oh, Afghanistan. All right. Another person said, Gege, use comedy, send strong message. And yes, that's true. And MK6 said, no be lie. All right. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have to say concerning this. It's not funny. A lot of people are now living in atom fear and they don't know what to do. So it's just calls up for we Nigerians, you know, being vigilant, being careful. Open your eyes. Anywhere where they go, you just need to shine your eyes where may you know where you day, how you stay day, and the rest of them. All right, that's it for Gege. And it's good that he actually came out to say those things. And it makes us to be vigilant. And yes, this is another story, and there happens to be a question has been thrown out to our ladies. And this question is, if you're married to a man that has no car and your ex, like you get married to a man that is, that is not so buoyant, that is not so rich, let's say like that, and you get married to him, and now you had an ex before you got married to him, and yes, you've broken up with that's why you called it, he called the person an ex. So he has no car, and your ex is offering to give you a brand new car. Would you accept it? Especially when your husband, does not know about it. And okay, if your husband is even aware about it, even as a man, would you allow your wife, accept gifts from her ex, actually? And this question also lies to the ladies. Will you accept the fact that your man, accepts gifts too from his ex? So a lot of people don't come out of plenty things concerning it, but then I'll tell my own story. I don't even want, see, there's an Igbo adage that says, what does that mean? If you forbid the devil, you forbid everything we concern them. And see, at the top of this, I say, anything where you don't already say you don't want to put your hand inside. No, even say me you even use one eye, they look up. At all. I'm telling you, because it's not no use. See, if you have said that you love this person, trust me, you are going to submit to that person. And not only that person where your eye don't see. You don't be looking left and right and center. For what now? Me, I will not accept it too. I'm telling you, I won't. But then a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things on, particularly for this. Some people don't already come share their own experience. You understand? Say, me, I no figure, say, make my own, my wife do like this. Some say, I don't want to make my husband do like this. All right, let's see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Alex David said, no, I won't, because the earlier, the better. The earlier, the better for what? All right, another person said, what's her ex phone number doing in her phone as a married woman? That's a good question. Because why would your ex number be on your phone? As why at the first place? Anything that you have refused, shall refuse them totally with your full chest. You say that is this person that you want to be with. Kuku be with this person that you want to be with. Not, later you go and start texting your ex. I see anything where concern ex and you yourself, not cheating. That is how I see it. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, Miriam wanted yes now, or you party too. All right, just Pelna said she should collect and give me. Hey, no be smarting. All right, Triple Pin said, if I am the husband, I won't make decisions for her. She's an adult. Let her make decisions by herself. I don't understand. Hey, God, I bet. If they find, and I don't know what I will tell you at a Triple Pin. Be like say they find talk where you want something where you know if you start, no just something where you know if you finish, no just start them. All right. He said her decision determines my action. She rejects the car, she remain my wife. Okay. Now I understand where you're going to. All right. She rejects the car, she remains my wife. She accepts the car, she goes back to her ex. My life is simple. I'm not forcing anyone to be with me. Otilo, finish. Thank you so much at Triple Pin. That's a good one. All right, Miwa said, can't relate. I am nobody's ex. Obviously, nobody's ex. And Percy Official said, my ex is my ex. I have no business with him. That's it. God will bless my husband and I with a car when the time is right. Yes. So if you're not, those are for greedy people because they are not being patient. You understand? You want to, eat your cake. And when I say eat your cake and have it, I'm looking for the right word to use for that. Because you can't tell me that, okay, you're gotten married and yes, you're living with your husband. And then your ex somehow start chatting you up and telling you, oh, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you that. And you yourself, you don't already say, okay, I'm going to collect it. Ha! It is well with you. All right, Zenny Babe said, my husband and I will never be poor. Amen to that. And World Book said, having an ex doesn't automatically mean an enemy. Yes, it does not mean an enemy, but there is limits to it. Yes, there is a limit to everything. You don't need to come and tell me it practically cannot be your enemy. We know that it's not your enemy, but there's a limit to it. Anything where if you start, when you know if you finish, no just start am, Muga. All right, he said you can be an ex and still be a friend. That's understandable. And he said this depends on the level at which you guys separated. An ex can be in my wedding attendance as well and also gift me anything he likes. If there's another motive behind this, this is what I do not support. All right. And Marachi said, my ex is not possible, Sha. My ex, okay, he's asking my ex, it's not possible, Sha, because as the relationship don't spoil, now so you self spoil for my eyes. Ah, Jesus. So there won't be room for such convos in the first place. And that is how it's supposed to be. Because I don't know why you would accept gift from your ex already. Ex is ex, leave it there. Yes, for both the guys to ex, that where you end now ex. You don't need to come and be dragging something that you have. All things are passed away and everything has become new. So all things should be in the past. And the new things you should be looking at the new things already, not the past things. X is X, leave the X for that place, may it did there. All right, another person said, why are you still communicating with your ex? Because why? Why? That is the question. Why? All right, somebody said, brought a gold chain for my ex and she still puts it on her birthday. She took permission from her husband before she took it. And I made sure the pendant isn't love sign. Aha. She's my friend. And I made sure not to contact at all sides when necessary in daytime. We didn't fall out with fight. It was both carefully thought about, and she's very happy where she is. Her husband is doing very great. That's for you. You understand? You did it at the work for you. Don't be saying another person fit drum. You know, in go work for your own matter and another person matter not be the same thing. So anything where you know fit finish, not just start time. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have plenty gist for you. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
But I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with me.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances, and all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet, and you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Girls, Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Welcome to the show Spotlight, and I'm your girl Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. And I know you guys are enjoying yourselves already, and that's because me, I'm also enjoying myself too. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of stories, a lot of gist, a lot of things happening in Nigeria, and a lot of things. And yes, this takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about, yes, media personality Joshua has sparked controversy online about asking a lady out, and he said if he asks a lady out for like 3 months, you get what I'm trying to say, he would just, and the lady doesn't accept him, you understand, he will abort mission. And yes, so he actually stated this in an interview on a podcast. He said if he asks a lady out and the lady refuses to accept him, that he's going to leave. That 3 months is even too long for him to actually ask a lady out. And my question is, to all the ladies, how long do you even expect a man, you understand, to keep tossing you from center to, you understand, before you accept? Because all this one that Joshua has actually come out to say that if a man comes and asks me like 3 times and 3 months, I will not accept it, but I will not. Please, Joshua, be coming down. We are ladies, we are princesses, and we are queens. We love to be treated like queens, like a queen actually, and love to be treated like a princess. Because tell me, you have to chase. All right, let's hear what Joshua has actually come out to say.
Give me, because I know say you already know why I'm here. I won't check you. You understand? 3 days, if I follow you talk, you know, align. I don't move to the next game, Peters. Time no day.
Options.
Jesus. Yes, I'm a man of many options. That's correct.
That's why I said make it a little bit difficult.
Why should you make it?
Yes, make it a little
that's
difficult.
The point.
So if you're somebody that comes to me and you give me 3 days, I'm not for coming, you move to the other girl. 3 days, you're not worth it. I don't think you're worth it.
You just thought I don't want it because maybe you are also not seeing the person that is coming to you. It's very simple. You get some guy who come meet you today, say, how far? I like your vibe. More package. You don't go think am twice. Me and you know this things. Somebody tell my boss, if they don't use the part, they elongate. She don't like you.
You're too much in a holiday. I say 2 days. 3 days tops and you're done.
It's not by 2 months. Okay. It's not by 3 months.
Ladies, make it tough.
Let me finish. A guy can take you like 4 months just to knock you.
A guy can also chase you for 4 months just to be with you.
It's a sensible guy. Let me finish. Any guy will chase you for 4 months, where he say he genuinely like you, he can't chase you for 4 months before you agree. He go use your eyes shake day after.
How? If he genuinely likes you, he will now use your eyes shake day. Make it make sense. Make it make sense to me that I really like you genuinely and I chase you because I see that I want you and chase you for come on.
You be money 4 months. Even to chase money, so you get some kind script say you go 3 days. If I follow get talk 3 days. If you know, give me because I know say you already know why I'm here. I won't check you. Understand? 3 days. If I follow you talk, you know, align. I don't move to the next game. That's time no day.
Options.
Jesus. Yes, I'm a man of many options. That's correct.
That's why I said make it a little bit difficult.
Why should you make it?
Make it a little
That's
difficult.
The point.
So if you're somebody that comes to me and you give me 3 days, I'm not for coming, you move to the other girl. Then you're not worth it. I don't think you're worth it.
You just thought I don't want it because maybe you are also not seeing the person that is coming to you. It's very simple. You get some kind of people who come meet you today say, Alpha, I like your vibe. More package. You don't go think am twice.
Please, though, I don't get what Joshua is trying to say here. Like if you ask a lady out for 3 months, you reach. See, it be like saying you don't know what you want. Then because you don't, like you have to keep. I'm telling you, you just have to keep chasing, because you two now dawn on me whether to accept or not. You can't come out and say just 3 months. That means you can just. That will look so cheap to you. Please, my ladies, we are not cheap. It was even, comparing us to money. We know that money is good, but then you can't compare and say, even money where they find, they chase money, never chase money 3 months at kilo day. Please, don't just start what you cannot, don't start waiting, fit finish for this matter now. All right, let's take some comments because a lot of people don't come out and say, Joshua, now you they talk this one. Why would you say such a thing to all the ladies here? Because why? If you are chasing us, you are going to chase us well, not to give you chase us one. You tell us that you know why you are coming. We know that your mind. You carry your mind by yourself. There are some guys that come out and say, because you are being so nice, being caring, doing this for this lady, for your mind now, your head, you already know. You already think, say, okay, this girl really loves me, and I think that we are dating. You never asked this girl out before. But your head don't for your head, you don't tell yourself, say, I be like say this girl, I don't give time, they do all those little things. She don't already accept me and when you now feel bad is when maybe the lady introduces you to somebody else and saying, this is my boyfriend. Man, una just they imagine for una head. All right. President General. Now, we start go call you now. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. And yes, now Ayuba be this now. I thought you also did a cover for Ayuba's song to make this. I listened to Ayuba very well when I was young, and I knew when you did yours. So I feel he has gone through the right channel by involving the originator Ayuba. Comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, we have a lot of comments. Okay, so come to think of it. There's a particular time when being a lady, we are always soft, smiling, kind, the kind of thing I'm talking about. And the guy walks up to her and says, being, open. First steady, babe, say, I want to date you. You understand? Put that first. But some guys go just buy you gifts, buy you flowers, buy you everything. Can't expect for your mind. Can't they talk say you not go even tell and say you want data more. But for your mind, I just want to be a friend, and be buying gifts. Okay, you have not said what you want. That is just it. So you trying to tell me that you be asking the lady out for 3 months and the lady does not accept you, you will find another person. That means you don't want it because me, I accept what she said, what that lady said. You don't want it. We are not cheap. You don't come to us and try to, try to talk us and tell us that we are not drawn by, material things. I hope I'm talking for our ladies, but then forget about the material things. We love money. We love material things. Please allow us to be in peace. But then it's also good that as a guy, if you want date person, just tell the lady, see, I want, and give the lady time. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take some comments. I think the comments are here now. And somebody said 3 days, even too much. Mad. All right, one day, don't move on. She be moved. You self at JJ exclusive. I don't even understand you. Please, though, don't. Even as so you take they chase your own baby. Tell me, she will not give you 6 months, self. Greek can tell us. All right, another person said, press the button if you believe this guy. Press which button? No, press anything. All right. Another person said, if you know how fast woman they open. Hey, and JC Daniel, I beg you, be calming down. What is all this? Otuntu said he's right. Okay, Mary Alma said, now men full comment section. Why they don't go full comment section? Tell me why. Because their fellow gender now don't come out, they talk plenty things. They don't, they say yes, yes. See, we ladies, we are princesses, we are queens, we are not cheap. If people want to look for 3 months, you gotta be dating your fellow men. Don't come to us. Don't do that. All right, let's take more comments. Official J Twist said, wait, oh, una they reach 3 days. Are you guys serious? Hi. Jesus. Because what is this? Why you gonna tell me say you won't date me? Like you're asking me out for just only 3 days. 3 days doesn't make me to know you. 3 days doesn't make me to learn you. Because before you want say me you they date this person or when you want to hang out with this person, you should have known the person very well. Tell me say 3 days. 3 days for waiting. Mona, they calm down for this comment session though. I beg in peace. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and somebody said talking stage no supposed pass 4 hours. It's how you people are just saying this thing so comfortably. Like, is it me? Or is there another person? Like, I don't understand. 4 hours scare. Take and play. Verse 6 say to date or marriage. Now playing thing. Okay, continue. All right, another person said, Joshua, now me you come ask around. I know they talk tay. I don't move. Girl will like you first day. Girl will like you first day. You go no. Now me you want the stress. Me we get money and come to think of it. See, some guys now feel that okay, if you have money, definitely every lady will be running. There are some ladies that don't even care about your money, bro. If you get the money, they don't care. If you like carry it on your head and be walking around, they don't even care if you are even existing. Because they themselves have their own money to spend and to show you too. So now you go decide. If you're chasing her or you're asking her out, still take time to do that in peace. Or you can't tell me that you come and ask me out for 3 days. Oh, Jesus, I don't know what to say to you. For 3 days for what? Is it 3 days? I beg go. Well, I just calm down for this comment section. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. And yes, Ekene said, 3 days too much, bro. If I approach you today, tomorrow, if you ain't complying, I go move on. Yeah, move on now. But he says you don't turn to a car. Move on. You go get another person. Another person you go meet yourself. You don't only two, and that's why you people find it so difficult to be compatible with people. I'm telling you, compatibility is another thing about relationship. I talk about that all the time. And you tell me because you vibe with this person, you vibe with this person today, no me say tomorrow that person go be as he be. If he be say that person is in a good mood, and come to think of it, when ladies they switch mood up and down, forget I they tell you based on as a woman where I be. Women with a switch mood, with they get mood times. Sometimes we won't laugh with you, sometimes with a verse. So you can't come out and be telling us 3 days. 3 days for what? You both should be taking coming down, please. We can vibe with you today. Tomorrow we change gear for you. Tell you say we don't want to talk to you again, and obviously you feel bad and you move on. Yes, there's nothing you can do. Last night you go still verse. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes, we have a lot of comments. And Jennifer said there are some type of people you don't even engage in conversations with. You just leave them with their mentality. Hey, father. Mazi Destiny said he's not saying accept within 3 days, but when you vibe with someone, it's not what he said. You don't even come and start twisting this thing at Mazi. But when you vibe with someone that responses hint, if it's someone their responses hint, if it's worth pursuing or if you should move on. So 3 days is enough to read the room and decide if you're clicking or switching to another girl ASAP. You don't understand. See, Joshua is saying that if he asks you out, see what he said, for 3 days or 3 months, as he has put it, that if he asks you out for 3 months and you refuse, but you're talking with him, do you understand? But you refuse, that he will move to another person. And my question is, why would you have somebody? Talking stage, yo, only talking stage, now they like this. Talking stage, now you want first person, you must agree for me. Why? Because of what? I don't understand. See, talking stage even takes longer because you're trying to know this person. You're trying to, know this person very well, try to speak to this person, know the person's anger issues, if the person has anger issues, and all those kind of sort of things. But no, 22 days because of why? You just want straight to the. Yes, we know that relationship things are straight to the. Why you ask the lady, I want to date you. Yes, you make it official. Try to tell the person, say I want. Not be some people where go come out, they say they date because say they don't buy woman, buy them house, buy them car, buy them all those things. Definitely we deserve it, but that doesn't mean that yes, you don't dare it for your head, you don't date the year for waiting. No, just come talk plenty things for you. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody said you have a better chance to be chased by at Wapsi Zaza. Hey, okay, nah. What do you mean that you have a better chance to be chased by a dog than me? I don't like stress because I got love to give. I don't chase, I attract, and I know my own person will not stress me. You still have a chance to be to go and date a dog, yeah. If you are saying you have chance to be chased, you also have chance to go and date a dog. Or Wapsi Zaza, I don't understand you. All right, clearly Wanti said, if I collect your number and text you and you waste time to reply, after you read my text, now block straight. I block you too, bro. I block you, but both of us will be sharing block by the same. All right, let's take more comments. Another person said that only the foolishest of Sims, if there's anyone like that, of Sims go constantly chase woman for 4 months. Like, really, are you money? Bro, you have not met love. If you experience love, you know what I'm talking about. If you experience real love, you know, come out the type this way they type. All right, another person said, Baba say you be money. God, I beg go. All right, King's Top said, make I come chase you for 3 days. I be police. Feel like not be police now, become be SARS, be army man, how take concern me. All right, and Banky Kale said, all of una just they shout, na me be that. Una don't turn 40 for una papa house. Help me tell them. They shout, no, I cannot chase on the for. See, you they clock 50 like this, yo. You know, man, you go there, they find who you want they chase. It's well with you people. As High Ray said, life has gone beyond this hypocritical conversation. Is well with you at Ike Ray. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments before we take a break. All right. This guy is saying the current reality in this generation. If the vibe is not flowing after 3 days, what are you still doing there? Abi, as a man, you know, get self-respect or self-worth. A genuine man will move, but the one who just wants to taste will be patient. Will be really? I don't believe you. A genuine guy who wants to stay will stay. And the one that doesn't want to taste will just go because you are not giving him that thing he's looking for. So all these ones that you're saying, hype man good, be careful. All right, Verified Well said, if a woman keeps you on the edge for 4 months, and later accepts, just know she has explored all her options and resolved to you. Women know what they want, some from mere glance, others from just a conversation. Okay, see, all these people, all my comment people, is well with you people. My own be say, if you want date woman, see, there's a saying that a patient dog does what? A patient, just be patient. You want this lady. You need to show her that you want her. It's the truth. Okay, all right. And that's it for that. To those people where they, to our men, just they give you hints. As a lady, they give you a hint now. Try to get flowers, try to get gifts for her. She loves all those kind of things. And you're going to make her think whether she go say yes to you or no. Not they put manpower for inside relationship where you want to enter. So it's well with you. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. And yes, to that, thank you so much for staying with us on VOP TV, on Spotlight Show. And yes, to our viewers, you're going viral, you're going global. Please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. And don't forget, I am still Precious Agmanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. Until next time, this has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now.
worry. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, it took Africa, has raised an alarm over what it called the rising wave of digital violence targeting women and girls across the continent. In a statement, I Took Africa General Secretary Akator Joel Odige stressed that African women workers ranging from domestic workers to agricultural laborers, platform workers, and women in the informal economy are increasingly exposed to acts of intimidation, sexual harassment, cyber stalking, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and other technology-facilitated abuses. I Took Africa described this trend as a new frontier of violence that urgently requires strong legal and institutional intervention. It's one that online abuse has swiftly become one of the most dangerous and rapidly expanding forms of gender-based violence, threatening women's dignity, safety, and participation in public life. Marking the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the launch of the Global 16 Days of Activism, I Took Africa said technology-enabled violence was escalating at an unprecedented rate, penetrating homes, workplaces, and digital spaces where women should feel safe. Moving on, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, says over 80 Sudanese civilians have fled South Kordofan in the latest wave of displacement amid attacks by the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF. According to the UN agency, its field teams recorded the displacement of 310 persons from several villages in Abbasiya Tagali locality in South Kordofan due to escalating insecurity. The IOM disclosed that the displaced have moved to various destinations within Abbasiya locality, adding that the new wave of displacement brought the number of civilians who had fled the area in the past 3 years to 1,455 persons. The agency also indicated that about 500 people fled multiple villages in Abu Kashola locality in South Kordofan to areas in the city of Al Riyadh in North Kordofan due to worsening insecurity. The RSF now controls all 5 Darfur states out of Sudan's 18 states, while the army holds most of the remaining 13 states, including Khartoum. Moving on to other stories, the escalating violence, the European Union warns that Sudan is facing a catastrophic humanitarian crisis, urging all parties to grant unhindered humanitarian access and resume negotiations for an immediate ceasefire. Addressing the European Parliament's plenary session in Strasbourg, the EU Commissioner for Equality, Haja Labib, said hunger, malnutrition and disease were rapidly spreading across the country, while international humanitarian law was being violated. Labib, who is the acting commissioner for crisis management, described the situation in Darfur and Kordofan as particularly shocking, recalling last month's horrific attacks against civilians by the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF, during their capture of El Fasher and Bara. She stated that thousands of civilians in El Fasher have been killed on ethnic grounds in house-to-house raids and mass detentions, with people unable to leave the city. According to her, the RSF continues to block humanitarian assistance, further shrinking the humanitarian space in Sudan. Meanwhile, the United Nations has cautiously welcomed the humanitarian ceasefire announcement by Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, saying it represents progress but requires verification through sections and actions on the ground. Spokesperson Stefan Dujarric told newsmen that the announcement of the 3-month humanitarian ceasefire was a step in the right direction. He added, however, that importantly, the proof of sincerity will be that it must protect civilians, let aid in at scale, and allow the body to work independently. RSF commander Mohammed Hamdal Dagalo had said that his forces agreed to an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, halting all hostilities and actions for 3 months. However, the government called the unilateral truce a blatant political maneuver, contrasting it with RSF grand assaults. Several ceasefire agreements have been reached since the conflict began, but repeated violations and mutual accusations led Washington and Riyadh to suspend mediation efforts. And in Uganda, the opposition National Unity Platform, that's the NU, has accused the country's security forces of detaining over 300 of its supporters and officials since its presidential candidate Bobby Wine kicked off campaigning last month for a January election. Pop star turned politician Wine, whose real name is Robert Kyagulanyi, is challenging 81-year-old President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the second time after coming second in the last election in 2021. NUP spokesperson Joel Shinyoni said the arrest included scores detained this week in the capital Kampala, where Wine began campaigning on Monday. According to him, the regime is in panic and is resorting to arrest to deter and instill fear in the people. He disclosed at a rally in Kampala, Kiwempe area that the majority of those detained are ordinary supporters, but also include campaign coordinators. Now, Africa's fourth longest ruling leader, Museveni's government has changed the constitution twice to remove age and term limits, allowing them to remain in office since 1986. In another development, Tunisia's President Kais Saied has summoned the European Union's ambassador Giuseppe Peron over what the country called his failure to respect diplomatic rules. according to a brief statement from the presidency, which did not provide details of the alleged protocol breach. Saeed slammed the envoy over the use of practical practices outside of official frameworks recognized by diplomatic customs. The statement comes after Peron met with the leader of the North African country's main trade union, Noureddine Taboubi. The envoy had hailed the role of the Tunisian General Labour Union, that's the UGTT, according to the EU's delegation in Tunis, while Taboubi called for reinforced cooperation between Tunisia and the EU. The UGTT was part of the 2015 Nobel Prize winning National Dialogue Quartet and remains an influential counterweight to Saeed, who has jailed many of his critics since a sweeping 2021 power grab. From Tunisia, we'll move straight to Libya, where amid the ongoing tensions between Morocco and Algeria, the Maghreb Dialogue Forum has called on Libya, Tunisia, and Mauritania to mediate between the North African neighbors. The forum said the three countries are well placed to act as bridges capable of reopening communication channels and easing the long-standing rift. It highlighted the strategic importance of involving Libya in spite of its internal political divisions, noting that the country remains an essential part of the wider Maghreb region. According to the forum, Libya's participation signals support for a more inclusive regional approach, particularly given its geographic position and interconnected security challenges. The statement added that the joint mediation efforts anchored on relative neutrality and regional diplomatic experience could help create conditions for reviving dialogue between Algeria and Morocco. Moving on, the United Nations humanitarians has warned that Somalia is facing a rapidly worsening drought emergency, with vast swaths of the country now parched after 4 failed rainy season, which has left millions at risk of hunger and displacement. This comes as the Somalian government has formally declared a drought emergency and appealed for urgent international assistance as conditions continue to deteriorate across northern, central, and southern regions, according to the UN Relief Coordination Office. Puntland is among the worst affected areas, where authorities estimate that nearly 1 million persons need support, including 130,000 in immediate life-threatening need. AU assessment mission to Bari and Nogal regions earlier in November found communities grappling with acute water and food shortages, with residents warning that catastrophe could unfold in the coming days. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and on this wide table, a political and public affairs analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, Barrister, let's get to Somalia, where the UN currently has clearly said that it is at the brink of being in a rapidly worsening drought emergency as a result of 4 failed rainy season that has not happened in that country. As it stands, what do you think might be the outcome of the situation in a country like Somalia that have failed to experience 4 seasons of rainy season right now?
The rain has not fallen in that country.
4 seasons.
For 4 seasons?
Yes.
And that is the punishment of God to people who don't want to behave themselves. I thought the Al-Shabaab would say that they don't want to hear. Left to me, that is not an issue. These are the things, these are the ways I want God to use to punish these people who don't want peace in their country. Al-Shabaab have never let that country have a peace for once. And now that this drought is teaching them a lesson, let me see whether they will still remain in that country or they will run for safety.
But Barrister, unfortunately, as it stands, the innocent civilians also are in that country as well. Should
yes.
that same punishment be melted on them as well?
That is collateral damage. At least let these terrorists, let them be taught a lesson for a while. The aid should go to the civilians. The UN should find a way to secure the life of these civilians. Why this warring party should go and deal with the drought, and no country should supply them food. No, seriously, I mean it too. Because can you remember how long these people have been giving Somalia headache?
The Al-Shabaab terrorist group.
Yes. Have you remember how long?
It's been quite a while anyway.
So what are you saying? That's why God has warned them and warned them. They refuse to listen. So he has visited them with a drought now.
As it stands, Barrister, the government of Somalia has formally declared a drought emergency and has appealed for urgent international assistance. As, of course, continued efforts, the situation becomes more deteriorating by the day. The call from the government, as it stands, Barrister, should that be honored by other countries around Somalia to just help the people now?
That's what I'm
not
saying.
The terrorists.
There must be a way. There must be a way of securing the civilian populace. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that this Al-Shabaab will not hijack the food aid. That is the truth. This Al-Shabaab should not hijack the food aid. But left to me, I want the drought to continue. Left to me. By the time Hungary visit them, and there is no way to find food, don't you think the war will stop?
Well, Barrister, it's neither here nor there, because when these guys are still armed, they can get to places where there is food.
Whose food?
I mean, with the fact that they have guns, the people will surrender their food.
Is it not when you are eating that you have the energy to carry gun? You don't get it. I said let the drought to continue. If they become too hungry, they will lay down their arms and then become responsible people. The evil forces in their head will clear. And then they will know that, yes, they had to bring peace here for things to work.
Barrister, Puntland is one of the worst affected areas in Somalia.
Yes.
And authorities have estimated, I think, about 1 million persons that need support, and including about 130,000 in immediate life-threatening need. Barrister, how scary and how important is this figure to getting aid to them?
If the government of Somalia know what they are doing, this is the time to deal with these Al-Shabaab terrorists, because from what we are hearing, they must be in a very weak position. Yes. This is the time to deal with them because they are not in a position or capacity to fight. The government should move in now and rout them out forever.
But Barrister, the same government that haven't been able to deal with them over time and have made them taking such a hold in Somalia, you think they can right now?
Let them call for international collaboration. America is looking for who to fight. They are looking for, this is the people to fight now. This one is the direct attack. And the war will not even last 24 hours. That's the truth. Because America once bombed them. America once bombed their locations sometime ago, I think last year or so.
Right.
So they can repeat this thing now. Let the government of Somalia seek international collaboration. I am telling you, these people will surrender. They will surrender because they are in a very vulnerable position now. Yes.
Now, Barrister, the UN assessment mission did go to Bari and Nogal regions sometime this month, and they found out that communities around this region are grappling with acute water and food shortages. At this point, even the UN is asking for collaboration from communities and, of course, states around Somalia. can these aids get to the citizens themselves without what we know when it comes to distribution in Africa is going to happen?
The United Nations have a way of giving a safe passage to civilians in a war situation, in a situation of humanitarian crisis. They always have a way of securing safe passage to people that need aid. So they should bring those methodology into place now in Somalia.
But Barrister, in the event where this same methodology of getting aid to the real people who need this aid is being blocked by this Al-Shabaab group.
In what way? That's what I'm telling. I said, what happened to military forces?
We've seen this happening in Sudan, Barrister, where humanitarian aid were being blocked by the RSF.
I said, it is when the UN don't want to do anything. When they want to do anything, they must secure the civilian populace. And then why the Somalian government will now go and deal with this Al-Shabaab? That's the truth. Will they continue to fight even in hunger? It means that the government don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. I am telling you.
There is a conversation.
This is the time the government is supposed to now route out these people because they are not in a position to do anything now.
Yes. There's a conversation, Barrister, about the fact that the government of Somalia clearly is presently not strong enough to deal with the Al-Shabaab.
Let them seek for help.
Why do you think they've been resistant in seeking for help?
They have not. They know the sovereignty of state is a very big problem. Let them seek for help. America bombed them the other time, the Al-Shabaab locations. So if you make it official, they will come in and do the work and then go back. Yes, now. Donald Trump is looking for who to fight for. The man is spoiling for war. Invite him. American soldiers have been out of action after the Second World War. They have not fought any major war now. And so they are just, too relaxed in their barracks and all that. Donald Trump can deploy them now since you don't know what to do. I'm not joking. Since after the Second World War, American soldiers have not fought any major war. So they are just there wasting time and money and everything. So call for help. Donald Trump will come with a gun blazing.
All right, then. Let's move from that conversation to North Africa, particularly Tunisia, where Tunisian President Kais Saied has summoned the European Union's ambassador Giuseppe Peron over what the country called his failure to respect diplomatic rule. And again, this is coming from the position which did not, of course, provide the details of the alleged protocol breach, but President Saied has slammed the envoy over the use of practices outside the official frameworks recognized by diplomatic customs. Barrister, what do you make of this accusation by the Tunisian president? Because the statement, of course, comes after Peron had met with the leader of the North African country, mainly on trade union, and I'm talking about Nuruddin Tabbouli. So, as it stands, is there something even much more than what the eye can see accusing this, I'm talking about the European Union ambassador, of going outside diplomatic rules, failure to respect diplomatic rules? Again, the alleged offense was not mentioned. What do you make of this?
Look, there are certain things that happen between countries. They wouldn't say it in the open, but they will be using body language, subtle actions to express it. You cannot tell me that there is nothing wrong before they started this move and these accusations. There is, but they won't tell you. Are you getting what I'm saying?
What kind of protocol breach would the president be talking about and yet not want to provide details?
That's what I'm telling you now. Maybe they tell you it was state secret. Yes, there is. It is left for you, the other party, to now ask yourself, am I doing what is right or wrong? Then, if you feel you have not done anything and all, then expose the whole thing now. But the two of them, they know what is wrong with them. That breach, the two of them know, but they will not say it. That's the truth. They will not say it.
Oh, well, Barrister, another conversation that is quite interesting here is that the EU's ambassador that was called in clearly before now has hailed the Tunisian General Labour Union, according to the EU's delegation in Tunis, of their consistency in putting the government on their toes. Should that be one major reason why the presidency is calling this diplomatic conversation, saying there is a breach of protocol in that kind of a statement? Should that be anything?
The labor union in Tunisia are being sponsored by the EU. Don't deceive yourself. They won't come out and tell you. The labor union in Tunisia are being sponsored by the EU.
So you think that is about the reason why President Said is...
Exactly. That's what I told you here. But you cannot come out because you don't have any strong evidence. But the government knows that, yes, something is behind this thing that this labor union are doing. I mean, have you not seen it? Even in Nigeria here, at times the foreign power used to prop up human rights activists. Because for you to embark on such a thing, money and logistics are involved. And so who is supplying it?
And to think that, Barrister, to think that the labor union did win the 2015 Nobel Prize, Peace Prize winning National Dialogue Quartet just 2015, and have remained an influential counterweight to President Said, should that also be a reference?
Who gave them the victory? The
prize, the Nobel Prize?
The Nobel Prize.
Well, they won it internationally.
So that will tell you there that, oh my God, you are just substantiating what I'm saying. Internationally, yes, there's a reason. When these foreign powers begin to give you whatever, and when they won that prize, how was the government feeling? What was the feeling of the government? Did the government welcome it? The answer is no. You are sponsoring their enemy, and you want them to be happy. Is it possible? Yeah, I just told you here that somebody is sponsoring somebody here. They won it internationally. Is it for nothing? No. There is a reason. There's a reason. They want to use them against the government. And that was why all these things are coming up now.
What's the implication, Barrister, of the EU sponsoring the labor union in Tunisia?
To put the government on their toes, to put pressure on the government to do what they want. That's the truth. Nothing else.
Wow. All right, then. Let's move from that conversation to another one. And we're going straight to Uganda, where, as it stands, Barrister, Ugandan opposition is alleging detention of over 300 of their supporters because Bobby Wine, the opposition candidate in the January 2026 election, started his campaign just last week. 300 supporters are being detained. Barrister.
That's Africa for you. David, that is your Africa. Tomorrow you say that the international community are sponsoring opposition. That is Africa for you. In fact, I'm even surprised that the whole country has not been put into prison. Just because you want to campaign against the ruling government. Who are you? Who are you to challenge Museveni?
Shouldn't there be a freedom of campaigning, particularly in a democracy setting like we find in Uganda?
I told you here that you are not in a democracy in Africa. Democracy is defined by the ruling government in Africa. David, democracy is defined by Paul Biya, Museveni. And that is what I'm telling you here. I thank God that every time I speak here, these evil rulers will validate what I'm saying. I told you that we don't have leaders in Africa. We have evil looters who don't want progress in their respective states. Have they not confirmed it? How would a man in prison 300 opposition members? For what? For what? Because of just campaign. As powerful as an American president, can he do that? No, as powerful as any American president is, can he try this in America?
Barrister, why do you think Museveni is doing this if this story clearly is true, because the opposition national secretary clearly has come out to say that 300 of supporters and officials of the National Unity Party have been suspended and arrested, I beg your pardon, and this including key officials of the party.
So that,
why do you think Museveni
is you see, they say, tell me your friends, I will tell you whom you are. When this woman did that thing in Tanzania, and Uganda did what they did, or they just pretended as if they don't know, I knew that somebody was taking a lesson from somewhere. That would not be the norm. You can see how it's coming now from Tanzania. That would be the norm in Africa. When the election is closed, arrest all the opposition, put them in prison, charge them for treasonable felony. And when the election is over, you say, because I am a man of God, I want to be magnanimous. All these opposition, I want to topple my government. I want to grant them amnesty. They cannot go home. I said, this man is a very, very merciful man. He has freed all of them. Oh. People that are supposed to go for death sentence, he has freed all of them. He's very magnanimous. The supporters of the ruling government go to praising the man, say, you see, he's very magnanimous. He has freed all of them. Really? That is the new norm now in Africa. Imprison all the opposition. After the election, you release all of them.
Now, Barrister, as it stands, this statement here, it's quite disturbing, because the UP opposition party spokesperson, Johnson Nyonyi, said that the arrest, of course, is clearly, according to him, is saying that the regime of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in panic, and it results
of course, yes, when you are not sure of yourself, when you are not sure of winning the election, this is what you do.
Because Bobby Wine, according to him, came second in the election.
Exactly. So that is what you do when you are not sure. That's the panic move.
Is this clearly instilling fear on the people? Because that's what the opposition spokesperson did say, that this move of arresting over 300 of their members is instilling fear in the people as against the election. Do you subscribe to this?
Of course, when you do that, the opposition will not be in a position to galvanize their people for the election and all that. Is that not true? Is it not when you are free and in a stable condition that you can have the capacity and the mindset to move around, campaign and all that, call your people and all that? But with the opposition in disarray, the people will just stay down in their house. They will not be saying, since all the big men have been arrested, they will just fry me in a frying pan. So instead of that, let me remain in my house.
Barrister, before I let you go, as it stands, Museveni is the fourth longest ruling leader and in government. And as it stands, he has changed the constitution twice, removing the age limit, and of course, allowing him to be in office since 1986. What's the implication of this kind of move? Does this mean that he's becoming unpopular in his country?
Of course, that's the meaning. When you have overstayed your welcome in any position, my dear, you become a nuisance in that position. When you have overstayed, how many years now, no improvement? Because a refinery is coming in 2029. He said this will be his last, they should give him this last. So all the time they gave him for, what did you do with it? It is this time. No. If I thought that refinery will come alive, I'm telling you, when that refinery come alive and fully operational, he will not leave. He wants to harvest all the benefits, because you say, yes, it happened under my regime. Why should I build it and leave it for somebody? He will not leave. They will change the constitution again for him. They will change it.
The election, Barrister, is in January 2026.
Yes.
As it stands, Bobby Wine is about the only opposition that is very popular in the city and, of course, the urban areas of Uganda. With these kind of arrests, would it deter the supporters of the opposition from consistently going all out come January 2026 election? Or would it spur them again to wanting to fight further?
Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. If they surrender now, it will be a shame. But if they keep the fire burning, at the point the man will get tired. That's the truth. Most times, these things don't come easily. But you know what pains me? If they succeed now, if Bobby Wine succeeds now, what is the guarantee that he will not do worse than Museveni? You can see. Because the environment they are operating from is already polluted. If the man now remember what he went through another, he will say, okay, let me pay them back in their own coin. He will now face Museveni's own party and his people and their supporters. Is that not true? That is the problem with Africa. You see this thing that this man is now struggling and all that. But if eventually people now insisted after, losing human resources and human beings and all that, I mean, when he enter office, tomorrow you will now forget that the people with Museveni are equally Ugandans. He will now face them. So that he too can collect his own loot. Because I remember that this was the same Uganda of Idi Amin.
Right.
Can you just imagine? Idi Amin will be turning his grave where he is now. Because this man had beaten me. Why didn't I think of all this? Well, David.
Barrister, as it stands, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has said that the country should give him this last tenure to get into office, and he wouldn't run again. He's been there since 1986. I mean, he has changed the constitution twice, and as it stands, you just said it again. Should he be taken out of office, the concern is, would Bobby Wine not be even worse?
That is it. But it's a relay race.
The question now would be, should the Ugandan people believe the statement of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and allow him in office for the very last time?
They should not. They should not. Because
why so?
He will not give up. He will not give up. A dictator is always, you remove him by force. He cannot willingly give up. The fear is that he may be probed and somebody may rubbish him when he leaves office. That's the truth. He will not willingly give up that position. If he wanted, he would have lessons now. He would have lessons. Why must this one be the last one? Why? What is that thing he want to do now that, he had not done before or he forgot to do? What is he bringing to the table?
Correcting his wrongs?
In how many years? After how many years? My brother, that means you don't know these people. You don't know these people. Look, whenever they have entrenched themselves in such a position, they don't leave office except with force. Quote me. Mention any of them. Mention any of them that willingly, is either they die in office or they cause problem that may consume the country. Is it not dictators in Africa? I know how they behave. It's like the same father and the same mother gave birth to them somewhere.
All right, Barrister, because of our time, truly, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumor, a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Ethiopia reports rise in Marburg virus deaths to 6 persons. These and more we'll be talking about when we return from this break. Please stay with us. Right, then glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now 2 more stories. Media reports in Ethiopia said the death toll from a Marburg virus outbreak in the country has risen to 6. Ethiopia first confirmed the outbreak on November the 14th, with 3 deaths being reported 3 days later. Citing a health ministry statement, the media reported out of the 11 people in whom the virus was detected, 6 have died and 5 receiving medical treatment. The ministry said that 349 persons suspected of having contact with infected individuals were isolated, and 119 of them have been released after completing their surveillance. Marburg, from the same virus family as Ebola, often presents with severe headaches and leads to hemorrhagic. Previous outbreaks in Africa have resulted in fatality rates as high as 80% or more, typically within 8 to 9 days of the onset of symptoms. Away from that health emergency, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and Algerian Prime Minister Nader Laboy have held talks in Cairo, where they discussed strengthening trade ties and reaffirmed support for a political solution to the Libyan crisis. According to the Egyptian presidency, the meeting, which was attended by Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouly, reflected a shared commitment to deepening cooperation across several fields, including agriculture, industry, education, energy, communications, and information technology. Regarding Gaza, President el-Sisi reaffirmed Egypt's ongoing efforts with all parties to uphold the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas in line with the recent UN Security Council Resolution 2803, prevent further violation and increase the flow of humanitarian aid to the Strip. He highlighted Egypt's plan to host an international conference on the early recovery and reconstruction of Gaza, while both sides stressed the need to halt Israel's violation against Palestinians in the West Bank. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight on another break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. Senegal has announced a recalculated gross domestic product, resulting in improved debt metrics, a move the finance ministry has described as an attempt to give a more accurate picture of the economy as it grapples with a crisis over unreported debt. The recalculation using an updated base year was in response to a credit rating downgrade by S&P Global, in which the agency warned that the government's debt-to-GDP ratio had jumped to almost 120% at the end of 2024. Published by the country's National Agency of Statistics and Demography, Senegal's GDP recalculation updates the base year from 2014 to 2021. The new 2021 GDP figure is 17,316 billion CFA francs, up 13.5% from the previous estimate. The new public debt figure for 2021 is 80%, down from 90.8%. The adjustment reflects inclusion of emergency activities such as digital finance services, the oil and gas industry, and cashew production, according to the documents. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Shamira Nabada has been named the only female referee among the 28 officials selected by CAF for the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. The 30-year-old Ugandan stands out in a list dominated by top African refereeing nations, with Algeria, Gabon, Egypt, Mauritania, and host nation Morocco each having 2 officials on the roster. Other countries, including Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, DRC, Senegal, and Tunisia, will present just 1 referee. Nabada's rise continues to draw attention across the continent. She impressed at the Under-20 AFCON and later at the Chan tournament, where she handled the first round tie between Madagascar and Mauritania and the third place match between Sudan and Senegal. The tournament kicks off on December the 21st and runs until January the 18th. Still talking sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has approved a new squad rule for the 2025 African Cup of Nations, allowing national teams to register up to 27 players for the tournament in Morocco. However, CAF will only cover travel and accommodation costs for 23 players, leaving federations to fund the remaining 4. The adjustment is designed to give coaches more tactical and injury management flexibility ahead of the December 21st to January the 18th championship. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. the issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TVC. Are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, he was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes, our black culture. so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white liberals rather than by the blacks who were the most affected by apartheid. He believes that well-intentioned white liberals failed to comprehend the black experience and often acted in a paternalistic manner. He developed the view that to avoid white domination, black people had to organize independently, and to this end, he became a leading figure in the creation of the South African Student Organization, SASO, in 1968. Membership was open only to blacks, a term that Biko used in reference not just to Bantu-speaking Africans, but also to coloreds and the Indians. He was careful to keep his movement independent of white liberals, but opposed the anti-white hatred and had white friends. The White Minority National Party government were initially supportive, seeing SASO's creation as a victory for apartheid's ethos of racial separatism. Influenced by the Martinician philosopher Frantz Fanon and the African-American Black Power movement, Biko and his compatriots developed black consciousness as SASO's official ideology. The movement campaigned for an end to apartheid and the transition of South Africa towards universal suffrage and a socialist economy. Biko believes that black people needed to rid themselves of any sense of racial inferiority, an idea he expressed by popularizing the slogan, "Black is beautiful." In 1972, he was involved in founding the Black People's Convention, BPC, to promote black consciousness ideas among the wider population. The government came to see Biko as a subversive threat and placed him under a banning order in 1973, severely restricting his activities. During his ban, he received repeated anonymous threats and was detained by state security services on several occasions. Following his arrest in August 1977, Biko was beaten to death by state security officers. Over 20,000 people attended his funeral. Biko's fame spread posthumously. He became one of the earliest icons of the movement against apartheid and is regarded as a political martyr and the father of black consciousness. His political legacy remains a matter of contention.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show. This week, we are taking a look at how our maritime institutions have fared. Of course, we know that this year, the Minister for Marine and Blue Economy made each and every department and agencies or agency under the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to sign performance bond. And so, I have a guest here today who is going to help us to take a look at how well they have fared. He is Dr. Aziz Abayomi Mustafa. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Sir, the institutions we have under the Marine and Blue Economy, sir, the MPA, NIWA, NIMASA, Shippers Council, and the rest of them. To you, have they really fared well and they've been up to scratch?
Well, thank you once again for having me. That is a very good question. So far, so good. They have done well, but not well. So,
okay. Explain, sir.
So, why I say they have done well and not well is you will look at our road right now in the port corridor axis. So, from Apapa now to here, it took me less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Which is very fantastic. So, inbound, outbound, they have done well in terms of kudos to the MPA and other managing the road so that for easy access. But in the area where we are having the challenges is the system what called A2.
Okay.
A2 call-up systems. So that A2 call-up system, it has become another revenue for another sect of people.
That's a software application meant to control traffic.
To control traffic. So when you are coming to the port, you just come. You can't come to port anyhow without you having what you are going to do.
You mean the trucks now?
I'm talking about the trucks now. So guns are those days that you just see them parking on the road, constitute menace to the road. But kudos to the application of it to reduce everything. But at the same time, it's adding cost again because now there are some sect of people using that angle to sabotage the government.
That's racketeering.
That's racketeering. And when you sabotage the government, you are sabotaging the people. It's the people that are going to pay back the money. So imagine what we have in an airport. The WAT, they have a system similar to ATO. And they have been doing
That's the West African Container Terminal.
Yes. And they have been doing it for years. MPA come, introduce same thing.
Have they introduced or they are about to introduce?
It has been introduced in on air. So same thing. Then the price is so high. So everybody was looking for how to make everybody. So if MPA, what has been doing this for years. So there is no point of MPA coming and duplicate what has been doing for years.
So you shouldn't look for solution where there is already a solution.
Already is a solution. What I believe, my own personal, what I believe is, kudos to you for bringing this so that because everybody is looking at Lagos, so they don't want what happened in Lagos as well happen in what, just like what they are introducing in Lekki as well, so that they don't want conjunction. You know, it's lose manpower. At the end of the day, it lose finances. So, but MPA coming up, bringing that same similar what has been doing in Oner, is uncalled for.
But, sir, recently there's a resurgence of this traffic along the road, in spite of the fact that we have it all. It's beginning to come back again. I mean, I'm talking about traffic.
Yes.
And then there's reports that rather than the 20,000 naira that the people are supposed to pay to access the port, that's trucks now, the thing has skyrocketed to about 300,000 naira because of the issue of racketeering. You commended them, but it has gone bad right now.
What I say they have done in some area, while some area is still lapses. So now this is the area where what I said initially, some people just they don't want everything to work perfectly.
Okay.
Now, this issue of a tool, is maintained by government, right? Maybe forget about maybe they are giving out to subcontractor.
They are sourced it to a private company.
Yes, but government supervise it. You and I have no control over it.
Yeah.
Someone has control over it,
Sure.
and someone can decide whatever happens. But at the end of the day, did the government take action on those people? They didn't. So what's supposed to be just like a 20,000 naira, it now goes for as far back as 300,000 naira. Now, the importer, the freight forwarder, they just want their cargo out simply because we are avoiding demurrage and detention. Now, this is it. There are two things to it. There's a demurrage, there's a detention. When a vessel arrives in Nigeria, there's a limited time you have given to take your container, do all the processing out. So if that lifestyle, that is what they call demurrage. So when the container is out, there's a period of time for you to return the container back. So if you do not return on the time, then that's also called detention. And if failure to do that, it is gone back to the importer, then now to the end user. So a situation like that, what do we do? Please just let us facilitate this thing and move the container out, because the more it lies down on the terminal, the more the shipping company are happier, the more the terminal are happier. So they will pay more than paying that into. So that is why people prefer, okay, let me find a way and 300,000, let it lift. And meanwhile, some might have 20, 30, 40 container on one bill of lading.
Okay.
So imagine the demurrage and detention per container, multiply by that, then multiply by days being lie down in the terminal. So at the end of the day, they will push people and it's okay, since it's 300,000 naira, it's a solution. Let's have this thing and take our consignment and go away.
What is a grace period for you taking your containers or maybe your rolling roll-out cars? What are the grace period? How many days do you have before taking them out, before they start charging you the demurrage?
Yeah, according to MP or the shipping company rather, when a vessel arrives in Nigeria, discharged from the vessel to the terminal, you have maximum of 30 days.
3 days?
30 days. But you and I know 30 days is not possible because running the documentation alone, it might take you more than 30 days.
Is that for the rolling roll-out cars or the containerized?
I'm talking about containerized. Okay. Rolling roll-out don't have that much demurrage because when you roll out, you have no demurrage anymore.
Okay.
So the cars will go to you. But a container, you have to return the empty back to the terminal or to the where it was being to go and drop it. And there's a minimal time frame. So there is what you call DO from the shipping company. So when the DO was issued, it will be stated, return this container to so terminal. That's the empty. So sometimes they have agreement with the other, the bonded terminal outside where they can receive the empty container bags. But anything can happen on the road. The vehicle might break down while you're returning the container or vice versa going. So when the times have lapsed, that is the problem to the owner.
No, the ports were concessioned in 2006.
Yes.
What are really the responsibilities of the Nigerian Ports Authority, the supposed landlord of all the ports? Is it that they have, at concessioning, they have concessioned out all their responsibilities? What are their responsibilities?
Well, concession that just you said happened in 26, and they concession everything out. The role of MPA as a landlord is to manage the port operation.
Okay.
One, from the road, they are the ones to talk to the federal government. This is the problem we are having. Then the quay side, the depth of the water, so that to have a very large, to have a very big, large vessel, it is their responsibility to provide all the amenities to have an efficient port in Nigeria. It's the responsibility
of the Nigerian Ports Authority.
Port Authority. So the concessionaire, which is the terminal operator, they have their own responsibility too to take. But landlord has about 80% of the responsibility because shipping company, one shipping company might decide not to come to the port today, but not to come to Nigeria today, again anymore rather. But the MPA remain the owner of the land. So that is their responsibility. Efficiency.
Now, in having that, I wanted you to establish that. How come the management of the cargo movement and the truck movement within the in and out of the ports cannot be efficiently managed? Is it that they require automation or some level of modernization? What is really the problem? What's really the problem?
Well, when you talk about modernization, automation, we are in a world whereby technology is taking the place, and there is no doubt about it. Those are those days like 20 years ago that everything is on paper here and there. But automation is good. But the problem is some people don't want it to work. It's not you and I.
Yeah.
The people that are managing it. I'm not talking about the managing of the truck. You understand me? The core responsibility of this MPA, the MPA or the body that manage the affair of the maritime, they don't want it to work. Why they don't want it to work? Because if everything go automation 100%, it will affect them.
Because they still want that human
of course,
interface to be there.
Interface to be there. But
in the end, they make more money and the staff earn more money when you make more money. And the government will be happier with them. They will be seen to have been performing their duty well. And the efficiency is introduced. The economy benefits from it. Nigerians directly benefit from it. Why can't they look beyond their own pecuniary needs and then maybe do the proper thing by modernizing and automating?
Well, this is Nigeria for you and I. Everything about Nigeria in paper is fantastic. Implementation is the key. So there is no how you went there. They will tell you one problem or the other. Delaying. Maybe the people that, maybe one ministry or one director need to sign one board. It might take 1 year, it might take 6 months. Some might say, oh, this thing, you did not do it well. And time await nobody.
Okay. Now, the traffic situation has come back to some level around the Apapa and the Apapa corridor, Apapa end of the port. What do you think they should do to permanently take care of the solution? In terms of maybe tagging vehicles or trucks that go into the port, and in terms of other means of other ways of identifying which truck goes in.
You know, there will be always a little bit of congestion at Apapa port, being the premier port in Nigeria. Because most of the heavy duty cargoes comes through Apapa port.
Yeah.
You understand? So too much attention will be there. But however, this is a man-made problem and it's a man-made solution. It's simple. It's not something that is
it's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. It's simple. Okay, what is the problem? This is the problem. Where are the solutions? This is the solution. Implementation is the key. Just like I said earlier on, the system of A2, someone might just decide and say, okay, at least something is going on, and he might shut down the application. They will now go back to manual.
Okay.
So when they go back to manual, definitely congestion is going to happen.
And now it benefits some people. The racketeering continues.
It can continue.
Money exchanges hands.
Yes, that is what I said earlier on. The demurrage is counting at the shipping and the terminal, because the terminal are looking at their space. They go by space. So that space can make a turnaround 100% for them. So a container occupying that space did not make them benefit. So the importer or the freight forwarder have to find a way and move it on time. It's happening.
Okay, what advice would you have for MPA before we move to other agencies?
All right. What I advise for the MPA is, MPA in their own wisdom, should call the stakeholder.
Okay.
Because the stakeholders are the ones feeling the problem. They are the ones facing the problem, and they know the solution. Majority of the MPA management only sit down in the office based on reports. But when they go to the field and interact with the stakeholder, they will tell them, they will show them, this is the problem, and this is the solution. Then they will now form a body within themselves. So let the MPA put the stakeholder among the decision maker, not at the top management level, but just for a solution.
Yeah.
You understand me? Okay, since you are the stakeholder, you are the people that are feeling the problem, what do you think we can do? Then
Fast solution.
Yes, engagement, times in, time out. At the end of the day, it will be a win-win situation for the nation, for the MPA, and for everybody.
Okay. Now, these days, we're talking about one of the other agencies, like NIWA. I think they have some responsibility in terms of the inland waterways, the movement of cargoes through barges and the rest of it. What role do you think they can play in order to help, some of these issues that we talk about? Because we are talking about road congestion because most of the time we use the roads more. People should be moving things through, the cargoes through with barges. The level of barge movement of a cargo should grow higher. So in order for us to have talk less about the congestions on the road, don't you think so?
Yeah.
Don't you think NIWA has a role to play there?
NIWA has a role to play, but in the government agencies, there's only a security. In terms of barge operation, you first go with the MPA.
Okay, yeah, because they are the ones that registered.
They are the ones that registered, and they have a say in terms of movement of cargo before you come to NIWA. You talk about road congestion. The road will be congested because at the end of the day, everything ends on the road. Being cargo movement, being passenger, at the end of the road. Even if it's moved by barge to one destination to another, and at the end of the day, by the time it will get to that destination, put it on the truck, it still ends on the road. What differs is that the gap. Because, for example, if you put 100 trucks on the road from Apapa to Port Harcourt by road, a lot of things might happen on the road.
Yeah.
You understand me? Burn diesel on the road, carbonization, safety. But if go by sea from barge, it will reduce cost. Then
they have more things to carry.
They have more things to carry. But what we're looking at is, what is the level of the barge operating in the sea? Are they seaworthy?
Yeah, but the people that registered them, the MPA, should also set standard.
Where is the standard? The standard is on the paper. The standard is on the.
Are you saying that they are not properly monitored?
Not that I am not saying that. You understand me? But they are not doing what's supposed to be done 100%. Like I said earlier on, implementation is the key.
Okay.
You understand me? Oh, this is what you want. Do not change your standard. No matter who is involved, do not change your standard. But they don't have the political will to do that. That is a situation where we find ourselves as a nation. And at the end of the day, it's affecting. Here in mine too, there are some barge operator put down the cargo, and at the end of the day, it will sink. So what happened to the water? What happened to the ecosystem? What happened? What is inside those containers? Some are chemical, and at the end of the day, it's coming back to the people. So the sector, the MPA need to work harder and make sure they sanitize the industry, especially the barge. What kind of barge are you bringing to our waterways?
Yeah.
Those are the things that need to be done. It's not about just putting the paper. Paper is fantastic, everything written, but action, implementation is the key.
All right. This is the Maritime Frontier Show. We'll be back in a jiffy.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome back to the Maritime Frontier Show with Dili Utomi. We have today as our guest Dr. Aziz Abayami Mustafa, and we are talking about the performance so far of the agencies under the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, the National Inland Waterways Authority, the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Nigerian Shippers Council, of course, the Nigerian Administration and the Safety Agency, NIMASA. Sir, what do you think NIMASA, in their role, how far do you think that they have done, how well do you think they have done this year, sir?
Well, NIMASA have done a fantastic job so far. So they have done well in terms of safeguarding, in terms of the piracy. If I could recall some few months back where there's an attempt in Gulf of Guinea. So immediately they rise up to their responsibility and make sure our waterways, the vessel that is coming to Nigeria, outside Nigeria, they are being protected, which is good.
So how well do you rate the Deep Blue project by NIMASA?
By NIMASA or by the ministry themselves?
That's, yeah, the Deep Blue project, the Deep Blue project that, it was introduced, it was actually introduced by NIMASA before the Ministry of Blue Economy was formed. How well do you rate it now in terms of how well they have been able to secure the waterways, in conjunction with the other countries' security agencies,
Yes, they have done well. They have done well, but they can do better. Okay. So, you don't give a pizza of 100%, so that for you not to lag behind. But so far, so good right now, they are doing their best. But they can do better.
Yeah, in terms of piracy within our waterways, they say they have not recorded any piracy for about a year or two now.
Yes, that is what I just said about 2 or 3 months ago. There is a alarm, Gulf of Guinea, and they quickly rise up to the responsibility. Okay. So it was kudos to them. They did everything perfectly.
Okay, on their own part, what do you think they should do in order to remove Nigeria from the war risk insurance?
Well, there is a lot on that. One, this issue of insecurity is a global phenomenon.
Sure.
So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. But I think what they will need to do is to collaborate with the other, our neighbor, so that in terms of maximum capacity, because everybody is looking up to Nigeria. So in terms of our Navy fleet, our equipment, so if any vessel is coming to Nigeria and they realize that even while the captain is sleeping, he can navigate to Nigeria water peacefully, with immediate effect, this will be taken off.
So to be really fair to them, like they have reported, there's been no cases of piracy for about 2 years now at least. Yet, Nigeria is still put on that war risk insurance, which means that the insurance for cargoes coming to this way is higher because it is termed a war situation. Yeah. And there's not been any war situation for at least two years or going now. Is it that they are not doing enough to enlighten the International Maritime Organization, or that they are not playing the politics? Is it that they are not speaking enough, or they are not playing the politics?
They are speaking enough, because I remember I think it was last month, the IAM Secretary General visited Nigeria.
Dominguez.
Yes, and I think that is part of the system. Okay. Some people put Nigeria at the world risk, yes, and it's benefiting some people.
Yeah.
Yes,
inside and outside.
International body.
Okay.
Inside, I don't know anything about it. It might be, it might be not. So, when people are making money from something, and it is not easier for you to just cut them off immediately. Okay. It takes a little bit while. But with the current management, in the NIMASA and the way they are going with the Minister of Blue Economy, I think with a short time it will be taken out because we really need it to be taken out, and they are doing their best in terms of protecting our waterways. No piracy. So far, so good. But I'm very, very sure they are working on it to be taken off.
Okay. One of the other agencies.
But we keep watching.
Okay.
We keep watching.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
The Nigerian Shippers Council is the economic regulator of the maritime sector. Each time we talk about what happens within the maritime sector, a whole lot of people point their fingers at the Nigerian Shippers Council. Why do you think so? As in, if things are not really going well, everybody points fingers at the Nigerian Shippers Council.
Yes, Nigerian Shippers Council are economic regulator based on the arts. But just like I said earlier on, most of these things are on the paper.
Okay.
So they are not really active the way they should. Let me just take you back to some years back. The former ES of Nigerian Shippers Council, I don't want to mention his name. Then Shippers Council, the shipping company and terminal used to be afraid of Shippers Council.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yes.
You can mention his name. Hassan Bello.
Hassan Bello. Both the shipping company and terminal operator used to be afraid of Shippers Council.
He was up and doing.
It was up and doing. It's not someone that stay in the office. It's someone that want to know what is going on, not based on the report. You know, there's a difference between giving you a report and
someone experiencing it.
Yes, and you went there unannounced. When you went there unannounced, you caught them unaware. So those that are giving you report, you realize that the report they are giving you is false. So, but after his exit, every other years that we are having since then they are not up to doing.
Why do you think so, sir? Why do you think they are not? Is it just because they are? He grew along the system.
Yes.
Because he grew up within the system and became the executive secretary.
Yeah.
Others have been political appointments. So is it that they are putting square pegs in round holes, or is it that what is really the problem?
The problem is the leadership. You know, in Nigerian systems, any political appointee that's being appointed to any agencies, so will come with his own mandate.
Okay.
So
not the mandate the general mandate that they give to him from, as in.
I want to have my own. This is me on the ground.
Is that so?
That's how it works. That is how the system works in Nigeria. That is why majority of our institutions in Nigeria are weak.
Okay.
So companies come out. Every individual, every political appointee make sure they are weakening the institution and they are making themselves more powerful. So I cannot imagine a whole shippers council will sanction one shipping company and a terminal, and the shipping company and terminal will not follow what they say. Why they just go and sit down? So all these terminal operators and shipping companies go there. They are doing the way they like, because shippers council is not strong anymore.
Okay, sir. What is actually the problem? Is it that they do not have the right legislation, or is it that they have just chosen not to do their duties and they sit on their hands? What is the problem?
There is a lot of bottleneck within them, within the sister agency. There was a time Nigerian MPA and Shippers Council having a loggerhead. There's a time they are having a loggerhead that the MPA will tell you, no, this is your decision. You don't go there. But MPA is just a landlord.
Yeah.
They are different from the economic regulator. So, and I think the past administrator, they have put up a bill so that to empower more in the area of Shippers Council, so that they will give them more power to know that they are economic regulator. They have a voice to say more than the MPA. But I don't know how far they have gone with the bill. But having said that, even the power within them right now, if they utilize it the way they're supposed to utilize it, I think we will have a better, people will be clapping for Shippers Council. Everybody is watching. Go to the shipping company, go to the terminal operator, look at the way they operate. In fact, they treat some of straightforward agents anyhow.
And why is it that they cannot sanction them? Because they have power over these people, the activities that these people get engaged in, the terminal operators, the shipping companies. Why can't the Nigerian Shippers Council sanction them when they err?
I said something earlier on. It's a weaker institution. This shipping company, terminal operator that you are seeing, some of them are more powerful than the so-called Shippers Council.
But you just gave examples, sir, of an administrator, an ES, that was about 3 years away.
Yes.
Who was there, right on his job, doing his job properly, and he was feared by these shipping companies.
Because
and
this man in question grew in the system. It's not political appointee. He grew in the system. He know where the problem is, right? So you cannot, if you are bringing a report for him, you cannot give him a false report. He knew.
Okay.
And he do what I called earlier on, he just go to the terminal operator, the model terminal, unaware. He will not write to you that he's coming to come and pay you a visit. Because when he writes to you, I'm coming tomorrow for a visit, you will have put 1 or 2 things in order. He will just come, curfew, unaware. But after then, the next years we are having, they are just sitting down in the office, doing nothing.
And people like experts such as your good self, sir, what are you doing, doing in order to correct this anomaly? Because this is a great anomaly. Nigeria is losing a whole lot of money because the economic regulator is not doing the right thing. Are there papers or reports? Are there, how do I put it? Do you report to the government? Is the government aware of what is actually going on? Because virtually everybody complains about Nigerian Shippers Council.
The government will not listen to someone like us.
Why?
The government will listen to the Shippers Council. That is where the problem lies. Because we are the one in the system. Every day by day, we say the problem, day in, day out. But when Shippers Council want to write to the government, they will polish it. And that is what government will look. Oh, you are doing fantastic. What I tell you, in the paper, oh, you are doing well, we have done this, we have done, oh, fantastic. But reverse is the case. Go to a papa, ask common man on the street about Shippers Council. Some will even tell you who is Shippers Council. So that is the system.
Now, experts say some projections were given that Nigeria should be making as much as 90 trillion naira every year from the maritime sector. Last year, it was a mega 7 trillion naira that all the 4 agencies of government made. The customs, the NEWA, MPA, Shippers Council, the MASAP, all of them put together made less than 7 trillion, about 6.9 trillion naira. That's a drop in the ocean, considering the fact that experts are saying that they should make about 90 trillion naira every year. Why can't they look into this and then, do the right thing so that we can begin to derive the benefits that we should derive from this? And then the wealth will be created for all Nigerians to enjoy.
Yes. Now, the former MPA MD before the current one, I forgot his name. There was
Emmanuel Jimmy.
No.
Okay, the former MPA.
The former MPA MD before the current one.
Okay, the current one is Danso.
Yes, Abubakar also. I forgot his name. I can't really remember.
Mohammed.
So I'm going somewhere. So yeah. There's a program at we have a stakeholder engagement. So I'm at VI, and he said something. He said, our ports in Nigeria. All the ports in Nigeria.
That's Mohammed Bello.
Mohammed Bello, thank you. He said all the ports in Nigeria, none of them is functioning well. They need an upgrade.
Okay.
The equipment are outdated. So when the equipment is updated, what is the implication? Your projection for 900 billion cannot be implemented. Because a bigger vessel will not be able to come. Yeah. Your output and input cargo will drop. So your projection will not be able, you will not meet it. I think last year or this year or so, the federal government have approved some to the upgrade of our port. So until that upgrade is done, then the other people, the Maritime League, where we come together, we know, oh, Nigeria have upgraded their equipment so that they can bring in any vessel. You have all the equipment to handle any kind of vessel, be it LNG, be it container ship, be it RoRo, be it whatever the case may be. But at the same time, you have to look at the state of the economy as well. The state of the economy in the last 2 years is not something that really friendly, because in terms of devaluation, but at the same time, we have what we call stabilization, the stable of the dollar to naira. So what you buy is what I will buy, no matter. So it's stable, and it takes a little while before everything will go back to normal the way it is. And mind you, this is a country whereby anytime we're having a political campaign is coming here and there, and when political campaign is coming, the economy has to be on hold.
All right, thank you so very much, sir. Can you give a parting shot? What should we do so that we can start realizing our...
Okay, what we need to do is to go back and do the drawing board, so that Nigeria can be a better West Africa, can be a hub for the whole West Africa for maritime sector. We have the zeal, we have everything. The water is here, the people is here.
Thank you so very much, sir. This has been the Maritime Frontier Show with Dili Utomi. Today, I had Dr. Aziz Abayomi Mustafa as guest. Stick in with us again next week and tune into the show again. We'll get to meet you again next week. Thank you for tuning in. Have yourself a wonderful day.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
To click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it
for men only.
Mm.
I'm serious.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Abducted Kebbi schoolgirls release not a victory, says Atiku. During the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior. Let's look into other news stories with details. 7-year single term will stabilize governance. Lasso Prof says the Lagos State University professor Adewumi Falode has called for a constitutional review to allow a single non-renewable term of 7 years for elected public office holder in Nigeria. Falode made this call while delivering the university's 115th inaugural lecture, citing the need for stable governance and reduce election-related expenses. The professor argued that the current two-term 4-year arrangement is wasteful and contributes to an unstable, combustive, misaligned political environment. He suggested that a single 7-year term would provide at least 4 years of stable governance, with the remaining 3 years accommodating campaigns and election petitions or resolutions. Away from that particular one, this is from the PDP quarters now. The People's Democratic Party has expressed worry over the repeated assignment of its cases to Justice James Omotosho, Peter Lifu, and Mohammed Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court Abuja Division in a petition to the Chief Judge. The party requested that its cases has been assigned to other judges to ensure fairness and impartiality. The PDP cited concerns over the judge's ruling, which have often favored the party's opponents. The party's request aims to restore public trust in the judiciary and ensure justice is served. Okay, this particular one is the conversation that we all understand where this is going to, because there has been a repeated assignment of different cases of PDP, being given to Justice James Omotosho. So we understand what this particular one means. But Let's see how this particular one would turn out. Let's see what would happen in the coming days. But don't forget that you also went ahead to, approach that of Shea Makinde's, judge in Oyo State, Ibadan to be precise, that actually ruled against what the court in Abuja actually, pronounced. So why should you be crying over a spilled milk now? You should look for a way to have a proper balance. But PDP just needs to actually, come together to share their swords and make peace. I think this ups and downs, it's not really helping the party. It will only make the party even weaker, and I don't know if 2027 will still be very, very sure for that party. But away from that particular one, Army repels a bandit, rescues kidnapped victims in Kogi State, to be precise. The Nigerian Army's 12th Brigade successfully repelled bandits and rescued kidnapped victim in an operation around Oshokosho and Obajana in Kogi State, Lokoja local government area, to be precise. According to the Army, the operation was part of ongoing efforts to combat banditry and kidnapping in the state. One bandit was neutralized and an AK-47 rifle was recovered during the encounter. The rescued victim was evacuated to a medical facility for treatment. And after that treatment, I would want proper, punishment, okay? Instead of saying that we want to rehabilitate him, to reintegrate him again. That's not sitting well with us. And we've actually seen that particular one play over time, okay? And I remember last month, the infantry actually cried out, saying that they don't even trust these, bandits, this ISWAP, men, this Boko Harams that has been integrated, into their team for them to go out, to fire their brothers, because they can't trust them. So I believe after that treatment, you know what's best and you should do the right thing, okay? Instead of you saying that you want to rehabilitate them, to reintegrate them again into our communities. All right, and still on the insecurity situation, reps protest rising attacks. The House of Representatives has protested that the rising of insecurity in Nigeria is becoming so much. Of course, the lawmakers has actually warned that the country is sleeping and institutions are failing. The lawmakers identified factors contributing to the insecurity, including political violence, porous borders, economic displacement, and extremist ideology. They urge the creation of a national border force and adoption of state or community policing to tackle the issue. Okay, Nigeria now records over 24,000 violent incidents in a year, with the country ranked 6th most impacted by terrorism globally. This is not a good record for us. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, of course, we'll be taking a slice of this conversation. Adopted Kebbi schoolgirls release not a victory, says Atiku Abubakar. Don't go nowhere. Stay to Chris Albert. Program Still People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the federal government over the release of adopted schoolgirls in Kebbi State, saying their freedom should not be presented as an achievement, but as an evidence of Nigeria's worsening security environment. Atiku described the release as a damning reminder that terrorists now operate freely, negotiate openly, and dictate terms, while this administration issues press statements to save face. The release followed a statement by the Presidential Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, who highlighted the role of security agency in tracking the kidnappers and securing the girls' release without paying ransom. However, Atiku questioned why the kidnappers were not arrested or neutralized, suggesting that the government was negotiating with terrorists instead of eliminating them. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimehele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sylvia. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. It's good to have you again. And of course, we have a veteran reporter and a senior political analyst in the studio with me, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and Elvis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's really lovely to bring two wonderful friends on board today. So let's see how they would actually, finish the federal government. But before we go into what Atiku has actually said, of course, should it be a thing that we should be celebrating about? That's a question that I believe we would take up. But I am still very, very worried as regards to Bayo Ononuga's, will I call it unguarded statements? Because he granted the media parley, and so many questions that were asked were quite direct, and he thought he was smart about them, but in a nutshell, all we could actually, digest from that interview was he exposing both his principal and this administration. In a situation where you said that all the security apparatus of this or in the nation, they know where the terrorists are, and you went ahead to say that immediately the situation happened, they went in swiftly, to start having conversation with them. They reached out to them, they contacted them, and of course later these girls were released. My question: did we pay or not? Did the federal government pay the terrorists? How did they negotiate? So is it the same thing that we have in Zamfara today, where Zamfara terrorists are giving the communities tax to pay in each community? And not only that, they give their demands that we want school, we want health center, we want you to give us every necessary thing we need and not to disturb us. And not only that, the same Zamfara kingpin, the head of a particular sect there, came out of the bush to organize one of the biggest weddings last week. And all his boys joined in that wedding. But of course, I've lived in the north. To an extent, I understand the language. Mr. Dele Fanimo, you've also stayed in the north. You understand some of the language. And one of the terrorists was making a call. And he said, yes, I have already mentioned to the army person that they put in charge of us that we are about to leave here now. They are aware that we are here. So let them know that we're about to leave now so that some roads can be cleared. He spoke it in Hausa. And I'm not done. In another particular clip, we saw where a Fulani bandit was speaking to some imams and to some sheikh, and of course some Akimis, to be precise, in the north. So the Akimi is like the ones they call Bale here in Lagos or in the Yoruba land. And he said, he was calling Allah, saying that they never wanted to be this. In short, they never knew anything about guns. They've never carried it. They've never wielded one before. But it is the same Nigerian government, people in power, politicians, that actually taught them this way, taught them this life, and handed them rifles. So, my question, I'll start with Mr. Dele Fanimo, because I know you have stayed in the north, and you've also been in the south. So, sir, first, how did we get here? And secondly, did we pay them? How do we negotiate to release these people? Because if truly we actually repel them, we neutralize them, in less than 48 hours, we wouldn't have heard that the same bandits are struck again in the same Kwara state, adopting 11. So, sir, over to you.
Number one, Baya Nanuga was struggling through that interview press conference. Perhaps he was not expecting the kind of questions the reporters there were asking him. So, and he didn't do a good job of that press conference. Because there were gaping holes that he couldn't plug at the conference. Number one, how could you go into... You will recall that he said when they moved in, they realized that any armed confrontation will compromise the safety and lives of those victims.
Yes.
Now they had to retreat on the basis of the fact that they don't want to have any of those victims injured or killed. And he went further to say they employed, I'm not quoting him now, I'm just paraphrasing, that they employed no kinetic approach.
Yeah.
Which simply means
negotiating, yes.
Discussing with them and negotiating. And that was how those guys were released to them. But relying on past events, that story, I tried to wrap it around my head. It didn't add up.
It didn't, sir. It didn't.
No. The lesson from that is we were taught in school that PR is not the same thing as lying. PR is a diplomatic way of telling the truth in a pleasant way and passing the information in clear, unambiguous language. It has nothing to do with lying or cover up.
But damage control is close to lying.
You see, when you talk about damage control, damage control simply means debriefing. You debrief those who have told the story. I feel that, the way you took that information, you may misconstrue it to mean this, but in actual fact, this is what I meant. That is damage control. Or when the story had been published, you now go and say, I didn't mean to say this. You misquoted me this way. This is actually what I meant when I said this and all that. Now, another thing again that is very instructive about this episode is the fact that there is proliferation of cells of bandits. I'm not convinced, and I don't want to be convinced, that the set of people that released 39 are the same set that went back to kidnap. What that means now is there are so many cells, there are so many groups undertaking this kidnapping business.
So in one state, for example,
in one state there could be as many as 20 or 30.
Even the same local government.
And it has shown over time that sometimes they fight themselves, they kill themselves in the process of either loot sharing or territorial takeover and all that. So now the question is, in peace and conflict resolution, we are taught that when you allow this kind of thing to fester over a period of time, the oak now develops very strong branches that you have to contend with many branches. But if you have nipped it in the bud while growing, there won't be opportunity for those branches to sprout. Now, what we have in our hands now is economic kidnapping. Because all these kidnappers, they have not told us that it is on the basis of one particular ideology. For instance, Boko Haram told us when they started this wahala that what we are saying is we don't want Western education, that Western education pollutes our children. We want Islamic education. But these bandits are actually bandits with the intent to instill fear and extract as much money as possible from victims. Now, you ask yourself, when last did you hear of any serious robbery incident?
It's been long.
Because the same armed robbers are transformed to kidnappers.
So they've actually done an upgrade class.
Now, it is easier for them because today with cashless policy, how many people would have up to 2 million naira cash in his hand? What am I going to do with even 200,000 cash? I can't remember the last time I had 200,000 naira cash in my hand. Not even 100. What am I going to use it for? When I can go to any supermarket or anywhere, even the market women, they will give you their number and say POS, or even they say transfer. So why should I carry cash? So the armed robber knows that he's endangered if he goes to any houses or stay on the road to say he wants to commit robbery. But now it is more convenient for them. I was watching a video this evening and I was telling my colleague, I said, look, these people, 6 of them that were arrested, honestly, if they had not opened their mouth to talk, they look every inch Fulani. But when they started talking, 3 of them were from Ekiti State, 2 from Edo, and 1 from Delta. So, but the profiling will make you feel that anybody that is a kidnapper is Fulani.
So what you're trying to tell us now, Mr. Fanimo, is that this situation of kidnapping in Nigeria now is not just about the northern thing anymore.
It's a business now.
It's not a business.
It's not a business.
So it's not even about the Fulani
those. That's why we need to differentiate from one to the other.
Yeah.
For instance, let me tell you, the ones that are Fulani, they are army of occupation. They want to chase you out of your ancestral land, occupy. Those ones, they don't kidnap for ransom, except occasionally when they are broke or when they want to procure arms and ammunition. But there are some people that are now basically kidnappers for ransom. So, and funny enough, they dovetail into each other. The person is just like in the motor park. Agberu today can become driver before night falls. And the driver in the morning can turn to Agberu before night falls. You know?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing now in this kidnapping business. The header can become a kidnapper the next minute and still revert back to army of occupation tomorrow or even this night. So the cells are too many now that superior intel and tactics will need to be deployed to be able to at least hold these people down a bit. And not this negotiation through money, exchange of money.
Okay, sir.
Because a blackmailer will never stop. The more you give in to a blackmailer, the more he asks for more.
Because it's a want, not a need.
You know?
Yeah.
And so, for now, all these, we are talking to them, we are doing this. For me, as a person, I am not in support of it.
Okay.
Because I wonder how it will look like today if Obama, when he was in government, had reached out to Osama bin Laden to say he wants to negotiate. Perhaps that man would have become another president of the world. because he will never get satisfied with whatever offer is given. But America, look at in Gaza, Israel were tactical about these terrorists. The moment they announced the leader of Hamas or Hezbollah, in less than 2 weeks, they take him out. And it was intentional. And what was the result? At some point, they were even the one begging for ceasefire. But if they had pampered them, I wonder what would have happened in the Middle East now. So we are pampering a cub, lion cub, and we are feeding that lion cub. One day, we may find ourselves in the belly of the lion cub.
Okay, thank you so much for that particular submission there. Mr. Ives, let me come to you. All right, so Mr. Dele touched different areas of this situation that is actually, as regards to insecurity ravaging the land. And the Deputy Speaker, House of Reps, Ben Kalu, has actually proposed and pushing for a particular bill to prosecute any public officer, who would indulge in negotiating with bandits. And my question, why just the public officers? Why not everybody in Nigeria? Okay, but that being said, with the situation in Nigeria that Mr. Fanimo mentioned that we now have them in different cells, okay, so that means they've spread around the country. Are we still in charge? Is Nigerian government, are we still in charge of this country as regards to our security situation? Do we still have everything under control as regards to our Nigerian armed forces? Because Bayo Ononuga said a statement. He said they all know where they are in the country. So, you know where they are. What is that difficult thing? Why is it that difficult for you to take them out once and for all? Instead, Sheikh Gumi says that we have to keep negotiating with them and to see how to, soft pedal for them to be reintegrated back, that they would, drop their arms. Of course, we saw in the news that the federal government just banned open grazing. Another reversed one, just like I mentioned to Mr. Fanimo as regards to damage control, another reverse news came that, they are not banning it in totality. What they are saying is that they want to talk about ranching. So, what is really going on? And of course, what's your take as regards to Atiku's conversation?
Well, thank you, Savior. We are not in charge any longer. Nigeria government is no longer in charge. That's why another country can remind us of our failure. That's what brought up this. Trump reminded us of our failure. What we ought to do some years back. This insurgency is 16 years. Like Mr. Fanimo has said, because it was not nip in the bud at the beginning, it's now spreading. We are now having more sales. Many people are now entering the business. It's become a big business. It has become a big network. Savior, you will agree with me that if you are traveling with your family, just about you and your wife and maybe 2 or 3 children, you know how you prepare for you to be able to meet the logistics need of everybody on that trip.
Yeah.
Then, but this bandit comes to school, pick as much as 200 and something pupils. Do you know what it means to cater for those children within, even if it's just one day? Do you know what it means? Do you know the quantity of water those children will drink within their camp till they are released? Let's even start from there. They are going to be fed. They are kept somewhere. They are housed. They sleep somewhere. Who are the supplier of all this? Have you thought of it? That's the business. Let's not deceive ourselves. People make supply for all these things that are used in their respective camps all over Nigeria. Let's not chase the shadow. Let's chase the object. It's not those ragtag boys that come out to kidnap these children in the school. They are not the people behind this. If you starve those boys for 1 week, they don't have arms, they don't have food, they don't have drugs especially. The motorcycles they use, they put fuel, no fuel. Even those motorcycles sometimes break down. People go to the bush to fix it for them. If you starve these boys of this retinue of logistics they enjoy right there in the bush, that made them like another country inside the country.
Yeah.
These boys will come out. I was reading a piece yesterday night. You know, Gaza, I mean, it's like the kind of ceasefire now is on.
Yeah.
And all this while, when the world was like, oh, they are being starved, food is not in Gaza and all that, almost all those food that were coming from UN were still being kept for these Haman boys in the tunnel. But since this ceasefire came, the food is no longer going to the tunnel. These guys are now coming out from respective tunnel. Israel is picking them now, one after the other. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the source of their food or whatever is now being starved. If the federal government of Nigeria cannot look for the source, the financiers of these boys, the logistics suppliers of these boys, let me tell you, this thing is just beginning. Starve these people for 1 week, these boys will come out. If those guns that they brandish everywhere, no bullets, will it be useful any longer? A gun without bullets it's just like a walking stick. But because it constantly comes in batches, they get drugs, they get food, and sometimes they go to schools, pick these children and make them wives. That's why you see this business is festering. So when Atiku Abubakar says it's not victory, it is not victory. Because in the first instance, the Constitution challenged the president that the major duty of a president's responsibility is the welfare and security of his citizens. This is a constitutional requirement for that office, irrespective who is there. Forget about today, it's being occupied by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If you are vying for that office, you know you have this constitutional requirement. When you fail in it, what do we celebrate in it? When you practically failed in it, there's no celebration, there's no victory. That office did not do its job. That's why these children were picked.
So are you in support
the
of...
children were victim of a failed state.
Okay, so Mr. Elvis, are you in support of that statement? Several people have been calling on the president saying that since he cannot handle the security situation that he should resign. Are you in support of it?
100%. Did this present APC not tell Jonathan that?
Is this about party now, or you are just talking based on Nigeria?
No, it's not about party. It's all about the Nigerians.
Okay.
Because you and I are victims. You can be picked.
I will not be picked in Jesus' name.
Because we are in the studio, but you know when you are traveling now for Christmas now, you will be doing fasting and prayers.
Mr. Fanimo and Mr. Elvis, I would like to mention this. Now, I think it is high time that we understand that this is not about the core north anymore.
It's no more.
Because
it has come into the south.
Because if Wike of all person, you know, we have profiled Wike to be the man that he doesn't care about so many things. But Wike has actually started shutting some schools down. Not only that, Wike actually ordered for increase of security surveillance in the whole of Abuja.
In Abuja.
Now, what does that tell us? A whole capital city, the capital place of this nation, and insecurity is threatening that particular place already. How much more to any other state?
I mean, that's the development we're talking about.
Now, a governor in Kebbi, a governor in Kebbi, the governor of Kebbi State, Mr. Fanima, I don't know if you saw that particular one. He said that till now, the army are yet to respond to what he asked. Why did the Nigerian army withdraw their personnel from the state before that particular abduction took place? Till now, they are yet to answer that particular question.
It has always been the case. You recall that...
Even during the time of Chibok.
That's what I'm saying.
We are told this same story.
Look at that man. Look at that private that was dismissed about 2 weeks ago. They were on hot pursuit of Boko Haram members. Just about the time they were almost rounding them up, order came from above that they should retreat. But this guy felt,
we are almost here. We've gotten them.
He refused. And until those bandits, until those terrorists beat a retreat and escape into the forest, and the only compensation for him is to dismiss him. Look at that Major General. They set up a team, investigative team.
Yes.
And they were able to pick some of these Boko Haram leaders. The only compensation that man deserved was premature retirement.
Yes.
And they didn't even stop at that. They arrested and kept him behind in solitary confinement for 64 days.
Mr. Fanimo, let me also remind you of Brigadier General Kuti.
Yes.
Who was one time a theater commander.
Yes.
Who told Nigerian government to give him arms to fight this insurgency.
Yes.
What was the end result? He was
court-martialed
and dismissed.
Yes.
Until Falana took up his matter and they now committed it back to retirement. That was how he was eased out of the army.
No, they didn't even do that alone.
They
retarded his promotion by 3 months.
Yes.
Before they had to force him to retire.
Boys. So if you put all this together, you discover that Nigeria government have been playing a lot of key roles in fighting this insurgency. This very present vice president of Nigeria today, when he was governor of Borno State, you remember he protested to Asoro?
Of course.
To go and tell the former president that the insurgents are much more sophisticatedly armed than Nigeria soldiers. When he was governor of Borno State,
yes.
This Shetima today, the vice president, today he's opportunity to be second in command. What has he done now? What changes has he made? In relation to that statement he made then, and compared to the level of insurgency we have now, the increased level now we have now.
See, the volume of business in insurgency outweighs the blood that is being shed.
Absolutely.
Generals are involved. Politicians are involved.
Because for that of the politician, I think I would agree with the both of you, because if Amechi of all person can actually say that if the president can reach out to him for help, that he would help him. What does that mean? That means there is something he knows that we don't know.
Also remember that even the sitting governor of Zamfara State today, the Zamfara State governor, has said it.
He mentioned, he said if they give them the permission.
In 2 weeks, he will route them.
He said they know them.
So what is then if
that's the big question
now,
we should be
what
asking
is
the
going on? Why is the presidency, the commander-in-chief, why are they not giving this full approval for these people to be properly repelled, neutralized, and for this insecurity to be over in this nation?
That's the big question.
Why are we petting bandits? Why are we petting terrorism in Nigeria?
Let me ask you a question. What is the level of attack in Sambisa Forest today? It has reduced. Because what they were protecting, the external powers that are using them as shields to exploit our resources, now the resources are thinning out. I can tell you that why I'm even afraid now is by the time they get to a point that what is left of gold in Zamfara is too minute for them to dissipate their energy, they are likely, the next port of call will be Osun State.
Osun State.
They are pretending as if nothing is happening.
But I wouldn't agree that they are pretending as if nothing is happening, because...
No, what I mean by that is
because
they are pretending as if nothing is happening in Osun.
Sir, they almost struck last week. I don't know if you saw it in the news. The Amotekuns actually repelled them off. Amotekun helped that situation last week here. There was just a serious traffic on Osun Road going to Ekiti.
If you recall that the day I was on this program when we were analyzing Trump's statement, I said it is purely business. Trump's intervention is purely for business reasons.
Yeah, you mentioned.
Because he went to China to meet with Xi. And out of that discussion and intel by the American secret police, they discovered that China had suffused the government and major corporation, Chinese corporation in Africa, that the level of exploitation by China is huge, and America went to sleep. Now they are just waking up and they want to catch up and even overtake. And the only way to do that is, in diplomacy, individual will make individual problem to become national problem. And that's what our politicians here use.
Just like
when they lose election, it is now Nigeria that has lost election.
Become a Nigeria problem.
It becomes a Nigerian problem.
That's you don't go through the corners. Just mention Turaki's name at once.
Start calling on but even at that, there were cracks. That's why Trump statement now made story and became a big headline.
No, we're not talking about politicians. We're talking about politicians. You understand?
We're not
been in the corridors of power.
There.
Maybe they have issues internally. Now they are calling on international community to come and help them fix whatsoever situation they are having. We are talking about Nigerian station now.
There is going to be, if America should come today,
which I doubt them to come.
I say if
they can only sanction
today.
They can only sanction.
Nigeria will be a battleground for the soul of our resources. Same way it is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yes, happening.
Sincerely, when I took my time to watch the full 5 hours documentary of Congo, I was really sad. There was once a people, a country blessed with so much, but guess what?
I said
everything is gone now.
Under the feet of Congolese in that country lies $34 trillion mineral resources.
And today, all they can do is for the Chinese to come, they pick them up to go and use them to mine. And afterwards, they said once they give them,
set the locals against themselves.
Yes. They say they say what they do now. Once they release $100 bill, and tell them I've given him dollars. You know the word dollars.
Yeah.
You understand?
Rings.
There is hess.
Yes.
So you feel it's much.
So
you just tell them I've given him dollars. They just go. They start fighting themselves. And that's it. They are gone with whatsoever they've taken until they come again. So it has always been a survivor of the fittest there.
We don't want that to happen in this country. To the inner recess of their molar, their teeth.
Yes.
To be sure that they are not hiding diamond anywhere. They are the one mining.
How did we get to this point in Africa? But I don't want Nigerian situation to be that way, because I am a patriotic citizen of this country, and my children would also be proud of this nation, and this nation will work.
Well, that's why we are talking.
That's why we are talking now.
That's the advocacy we have here. That's why we are talking now.
Because we need to let the world know that this is the game plan.
Yes. But it's really painful that everyone has just been saying, we don't have the approval. Okay, let us dive into this particular one. You saw the Northern Governors Forum. They had a meeting. Now the Southern Governors Forum, they've actually held a meeting. I think the meeting is ongoing in Ogun State, to be precise. The Western Governor did theirs, but now the Southern Governor have actually taken it up. Ogun State Governor, Dakwabionu, is the host, okay? And the meeting is ongoing, which we hope that something better will come out of it. Now, what do you think about state policing? I think it is high time we actually look into this particular one.
You see, the unfortunate part of this state policing thing, I told my friend, my colleague here, Chukuma, in December, during the Christmas, and I saw about 26 aircrafts of the same make who were sitting at the post bar. When I noticed, I counted 10. I said, Chukuma, do you know that these aircrafts are largely owned by governors or chartered by governors? Tinubu was around in Lagos then. He said, why did I say so? I said, look at the make. The 10 that I've counted, same Gulfstream. I said, definitely. The funny thing is, the following morning, we heard in the news that 26 governors came to Tinubu, and the following day, they said all the governors have agreed on state police. That was December last year. Almost 1 year after. Where is that agreement? Where is that agreement? You see, I've been in some settings which almost made me lose hope about the future of this country. These high-profile politicians and powerful people, when they come to round table like this, what they do is to place the map of Nigeria. They share boundaries. They are not mindful of the human factor in these boundaries. Look, this is my area of strength. If you don't come there, I won't come to your own territory. This is why you must not come here. This is what they do. They've killed their conscience. So when we begin to talk here and shout here, they just, with their bottle of champagne and glass cup, they just look at us and say, don't mind them.
40 years old whiskey.
I'm telling you. There are whiskeys that are about 7 million naira a bottle. These are the things these people drink.
And yet, I went to do a Vox Pop in the same Lagos, to be precise, as regards to the minimum wage.
Yes.
And some sectors in, what do we call them again?
In the private sector?
No, not the government sector. People that cleans the ground. What do they call them?
Okay, they say highway managers.
Is it Loma?
Is it Loma?
The workers there, they call them highway managers.
And we were told that as at August, July/August, that they were still being paid, their 30,000 naira.
Minimum wage.
All the
yes, and they've not gotten there. They've not
with
gotten.
all the IGR.
Yes, I said it. The video is still there. I did the Vox Pop myself.
That's the thing. So when it comes to, maltreating Nigerians, that's the map. That's what we were talking about just now. They can easily share boundaries and say, okay, you remain there, I remain in my own.
Yes.
I'm not encroaching your own. So you
don't encroach my own.
But Mr. Ives, do you think the state policing can work?
No.
Or are they just going out to do this particular meeting because of the insecurity situation, and after the whole situation is died down, they go back in?
The state policing matter is in the National Assembly. I think they are now at the level of, the 36 State House of Assembly has to also meet and get it to third vote on it. So they do public hearing. I mean, and that so we are at the level of getting to the.
But the point is, I keep asking myself. Maybe there's a clear answer to it. Why is it that when it is something that concerns National Assembly members, first reading, second reading takes just less than 24 hours?
And
that's a very serious question.
That is the issue we have with them. That's the reason why we they represent constituents in this nation. That's the reason why every constituent member that in National Assembly ought to have been that the people who sent them there should have been able to still talk to them and say, why is this being delayed? We're supposed to have a responsibility to recall these people. But unfortunately, the Constitution did not. The manner of recall is something that is like
recall does not even work in Nigeria.
So
it is. I can actually say that
some of the things that we as a civil society organization ought to also be sponsoring bills to at least amend some of these things so that we can have a better say in some of those people we.
If recall was working in Nigeria, one of your House of Assembly member in Lagos State, they gave palliative to be shared to Lagosians, of course, to Nigerians everywhere, but of course, I'm talking about Lagos now. And when we saw that the palliatives were what she actually kept in a particular warehouse for her own benefit. After they started calling her back, was the call back? Did it work?
It didn't work.
Where have you ever seen? That's the thing. Where have you? That's what I'm saying. It can never work.
Can talk about some of these arts.
But you know the unfortunate thing about it is when these legislators come, you and I will not have the time to engage him. And those who engage him, they are already hungry. Whatever he does out is what they are coming there to take. And they are not questioning him.
And then that's why
are they even available most of the time? They are not even available.
As from June next year now, they will start coming back
for empowerment.
Yes,
they will soon come now.
They will soon come for empowerment.
Mr. Ives, the time they come with brown envelopes. So people that take it.
They don't come with brown envelope. They come with Okada and grinding machine.
But in closing, It's so sad and painful that one of my colleagues, actually interviewed a minister in this country, and he said, I heard that you've been taking things from people and giving your friends things. And all he looked at, a particular colleague who's the counterpart of another station, he looked at him and he replied him, but I gave you one too. On national TV. So this is how bad the situation is, But I wouldn't want to mention names. Let me just leave it at that for speculations. Because that's how we can actually go on the show. Thank you so much for being part of the program today. Of course, we hope we actually had more time to actually, talk about the situation of this country. But unfortunately, we're pressed for time. The views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely theirs and do not reflect that of VOP Media. And of course, if you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put to listen to The Locker Room, to watch them. Of course, I don't know if they have good news for us today, because we actually hoped that Barcelona would do better yesterday. But unfortunately, Chelsea actually closed them out of so many people, and we've not been able to rest afterwards. Congratulations to you, Chelsea, on behalf of The Locker Room. Okay, don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays,
8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sis Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, he was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes. our black culture, so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another beautiful edition of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry up in your heart, and we've got an absolute interesting packaged edition of football on Locker Room today, taking a look at the UEFA Champions League as well as the Super Eagles updates as we prepare for the AFCON 2025, which comes up in Morocco in the month of December. And of course, the update coming from the team. Now, not too good because injuries, very, very, very dangerous injuries to the team's preparation ahead of the AFCON. And definitely, I don't envy Eric Chell. And of course, the Blues, they say, all Blues. Blues for life. Yeah, talking about the Chelsea fans here, quite excited. Mouth-watering blockbuster fixture at the Stamford Bridge. And of course, I have my guys with me. Ikechukwu makes a return. And anyway, I will not get to that point yet where I'll say what's my mind. But it's great to have you join us. So much to talk about on the locker.
Jerry, so much to talk about. I mean, 3-0 at the bridge. I mean, a lot of us was hoping for a very difficult encounter. But it turned out to be, one of those games Chelsea will just go into, and if not for the VAR and other goals that were cancelled due to handball, I mean, we would have been talking about 5 or 6 goals against Barcelona. And of course, no Palmer, no problem. Chelsea is that team that is, used to actually taking big guys down with ease. I mean, we did it in the Club World Cup finals, and now also against almighty Barcelona, the side that actually, did a lot of death, to Real Madrid last season. I mean, we are here again.
I don't know. This we. Anyway, Cherry. I'll get to that point where it became we. Anyway, I'll give you the background story. But anyway, you can stay tuned, hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. You can also call in via the WhatsApp number showing on the screen to join the conversation. So let's hit the road. And of course, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us. We just talked about so far so good, the Super Eagles, and of course the UEFA Champions League action last night. And I remember chatting you. I said I needed you to come and join us to come and see a defector.
Maiwa, please, thank you very much for giving us Garnacho. We really appreciate.
Oh, Maiwa, you can see a defector here anyway, but you understand where we are coming from.
I'm wondering my
great to have you join us.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I never knew that Ikechukwu was a spy. When did you turn the Chelsea fan? When?
He's a defector.
Maiwa,
I don't understand.
Maiwa, I'm honoring my pledge.
So you are a male.
No,
you are a male.
No, Maiwa, I keep
friend.
No, Maiwa, I keep. Jerry told me that on this altar I have to honor my pledge. You recall the game before the Club World Cup game?
He has not won his own jersey. He has not won the Manchester United jersey. So I mean,
yes,
you are better than him.
Did he? No,
I know. I keep my word.
My own situation is that I went to the market. I went to the market to look for my United jersey. I did not see it.
Should I get you
I
one?
said you should get it for me.
No, don't worry. Should I get you one?
No, now. It was a one-off situation now. Why you refused to provide the Man U jersey? I waited for a whole week. The jersey was not available.
By Monday we'll get you one.
No, there will have to be another bet on the table.
Tomorrow I can get him one. Let him just say I should bring it.
We have to be another bet on the table. That one don't pass. So let's move on. Life goes on.
But congratulate me now. Welcome me. Thank you very much. Maiwa, congratulate me now.
Let's put something on the table. If Liverpool loses today, you are wearing Man U jersey starting from tomorrow.
Oh, a team that is always prepared to lose. I should come and bet on them. Maiwa, you're not even nice. That team that is ready to lose any match available. I should not bet on them.
Liverpool at this moment is like that woman with the issue of blood. Looking for a Messiah to touch the hem of his garment.
Wow. Anyway, it's your time. But let's talk about issues right now because we started with the Super Eagles before we go to the UEFA Champions League. And this is not too interesting news as far as operations for the Nations Cup is concerned, where new Super Eagles defender Benjamin Frederick won't be available for selection for the African Cup of Nations next month after picking up a knee injury while in training with his Belgium side, FC Denda. Frederick picked up the injury in training upon his return from the World Cup qualifiers playoff, where he played in all of the games for the Nigerian team, who were beaten to the ticket to represent Africa at the Intercontinental Playoff by DR Congo. He's set to be out for 12 weeks, according to reports, and already Eric Chell has made provision for his replacement in the team for the tournament, with the list set to be made public soon. Ikechukwu, Benjamin Frederick was like a rock of Gibraltar in that defense, and a lot of us were excited that we'll not have the next big thing. And the worry about Trust Ekong aging and not being available was no longer there. The worry about Shemi Ajayi's injury spells going back and forth was no longer there. But now it looks like the only option as far as Trust Ekong and Shemi Ajayi is concerned, he's now going to be out for the AFCON. And this would have been his debut Nations Cup.
Absolutely. This is very sad. The man who would have actually stepped in for him is Felix Agu, also injured. Of course, recall his injury even came before the Osimhen story, and of course this Benjamin Frederick. I don't know who the manager is going to trust now in that particular role, and it's not a good news at all. Now the problem with this is not just that he's injured; it's the fact that we don't have someone that is going to actually step in for him that we can really trust. If anything happens to Shemi Ajayi now, Shemi Ajayi is actually aging already. If anything happens to him during the cup games, then definitely we are stuck. And this is where, I would have expected that the likes of Ngenge has raised their game in the CHAN Championship to be able to be part of the Super Eagles team. But unfortunately, they didn't actually, give us any hope to believe that they are good enough to be part of the team. Now we are actually stuck. Osimhen is there. Now he's there. I don't know what the Super Eagles is going to actually do about this. But like you said, I also don't envy Eric Shaw, because being in this particular position is not where any manager wants to be. Coming from, losing the World Cup ticket, you want to give a very strong show in the Nations Cup. And then if you don't have, the right personnel to actually go into that particular game, tournament, is going to be a very sad story in the end. And at this point, right, looking at the team, this is why I really have very serious issues with, Eric Shaw increasing the number of players that he's inviting to the camp. Some of these things, when these players start coming to the camp, certain bad energies and, stuff like this happen to players who are supposed to be regular in the team. This guy is actually out now. I don't know if he's going to actually go back to back three, lineup, and then, increase more body in the midfield, because this is more like the only available solution that we have now. Play three-man backline and then add more bodies in the midfield to ensure that, they're just actually able to, control games. But at this point, this guy is not just a good defender; he's also a good line breaker. If a game seems to be tight, he's that man who can actually rely upon to actually drive forward. His quality is really going to be missed, because now he's beginning to have that synergy with even the midfielders, And I mean, him being out is going to really, really worry Spike. I just hope that this turns out to be a blessing in disguise. We might just, find another revelation in his absence that, when he eventually comes back, could now have, two good players for that particular role. But at this time, right, Richelle really needs to do a lot of work to bring someone who's going to be as good as Benjamin Frederick. Else, we are set for a very terrible showing in the Nations Cup, particularly in the defense line.
And of course, moving to the coach of the side, Maiwa, the head coach of the senior national team, Richelle, according to reporters, picked a replacement for the FC Denda defender who will miss the African Cup of Nations due to injury. Taking a look at Richelle's selection so far, so good. Do you think he was going to find a perfect replacement for talking about Benjamin Frederick?
Well, I think it's going to be a bit difficult for him. We have about 3 weeks. If the NFF, I think it will be much more easier. We've had a couple of injuries, and the only way you can test out all these players is to have friendly matches like that. That has not been done. So you only just relying on their performance, at their club level. We have gotten ourselves into this mess, and what we need to rely on is basically just go with what we have. I think with this now, we'll probably see a Shemi Ajayi, make a return back with a Calvin Bassey. Olaino, we are not sure of how. We are not sure if he'll be 100% fit. So we probably have an Osai Samuel, then maybe a Bruno Yemachi, or Zaidu Sanusi probably play that defensive line for us. However, we have also stated here that a Benjamin Frederick is a breath of fresh air. He brings a whole lot of confidence. He brings a whole lot of swagger. He brings a whole lot of stability in that defense line, and that we are going to miss at the moment. Going forward now, for him to get a straight replacement, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think education is something that's very, very important. I think this is where the Nigerian players, the Chan players, the players that played in Nigeria, this is where they let us down. I mean, if you have a Chan side that went for a particular tournament, and you can't even boast of one or two of them that can make it to the national team, it's a slap on our league. In as much as I've said consistently, we have over 400 players. I think there's one or two of them who are good enough to be able to play for the national team. However, we have just 3 weeks. Richelle will not be assessing over 400 players between now and when the tournament starts. So it's going to be very difficult. It's going to rely on what we have. This is also, a call to action going forward. Whatever happens in the Nations Cup, let's just take it like that, because I mean, the timeline is very short. I think this is the time for us to go back to the drawing board and begin to look at players that will actually, be fitting for Nigeria rather than rely on, foreign-born players that like we have done so far. When most of them get injured, we don't get a replacement, and that shows that our team lacks a whole lot of depth. So we are going to go with whatever we have at the moment. But going forward, I think there should be a 2-3 years plan for us to be able to get players that will be a like for like, even when some of them are injured. That should be the plan going forward. But as for the Nations Cup, we just have to make do with what we have at the moment.
All right. Looking at all the injuries now piling up, thank God Olaino is back. I've seen him training, and hopefully he gets some minutes in the next weekend game for Nottingham Forest. Then we can assess his level of preparedness, because it's going to be crucial for the team. His reintroduction to the Super Eagles will make us more fortified for the right back position in terms of him assisting the attack as well, because that was a major issue. But Benjamin Frederick was able to hold his own when he was given the opportunity. But then injured, Olaino is back. Now, there's also the talk about Victor Osimhen. We're worried about that. Now we're going to defense. Does it look like the chances of the Eagles going far in this competition is growing dimmer by the day? Because these are crucial players to the team, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, I've always said that a team is like a man, right? And what value is a man without his spinal cord? I mean, if you look at a very strong team, you have a very strong man right there at the as the arrowhead. You also have key player who you cannot do without in the middle, and then you also have that person who in the out of defense is very trustworthy, and then you have a goalkeeper that is very, very reliable. The goalkeeper in some cases might not even be the best goalkeeper in the world, but at least just be decent. And if you look at, for example, the Pep Guardiola side, Vardes, in terms of shot stopping, is not one of the best in his time. But then you know that team, the arrowhead, Messi, there's the Xavi in the middle of the park. Or you want to say Iniesta, or you want to say Busquets, either of them. And there's also a Gerard Piqué who you can also look at as a man who understands the chemistry of the team. Looking at the Super Eagles today, we can comfortably look at Benjamin Frederick, even though Michel still thinks that he's too young, and sometimes if the likes of Shemira Ajayi is around, you want to play ahead of him. But I think he's a man, he's our best defender at this point when it comes to centre back. And then, in the middle of the park, there's an Ndidi that you can also look at, okay, yeah, he's perhaps, even though we want to say he's actually out of his prime, but then he's still a player who can actually look up to and say, okay, this player is quite decent. And then if Rachel actually placed more trust on Uche Cristantus, perhaps he would have been that man in the middle of the park who can actually look up to and say, okay, this guy is our go-to man. Again, in the attack is Victor Osimhen. Now, when you have Victor Osimhen out, you also have Benjamin Frederick out. It says a lot about the team's balance, and that's exactly what the Super Eagles looks like at this point. There's absolutely no trust. There's actually no the chemistry will obviously not be there, and it's going to really affect the outcome of the team. Seriously, if you also look at the Super Eagles of the old, you also look at players who have these key players in every position. Just filing straight. I mean, even if all the players within the sides are actually not as good, those ones within that lines, that spinal cord lines, if they're actually good, a team is definitely bound to hold its own. But I mean, with Victor Osimhen and Benjamin Frederick out, that's going to be a very, very big problem. And like you said, the question you asked, if it actually affects our chance, is really, if we have about 50% chance of actually making it to the semi-finals before, trust me, that chance is about 25% now.
About 25%. Now, Maiwan, do you think that the Super Eagles still stands as favorite? Taking a look at the issues in the team already with injuries?
Well, I don't think so. We don't have, like I said earlier, we don't have depth. If somebody gets injured, we don't have a suitable replacement. Even in the midfield that we are talking about, Ndidi, he gave a brilliant performance against Gabon. The next game, we couldn't find Ndidi. And that has been the case, of Ndidi for the national team. There's a Sterling Nwabali who we are not sure. It's lacking in confidence at the moment. 1 minute is giving you a scintillating performance. The next minute, you don't know what's going to happen to him. There's a Shemira Ajayi who is just coming back, and it's not the fastest. And we have seen him play with, a Calvin Bassey, and we have seen that sometimes the combination does not really work that much. Olaino is just coming back from injury. I don't expect him to regain full fitness between now and when the Nations Cup will start. However, we'll be forced to play in the attack. Lukman Chukwu is not been consistent. We've seen their performance so far. It has not been consistent. So it brings a whole lot of issue. And there are no suitable replacements on the bench that can literally come in, and do something, and do something if those guys do not perform. And that is why we are in the mess we are in at the moment. So, I mean, for me, if you're having maybe a 60% chance of winning, probably that has gone down drastically with about, probably I would say we have now about 15% chance of winning because of the injuries and because we don't have a stable replacement. However, Eric Check can shock us and probably, give us another revelation. Remember, he discovered Benjamin Frederick and the other guy, I can't remember the name now.
Felix Agu.
Defender now. Felix Agu in the Unity Cup, and we saw how good those guys were. If he could do it during that time, probably we can come up with a player that will be a suitable replacement between now and when the competition starts, which I doubt, but I hope is able to do that. But if we go Warrior at the moment, I think we only have 50% chance of winning the Nations Cup, even if we go further than probably the quarterfinal.
50% chance. That's quite a very, very poor chance. And of course, other teams will definitely be excited with the news that players like Benjamin Frederick and Victor Osimhen have been ruled out with injury, and a fear factor in the team. Because whether you like it or not, they've seen Benjamin Frederick, how strong he is in defense, how rock solid he was able to stop the likes of Aubameyang, Bouanga, and of course, even the likes of Wan-Bissaka and so on and so forth. They saw the power and, of course, the defense tactics and maturity for a 20-year-old. As far as I'm concerned, Benjamin Frederick is going to be missed for the AFCON, which would have been his debut, and pretty sad one. But Shemi Ajayi is back, and hopefully he gets more playing time and match fitness. Then Ekong, this might also be his last Nations Cup. That if he gets the game time, and if we make it past the group stage, because I don't know what the group stage is going to look like for the Super Eagles now.
But I really think that if Eric Shell needs to go back to Parcero's playbook, sadly I have to say this, but even though I'm not a big fan of Parcero, but I think he has to just go back to Parcero's playbook, because that their line is the solution to this problem now. What Parcero was able to do was to integrate Kevin Bassey to play in front of Shemi Ajayi and Chusekong, and that's where it was easy for Chusekong to actually move forward. And then the defense, if you recall that Nations Cup, Nigeria really considered goals in that Nations Cup. That's the only way we can actually keep our heart together, and I think that's the only thing that we can actually do now to actually put our defense in order while we work on that department. For me, right, I think that's the very best thing we can do right now. Ensure that you find a way to play, either you play three-man backline, then allow Olajuwon to actually move as much as he wants to move, and then whoever it is going to be playing in the left, either Zedu Sanusi or Bruno Emechi, let them have a few days going forward to join the attack, and then add more body in the centers, and one striker up front. I think with that way, I mean, you also know that Richel's style is actually more offensive than Parcero, but then let that cohesion actually be there in that defense. I think that way we should be able to keep ourselves together in that particular championship, because you know that a team that already concede goals will most likely go far in tournament. Even if it's just one goal, you're able to put behind the opponent for every game. So I think that's the only way we can actually survive this tournament. But if we open the game just like the way Richel likes to play with this, and then play flat backline, perhaps to Chusekong and Shemi Ajayi, or Shemi Ajayi and Kevin Bassey, I think it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen.
All right, and of course, let's leave the Super Eagles. Let's talk about the UEFA Champions League, the biggest club competition in the world. As far as football is concerned, the Chelsea romped to a dominant 3-0 win at home to 10-man Barcelona in the Champions League on Tuesday night, while Pep Guardiola's much-changed Manchester City went down to their first defeat of the campaign against the Bayern Leverkusen. And the battle between the second-place sides in the Premier League and La Liga, Chelsea emerged emphatic winners thanks to goals from 18-year-old Esteval Liam Delap after a Jules Koundé own goal had given the 2021 Champions League winners a first-half lead. The visitors played just over half their counter, a player down following Captain Ronald Arroyo's dismissal for 2 bookable offences on the stroke of halftime. And after Sterling last time out, Chelsea being held 2-2 by Karabakh, and Barca drawing 3 apiece with Club Brugge. Both sides came into the match at Stamford Bridge looking to get their campaigns back on track. To say a team who struggled against Karabakh, run riot against this Barca side, who is pure shadow of themselves, and of course, Chelsea gave a good account of themselves. They've shown to be the giant killers of Europe.
Chelsea is actually a giant as well. I mean, you cannot say they are giant killers and they are second on the log in Premier League. No.
Okay.
They're actually a very top team, and that's exactly why they're able to do what they do.
Okay.
It's one of those nights where you don't expect the results. Absolutely, no one actually. I would say they expect 3-0 coming. Even if you say expect 3-0 coming, it would have been Barcelona, to get 3 goals. But then Chelsea did what they do, in big games.
That's why they are giant killers.
And that's why they are giant. No, they are giants. So you don't call them giant killers. Okay, fine, giants killing giants. but yeah, I mean,
going into the game, they were the underdogs. Anyway.
Well, of course, based on history.
Based on equality.
Based on history, right? Based on history, Barcelona is, obviously a bigger European side than Chelsea. So exactly why Chelsea will always be, the underdog in ties like this. And of course, in the last couple of seasons, Chelsea has not been that much present in Europe. So obviously, Barcelona will always
be in wilderness of the Conference League. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, sadly, they're playing in Champions League and sitting pretty well, in this particular championship. And then where they took out Barcelona, I think that's going to send some, message down teams in the UEFA Champions League. Chelsea is not that team that will struggle to beat champion of Spain by 1-0 and then lose 3-0, the next weekend. This is a proper team that understands that winning, has to be a culture. You have to drive it through and through. And they did it emphatically against Barcelona and, against Barcelona and their star boy, Lamine Yamal. I mean, Jerry, I mean, Chelsea did this 3-0 without Palmer. I mean, no Palmer, no problem, Jerry.
Yeah, there was problem against Karabakh without Palmer.
I mean, Karabakh, you know, when you play against a team without history and identity, when you play against, you know, a team that has nothing to lose, it's quite difficult to actually crack them down. And that's exactly what happened against Karabakh. I mean, this is the world champion for crying out loud. Everybody wants to be the world champion. Except if you feel that you are...
World champion. Please, let's stick.
But it is what it is, Jerry. Jerry, it is what it is. Chelsea is the world champion. No, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to acknowledge the fact that Chelsea...
They are not world champion.
How are they not world champion?
They just glorify people.
Who is the world champion, please?
Which world? Let's stick to the script. Yeah. Why definitely Chelsea giving a good account of themselves? Esteval proving that he's the new kid on the block in a game where they had another kid in Lamine Yamal. And a lot of talk about him. He should stay away from the dwarfs and, of course, stay away from the parties. Maybe he will regain his form. But the man has partied so hard since the last Euros. And it looks like he's not the Lamine Yamal we used to know.
During the game yesterday, I said something. I said, Ansu Flick has decided to die on the heels of playing. They were going to play into the hands of Chelsea, and that happened yesterday. Moses Caicedo did an excellent job in the middle of the park. Moses Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez, they were a thorn in the flesh, and they didn't allow Barcelona to enjoy the eye line, and that is the reason why they continue to concede goals and continue to struggle in that particular game. I think the way Barcelona lined up, played into the hands of Chelsea and played into the hands of Enzo Maresca, and that's the reason why it was a one-way traffic. The way Barcelona has been lining up has always been a problem. Remember their game against Barcelona, their game against Real Madrid. Real Madrid also exploit that eye line. The game against Club Brugge, the same thing happened in that particular game, that they played the very high line and they were conceding goals with reckless abandon. I think Ansu Flick needs to change his tactics. If he doesn't change his tactics, I might not be surprised if Barcelona gets knocked out in this first phase of the Champions League, because the result has been poor so far, and he has vowed not to change his tactics, and that tactics does not work at the moment. For Chelsea, they came in good. Enzo Maresca, Enzo Fernandez, Moses Caicedo, Esteval, the 18-year-old boy, doing wonders. He has proven again that he has the quality, and that's the reason why Chelsea spent a whole lot to bring him down. Kopama not playing and Chelsea still winning. It's a hallmark of Enzo Maresca being able to deploy his tactics very well, and the tactics really working out and being able to dispatch and to play. Going forward, I think, like I said, if Ansu Flick does not change, Barcelona gets knocked out in this first phase of the UCL.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a very difficult one for this Barca side with the way they're going.
Yeah, German managers are very, very stubborn. That's one thing about them. They're not fluid. They stick to one style and that's it. I recall that's one of the problems that Rangnick had with Manchester United when he came. He refused to actually adapt to the way of actually playing in the Premier League. It also happened to Nagelsmann when he actually left the club he went. And of course, he took the job in Germany and it was a struggle. You need to understand that. And that's why I respect Italian managers. And that's what Enzo Maresca is doing. Every single game, Conte and co., every single game, they treat it as a different affair. They work on the weakness of the opponent and they exploit it. They might not have all of the quality, and that explains why they don't get to win a lot of games. But one thing they do very well, Italians, is they take every single game as a different game. They don't sit on their tactics and say, this is how I line up my team, this is how I want to play. They don't do it all of the time. They will look at every single game and deal with it as a single problem. And that's what this manager has been able to do against this Barcelona side. You see the way he's going to actually approach Arsenal, it's going to be entirely different. But hey, Moise Caicedo is a player that you can not overemphasize his quality at this point. There was a debate. We had a conversation a couple of weeks ago. Who is the best number 6-9 in England? Declan Rice, Moise Caicedo, and all of this conversation. And a lot of persons, were talking about Moise Caicedo. He's really grown as a player. He wins ball. Even when he's booked for yellow card, you still see him, giving top level performance. And Enzo Fernandez has, become something different in that Chelsea midfield right now. we see him. He's the brain behind it, also to stabilize Chelsea's midfield. That guy is a huge bargain for Chelsea. I mean, not like the as a man that Liverpool bought Isaac. And we're yet to understand, or Florian Wirtz. We're yet to understand why they actually came.
Caicedo was worse when he came.
We are yet to understand. We are yet to understand, what they actually doing in that particular.
When he came.
But come on, it's part of his job as a defensive midfielder. Actually,
part of his job
win balls. No, Jerry, no.
As a defensive midfielder, it was his job to make the team
you can commit fouls. It's your job to commit fouls.
To help the team lose.
No, Jerry. Jerry, you can commit fouls.
Yeah, that was his job now.
No, Jerry, he did his job. Yes, unfortunately, he considered
his fouls cost the team.
He still commit fouls.
Yeah.
Till now.
No, not the ones that cost the team.
That's what I'm saying. He's moved from that level to before even joining.
You are crucifying Isaac, but it's good to say good about Caicedo's the way he started, which was rather even more worse.
No, it's not worse.
Isaac.
It's not
worse. It was worse than Isaac.
It's not worse.
Saying? Of course, we all know Caicedo's trajectory at Chelsea.
No.
When he first came, a lot of questions were being asked about a lot of money was spent on him. About 130 million pounds. In his first 10 games, it was woeful. I think maybe, I don't know.
No.
Maybe I forgot. Maybe I was not around there. Maybe my memory was lost.
No.
Please help us out. If Isaac has started the way Caicedo started, with this 130 million pounds, I'm telling you,
is worse.
I will lead. I will lead the protest.
Isaac is worse.
I will lead the protest to Anfield that man should
Jerry,
lead.
Isaac is worse.
Come on, Isaac is not worse.
Caicedo
started on the worst note.
No.
Come on. What are you saying?
If you look at the way the both of them arrived.
Mayowa, please help us because maybe I don't know.
If you look at the way the both of them arrived, Mayowa, the way the both of them arrived, right? Look at their first 10 games. Who is worse?
Caicedo.
Moses Caicedo.
Caicedo was worse.
Because
way worse.
What am I saying? You guys are united in defeat, so you want to actually.
Come on, let's stick to the facts. Caicedo was worse.
Yeah, you guys are united.
But Caicedo was worse. Actually,
Caicedo was worse.
Remember, he was giving away balls. Even in the first
penalties,
he was giving away balls, and the balls were costing Chelsea and the rest of that. However, after then, his game started improving. And he's one of the very instrumental for Chelsea.
Yeah.
But for Isaac, I mean,
at least he's not scoring. That one,
not just scoring. No, Isaac's problem is not about him not scoring.
His problem is not scoring.
Is Isaac's problem not about just not scoring?
Let's talk about Caicedo.
What about Florian Wirtz?
The only issue that Isaac has now is that he's not scoring goals.
Florian
Wirtz is also contributing now.
What is he contributing?
If you're not scoring, you're supposed to contribute. He's not contributing anything.
It's not.
He's contributing his own quota.
Florian Wirtz is like a featherweight fighter you throw into an heavyweight bout.
But the conversation is about Caicedo right now.
How many assists?
Let's do the facts. Caicedo was worse when he came.
Caicedo wasn't. See, like I said, I agree you guys are united in defeat. So you guys can push it around.
The facts are there. When Caicedo came to Chelsea, for 130 million pounds for a defensive midfielder, his first 10 games was woeful. There was even a point that they were even dropping him on the bench. The likes of Lavia were coming in at some point in time. And the first season, he was below average.
Jerry.
It was the second season he started showing up.
Jerry.
Let's stick to the fact. Forget about, Isaac is doing badly. But what Caicedo did when he started, definitely, I didn't expect that he was still going to recover. Because even remember the time that there were a lot of memes that he wears the Timberland boots when he comes to the pitch. He cannot run. He cannot even track back. He cannot defend without making fouls and so on and so forth. But now Caicedo is back.
Just 10
games. The thing is that yesterday when I was sitting in your position, I remember I made a lot of accolades about Caicedo. I said Caicedo has become another thing. He has become one of the best defensive midfielders. I said it when I was on that seat, and I made a lot of comment that if Chelsea is going to win that game, Caicedo and Enzo will have to step up. And if they step up,
no, they've always been like this.
No, the thing is that why didn't they step up against Karabakh?
I've told you now.
Wow.
When you play against a team that has nothing to lose, no, Jerry.
Your talent as a politician will be better off. Because Jerry, when you speak your seat,
Jerry.
Oh my, see, you are a qualified politician. The only difference is that your card, you have not gotten a card to represent one of the political parties.
Jerry,
know where you stand. Because this is what you speak. You just be speaking like I don't know.
Somebody that was shouting Manchester 3 months ago.
He's speaking like Jagilova. I don't understand.
Mayowa.
Today is the PDP 20 APC.
Mayowa, a team that has nothing to lose is the most difficult side to play. Mayowa. Jerry, you know.
Sometimes if I just want to give an analysis, I just leave it out there so that people just know that this is where I stand. But this politics that HQ is playing is on another level.
Somebody that jumped from red to blue, you should know it's a politician now.
Anyway, it is what it is. Congratulations to Chelsea fans all around the world. It was a beautiful performance, wonderful performance from Cucurella, who was the man of the match. And to say that he was even a Barcelona player who was dropped for FIPO. And he went on to Getafe, to Brighton. Even his first season, too, at Chelsea was a woeful one. I remember I used to call him Kukuruku then. And the second season, he stepped up. And somehow, like when he went to Spain, they did something to him. Fuentes did something to him, and he became something else. And now he was able to pocket a Lamine Yamal successfully. But let's talk about other games last night. I saw Juventus bouncing back. Juventus just didn't want to lose that match because they were on the brink of losing that game. But they won that game by 3-2. Napoli, Man United's problem was almost going to cause a problem for Napoli. Hollande was busy losing penalties, and if not, Conte would have had that attack in that match. But God saved him. They won that game by 2-0. And of course, the surprise of the block was Manchester City losing. Nobody would have seen that coming. Man City, on the back of the fact that they lost the game to Newcastle United, were spared that they were going to pick it up from there and do damage against Bayer Leverkusen. Remember, I said something about Leverkusen. They've been on form this season. Man City, what's happening to your Madame's team?
It's so unfortunate. We're watching the game together yesterday, and she had a very red eye because of what Man City did, because of the performance. I think when we're reviewing the game against Newcastle, we mentioned the fact that I think Kechuku mentioned the fact that Rodri and the likes of them, and a couple of them that are injured, will probably affect how the team will line up. And we saw that against Newcastle. And same thing played out yesterday. Yes, they created a bit of chances, but that couldn't work. Haaland was nowhere to be found. Haaland was not in his usual style. Remember Haaland has scored about 70% of the total goals of Man City, and that should be a problem for a Guardiola side. It shows that the goals are not spreading around, and the moment Haaland is not firing on us in that, then there is an issue. Kudos to Leverkusen. They outplayed Man City. They were very clinical. They were very tactical. They were very conservative. They were able to contain the Man City side, especially in the midfield. And they had the overall good game yesterday. When I saw the first half, I knew Man City was not going to win. The passes were not coming as it used to be. There was no urgency. There was no fluidity in front of goal, and I knew it was always going to be very difficult for them to come back into the game when Leverkusen scored first in that particular game. So I was not surprised that Bayer Leverkusen finally won that particular match. It's going to be a very long road for Man as beginning to chip in again. Loss of some few players is affecting the synergy of the team, and I'm hoping Guardiola is able to do something to rectify that quickly.
But I don't know the rationale behind benching the likes of Erling Haaland. I think he was not happy with what's happening against Newcastle. He decided to maybe show the players that you are not unbenchable, to teach them a lesson. For someone, it looks like he was one who learned the hard way.
Well, actually, that's what I saw was Pep Guardiola actually looking at the December fixtures. This is not the time. He's looked at the Champions League table and understand that, yes, it's automatic qualification is most likely setting at this point. Just about 3 games to go. All City needs to do is just to pick up, at least 4 points in those 2 games, which is very possible. And then they'll be comfortable in the first 8 of the UEFA Champions League. And that is going to actually, Champions League is going to continue again in February. So, but now we have a very hectic December fixture. It's usually like that, 9 games in 6 days. It's not what you actually want to joke with. And exactly why you have to actually, focus on building your team and then ensuring that everyone is fresh. That's exactly why Pep Guardiola is actually putting some of these guys on the bench. Now when December comes, you get to play 2-3 games in a week, and this is where a lot of players actually start getting injuries. You start dropping points. So And Man City have a very good December fixture. I mean, they don't have a top team to actually play around this time. So he wants to actually maximize it. This is what I actually saw in that particular lineup that he actually brought to that game against Bayern Leverkusen. Yes, that game they would have actually gotten a point in that one, at least a draw. They actually missed a lot of chances, and they didn't actually come in like a team that is very hungry. Like I said, I think they are trying to actually he's actually just trying to test his second team, and also ensure that the first team is actually very refreshed going into the December fixture. December is just Monday, and of course it's going to start. The fixture is most likely going to start from this weekend. That's when we'll start counting December fixture, even though it's still very much in November. So it's a lot to play for, and it's going to run through the first week of January. So this is exactly where Pep Guardiola is actually looking at ensuring that and he's going to play, I think, maximum of about 8 games in December or 9 games. So just in the space of a month. So it's a lot to actually play for, and that's exactly why he actually came into that game. And plus the fact that they're playing at home. Perhaps if they have gone away from home, maybe he would have come in with a stronger lineup. But I think that's exactly why he did what he did. Knowing that his players need to be fresh for that. The likes of Rodri and Co are injured, and then you don't want to get injuries with your first team players again. I mean, after a very difficult campaign against Newcastle over the weekend.
That does not repose any form of confidence, losing at home. And of course, the other team going away with a clean sheet. That's really not a good booster going into the weekend games as well for Manchester City after losing to Newcastle United. Talking about Newcastle United, they were just going to run away with a 1-0 victory. But someone talking about the old wine in the new bottle, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang with a double to get the man of the match to save the Zerbi side in that one at home. We talked about Newcastle, Marcel. It was going to be a very interesting game. And of course, it did not disappoint with the fixture. Aubameyang, a brilliant goal, rounding the goalkeeper, and of course, putting that at the back of the net. And of course, that's what we expect from quality players like Aubameyang. Am I right?
I mean, Newcastle scored first. What was the goalkeeper thinking? What was it? Why did he come out like that? Why? What was he thinking? And kudos to Aubameyang. He was able to round the goalkeeper, move further away from the goal. I even thought he was going to lose that particular, chance, and he was able to bury it. And like I've always said, you don't know the Newcastle that will show up. My problem with them has always been their inconsistency. 1 minute they are finding a lot in that, the next minute, you don't know what you get from them. When we were reviewing the game yesterday, I said the same thing. If the consistent Newcastle shows up, they can beat any team, any top team, any day, anytime. But if the inconsistency creeps in, this is always the result. However, good one for Aubameyang and De Zerbi. Remember, De Zerbi is also under pressure in terms of the performance in the Champions League. Has not been that rosy for them. So, I mean, that victory, gives them a bit of confidence going further in the Champions League. And Aubameyang, for his age, I think he's 34. If I'm not mistaken, for his age to be playing like that, it shows, the kind of quality, the kind of stuff he's made up of. And for him to get the 2 goals shows that, even his advancing age, he's still one of the deadliest strikers we have in Africa. And he proved that yesterday. Kudos to, Marcel and the Zerbi side for dispatching an inconsistent Newcastle side.
All right, of course. Let's go to tonight's Wednesday's fixtures, where Arsenal currently lead the way as overall favourites to win the Champions League with a 22.5% chance, while Bayern Munich are close behind at 14.8%, making this a showdown fixture between 2 genuine title contenders. Of course, Arsenal boasts a near-perfect 99.7% chance of reaching the last 16, while Bayern are also virtually assured of progression. Of course, these 2 sides are doing well in their leagues. Talking about Bayern Munich topping the Bundesliga, which is expected. And of course, Arsenal, I don't know how long they will stay at the top, but they are on top of the league at the moment, and they are on fire. This fixture is going to be a very keenly contested one at the Emirates Stadium. Where will the pendulum swing?
It's going to be tricky. Arsenal is going to play this particular crucial game against Bayern Munich that has one of the most dangerous attack force right now in Europe. Without Gabriel Magali, who is actually arguably one of the best centre backs in Europe at this point. So that alone is going to be a lot of concern for Mikel Arteta. But this is going to be a clash of Pep Guardiola's strategy, and you are sure of seeing a very beautiful game. last night, one of Pep Guardiola's protege also defeated Barcelona 3-0. So we're going to see a very huge crack. I think last time these guys played, Bayern Munich actually won that particular game 1-0. And it's going to come down to a very slim margin as well. Both sides are actually good at creating chances. If Arsenal can actually maintain their defensive discipline, I think Arsenal might just peep Bayern Munich in this particular one. But Bayern Munich is a side that is very difficult to actually keep away from scoring goals, and that's where the problem is going to lie. So it's going to be a game of how good you are going forward against how good you are protecting your goal. And from where I stand, I think that Harry Kane is one man who you do not want to actually give a chance. And I don't think that
lose the hands.
Yes,
sure.
and lose the hands. So these guys actually understand how Premier League players think and how they play. And Vincent Kompany has also been there before.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very, very, very interesting game. Arsenal sides, have this special way of pressing, and Arteta has really fine-tuned the way he's actually set up his team. He understands tactics better, and last season he did very well in the UEFA Champions League. I think he wants to go a step further. And if he has to go a step further, definitely we're looking at semi-final or final in the UEFA Champions League. So it's going to really start from games like this, because these are the guys that are declared the old guards of UEFA Champions League. If he can actually go against Bayern Munich and defeat Bayern Munich, then trust me, he's cemented himself as arguably favourite to actually win this one. It's going to start tonight, and I think my head is saying that Arsenal will win it, but my heart is saying Bayern Munich.
All right, of course, this will be the 15th meeting between Arsenal and Bayern in the Champions League. The most Arsenal have faced any opponent. The Gunners are winless in the last 5 encounters, with 1 draw and 4 losses, with 3 of those defeats ending in 5-1 scorelines. Are we going to see another 5-1 scoreline in favor of Bayern or Arsenal? Maiwa?
Well, it's a possibility. Nothing, you never say never in football. However, Arsenal is going to miss the services of Gabriel. You know how important Magalhaes is, at the back, combining with William Saliba. Both of them are one of the top defenders we have in Europe. And, Gabriel not being there is going to be a blow to the Arsenal side. There is an Harry Kane that scores with reckless abandon. There's a Luis Diaz, the reject of Liverpool. The one
it's good he left. It's good he left.
The one that they chased away to buy 130 million,
as a man.
Is there that we will be there playing, and probably we want to prove a point. I think if Arsenal can keep up with their good defensive record in the Champions League, they might probably be able to keep, a Bayern Munich out. But, it's going to be very, very difficult. I think I have to disagree with what Kechuku said, that it's going to be a very slim margin. I think there will be a lot of goals. Probably we are looking at about 2-3 goals in this particular game. Who will win it? I'm probably tilting towards an Arsenal side, probably a 2-1 or thereabout, because I think the home advantage plays in here. And I think Arsenal would not want to lose in front of their fans, and that will probably be an added motivation for them to go all out and probably dispatch a Vincent Kompany side.
But my slim margin, I'm simply saying the goal difference might not be more than 1 goal. That's 2-1, 3-2. Okay. Stuff like that. I don't see a riot or whitewashing like what we saw Man City do to Liverpool. That's not going to happen. Or like what we saw Chelsea did to Barcelona.
It's always quick to use Liverpool as an example. But if we take a look at Arsenal, we didn't expect that result against Atletico Madrid, but somehow in the dead minutes of that game, they came out and 4 were already plundered. The likes of Gyökeres, hopefully he steps up. I've not been seeing him in the Premier League adding goals to that Arsenal side. And of course, there are also 2 big fixtures tonight. Atletico Madrid takes on Inter Milan at the Wanda Metropolitano. There's also Paris Saint-Germain at the Parc des Princes. They play host to Tottenham Hotspur, who are underachievers. We saw how they lost to Arsenal over the weekend. Frederick, talking about Benjamin Frank, he will have
Thomas Frank.
Thomas Frank, I beg your pardon. Thomas Frank will have to do more to convince the hierarchy that he has what it takes. But against PSG, that's not a game you want to prove yourself, Maiwa.
Absolutely. We saw the both of them in Super Cup. And at that time, that's Tottenham side is look way better than what we are seeing now. As a team, you see that the fact that they are very hungry, but now they seem more like a team drift away apart from that Super Cup. And I think PSG is going to find this particular one easy at this time. Their confidence is quite low. I'm talking about Tottenham. So it's going to be easy for them. But back to the Arsenal game quickly. That game is going to be won in the midfield. Whoever can actually dominate the midfield is most likely going to win it. And this is where I think Bayern Munich will definitely slightly peep Arsenal because they have ball winners and they also have awesome ball carriers and ball players in the midfield. But
Musanya, do they really have that now?
Who?
Against
they've got
Mendy, Declan Rice.
They've got decent players in their midfield. Trust me, they've got decent players, and the way they've been playing, the veteran Joshua Kimmich, that guy has really stepped up in this Vincent Kompany's team. But Gyökeres, he's been injured, so most likely he's not going to be part of this game tonight. So Arsenal is going to rely on their usual false nine and playing against
Mikel Merino?
Yes, Mikel Merino is going to play in the false nine position. But yeah, that game is going to be quite interesting. But all of the other fixtures, Atletico Madrid will definitely want to come back to prove just why they are one of the strong teams in Europe after that game against Arsenal. And we definitely will see very strong football games tonight, and particularly that Arsenal game is going to be at the center of everyone's attention because, of course, the Frankfurt against Atlanta. I don't know how much of confidence the Atlanta side have now that they're new manager, but I really want to believe that Ademola Lookman is a player who definitely will have a lot. And of course, Liverpool against PSV. We know where that one is going to go into. We know where the pendulum will swing. I don't want to say it. You know it.
You can say you're free.
Olympiacos.
No gun to your head.
Olympiacos against Real Madrid.
Speech. We have to go. We have to wrap it up here. I know where it's coming from. For me, every Liverpool game is looking suspicious. They look like they are going to lose the next game. So I'm not expecting anything.
I'm looking forward to Liverpool PSV. I think PSV can do the magic and make it 7 losses in 13 games. It will be. And I think this is an opportunity for Arne Slot to prove himself. He has an opportunity to relieve the pressure. And I think if Liverpool steps up today, I think they have enough quality to dispatch a PSV side, even though they are on top of their league. I think Liverpool has enough quantity to dispatch them.
All right, definitely it's not Real Madrid. You see them just play like I said, football, but it is what it is. I leave them to their own fate, and of course, I don't feel for Arne Slot at the moment. If he goes, definitely I'll be very, very comfortable.
I praise this for 2 months.
Big time is Maiwa, big time is Ikechukwu, of course, big time is the guys talking about the likes of Victor, not leaving out Alex, as well as Jeremiah, and of course Hassan. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. My name is Jerry Apelhai. So stay safe. If not, it's the talk, it's the sports way.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Oh, well, comrade, I will need for you to unmute your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Beautiful, I can hear you. Good evening. How have you been? It's been a while.
with the situation of things in my state, it's not the level of gangsterism in those states is alarming. Hence, some of us are now we went into hiding.
Okay, you went into hiding. Not just the state of things in your.
I'm coming, sir.
Also the state of things in your party. In your party.
No, let me land, sir. Let me land, sir.
Okay.
If a governor can appreciate someone that slapped a social media influencer in the UK and invited back to Nigeria and rewarded him with a cash and award, that will tell you how we have descended very low in this country.
Okay,
that is how they
is that why you went into hiding? Is that why you went into hiding? Is that the reason why you went into hiding?
I'm not into hiding. I went to hustle.
Okay,
no, I'm back to the streets.
I heard you say that's why some of us are in hiding. Well, we'll talk about Edo State and the state of your party, the PDP, in a bit. But before we get into all of that, now we hear there's breaking news. We heard that military officers in Guinea-Bissau have announced taking total control of the country while suspending its electoral process and closing its borders. Well, the coup announced Wednesday, that's today, by the head of the military office of the presidency, Brigadier General Dennis Nkanhar, came 3 days after the poverty-stricken West African nation's legislative and presidential elections, in which both the incumbent president and the major opposition candidate have claimed victory. Gunfire was heard earlier on Wednesday outside the coup-prone country's presidential palace as men in military uniform took over the main road leading to the building, where military personnel made the announcement by reading a statement at army headquarters in the capital, Bissau, while AFP journalists observed on the scene. We also hear that the president, Umaru Sissoko Embalo, is under arrest. Before we get into our major topic of discussion, comrade, I would like for you to chime in to weigh in briefly on the coup in Guinea-Bissau. How does that strike you, that there is a coup in Guinea-Bissau after elections? That is the critical thing, and it's very instructive. After elections, what's your reaction to that?
Hear me. Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes,
Okoro?
go ahead, I can hear you.
You see, let me say this. You see, what are we having in Africa? Is this one a democracy? Are we having an election? Look at what happened in Cameroon the other day. A man that is over 92 years. He only showed up during election campaign only once, while he was somewhere in hospital in Switzerland. We have a country, Nigeria, here, with utmost humility. We saw what happened in the last election. And that's why some of us were admonishing, we are appealing to Nigerians that there is need for them to go as they go out to gym, they should factor in if some minutes, 45 minutes or 1 hour to practice madness in preparation for 2027. You see, what we're having in Africa is a show of shame. For me, it's a welcome development. For me, I must be very frank with you. It is a welcome development. So
okay,
it's a welcome development, but you profess to be a Democrat. How come this coup is welcome to you?
You see, a desperate time calls for desperate measure. I must be very frank with you. When the quote and unquote that is okay, you believe in a system, and the system is not forthcoming, by meeting up with the yearnings and aspiration of the people, then you must call for a change, so that we'll go back and start all over again.
Comrade, what kind of change would that be? Peaceful or violent change? This is clearly a violent change, and it's not welcome in democratic settings like we have. And when you talk about democracy, Obasanjo has said, look, what we practice, shouldn't we look for African-style democracy? Do you agree with Obasanjo? If we cannot practice the perfect one that we find in Europe and the Western world, should we go for African-style democracy? And what would that be? I mean, you have a problem that somebody that's 92 years old is running for government. Should we have a problem with that? Is it not human anymore?
Mr. Okoro.
Yes, sir.
There is a saying that I think it was Thomas Jefferson that once said that rebellion to tyrant is an obedience to God. That is the gospel truth. For me, Mr. Okoro, I have a challenge. I wouldn't want to say it's a problem. I'm a realist. I believe I will tell you the truth the way it is. If you like to take it, then I will move ahead. The African leaders, we must go back to the drawing board. African leaders, we must go back to the drawing board and begin to define what works for us. Otherwise, with utmost humility, all this show, like what we are presently experiencing in some African states, even including our dear country, Nigeria. So for me, that is why some of us were out to talk. Because a decision time saves 9. So before one is to before arm. So that's why we are appealing to them. Let us have the society, or rather the country we all clamor to have. They must endeavor to sit back and go back to the drawing board and make sure that this system that we are currently enjoying works for the average Nigerian, not for a selected few. That is the point. As it is now, it is for just for a selected few, for some errant men and women that are loyal, which ought not to be so. It is our collective patrimony. Why should some selected few be enjoying our collective patrimony on our behalf? It's not acceptable. As we speak very justly, there are no roads. There are no access roads across the country, the length and breadth of this country. No insecurity everywhere. I saw some very gory video from Niger Delta, just from Rivers, to be very precise. Even just now, I was told that the buses I bought where I was cancelled, that the kidnappers had jacked one of the on their way to Ughelli in Delta State. I was called. I have received more than 50 calls. Local government mass transit. Because it's not me. And I will say that all is well. All is not well. Because there's a saying my grandmother will always say, in my very Guinea language, what that means, when translated, is this: that when your neighbor is not at peace in the night, you yourself, you will not be at peace. That is the gospel truth.
All right. Thank you very much, comrade. Now, does it strike a chord that this thing is happening a few weeks after we also heard of rumors of a coup scare in Nigeria? Does it strike a chord? What is going on in West Africa? Briefly, before we move into the major topic of discussion.
You see, Mr. Okoro. Before now, I have tagged the Nigerian army to be likened to a last-born that has been over-pampered, overfed. During my days in the secondary school, I have about three last-borns in my class. The way they behave, with utmost humility, they were almost close to a moron, because they have been overfed. Parents guide them left, right, center. At the time, their parents wrote work for them. That to tell you that how overfed or over-pampered they were. at the point, our military, where they were now becoming, likened to that, until their recent rumor, quote unquote, that they were almost, calling the shots. Then I begin to have, okay, these people, they are not liking to overfed last bond. So for me, I think I now have some beliefs as some trust in the Nigerian military. So we need somebody that will be able to tell civilians that, look, what you are doing, you are not doing it right. We need somebody like that. Because the way they are running this country, now this one how to manage a country. This one how to govern a country.
All right.
Where you want to suffocate
Thank you very much, comrade. Talking about running the country. Now, former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Ahmed Wase, has revealed that names of Boko Haram members were once found on Nigerian Army's recruitment list. While speaking during a special House session on national security, Wase warned that such infiltration poses a grave threat to the nation's safety. He stated that Representative Mukhtar Betara, former chairman of the House Committee on Defense, could verify the shocking discovery. Wase lamented the deep flaws in Nigeria's recruitment process, which he said have allowed individuals with criminal backgrounds to penetrate critical security agencies. Sharing his personal loss, having lost a brother and a cousin to terrorism, he said such infiltration explains why bandits and insurgents continue to operate with impunity across the country, while he stressed the need for politicians to recommend only people of integrity for recruitment into security institutions. According to Wase, the nation's worsening insecurity persists because some individuals benefit from the chaos. He also criticized the politicization of citizenship and indigenship, describing it as a major divisive factor, citing over 30,000 deaths from Boko Haram attacks and about 5 billion naira paid in ransom last year. Was a call for urgent reforms and a coordinated national response to restore peace and public trust. Comrade, what's your reaction to this revelation that we found names of Boko Haram members in our army recruitment list? Is that something that we should hear? But we are hearing this now.
Is this no longer news? I'm not disturbed. Because in this country, we've had a well-known, an affiliate of Osama bin Laden being a minister in this country. We've seen why he was a lecturer. His antecedents.
Comrade, I hope, are you aware that you are national TV and you are making this kind of grievous allegations?
Are you just hearing from me now?
Yes, this is my first time.
Have you not heard of that Patami, or what do you call it? Are you not hearing from me?
That he was an affiliate of Al-Qaeda.
You see, let me quickly say this. I said an affiliate. You see, let me quickly say this. We have had of late. We have seen the president's son hobnobbing with bandit associates and the likes.
Which of the presidents are you talking about? The current president?
Have you not seen Sheri picture hanging up with Gumi and the likes?
And so what about that? Who is Gumi? Gumi is a Nigerian citizen. Medical doctor, former army captain.
Yes, he is a Nigerian citizen. He is a Nigerian citizen. That is why the IGP said when he was asked that they released abducted this thing. How come they were arrested? He told them that they came for peace settlement. But a country. I know, my brother. You see, let us be very sincere in this country. The IGP saying that yes, indeed that they came for a peace settlement, and that's why they released. And again, Bayo Ananuga said that they put a call across to them and asked them to release, and indeed they released them. It has been said in this country that the number 2 man of this country at a point is one of the originators of Boko Haram in this country. Have you not heard that too?
No, I've not. I'm just hearing it now.
You've not heard too?
Yes, I've not.
That at a time when there were no terrorists, he ran to his house and he was discovered in his house.
So does that make him a terrorist too?
My brother, if you are not a friend of a thief, will a friend know your address, Mr. Okoro? If you are not an associate of a thief,
if you know that your friend is a thief, what if you don't know?
Mr. Okoro, please. And that's why I said just
all right. Comrade. Now, with what is happening, with this revelation, now, how do we gauge the sincerity of government in the war against terrorism? A situation where members of the National Assembly have come out to say, look, when the army was conducting its recruitment, we saw names of Boko Haram members. And yet, we have a government that is still standing. How do we gauge the sincerity of this government in the war against terrorism? Not only that, but there are a lot of things that you have pointed out. Negotiations going on, the IGP saying, DSS saying, presidential spokesperson saying, look, well, we have their contacts and all of that. How do we gauge the sincerity of this government in the war against terrorism? Are we paying service to it?
Mr. Okoro, if you are waiting for their sincerity, you just wait till eternity.
So what do we do? What's the way out?
Have you not heard these two from the governor of Kebbi? That someone gave an order to the troops to get out of the school before the bandits attacked. You've not heard that too? As you speak very just now, no questioning, and Nigeria know nothing about if such a person of the highly placed, a governor of a state can come out with such a very, very wealthy, statement, and the commander-in-chief cannot order, my brother, and you said that there must be sincerity of purpose. You will just wait till eternity.
You wait when you talk about the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief said, "Look, I personally supervised the rescue of the Kebbi schoolgirls. What else do you want him to do?" Didn't you hear the commander-in-chief say that he personally oversaw that operation as commander-in-chief?
Okay. That is why Bayo Ananuga said that, yeah, they called them to release them, and indeed they yielded to their call. Well, you can see where how Boko Haram, infiltrated our territory, and now becoming a very vital. They are at our political space, because some persons they've alleged that, with utmost humility, that the party in power very just now, they introduce banditry or terrorists into Nigeria. You've not heard that too. You have heard in this country, and there's a pointer to that fact. So for me, I'm a little bit disturbed when you want to believe, still have some trust in these persons that are presently ruling this country. I have a problem with it. The crop of persons that are there now, all the security formations, they've all compromised. That is why you can see a Boko Haram, a name will appear in the recruitment list. And so that you see, Mr. Okoro, you see, there's a saying in the local palace: tell friend the truth, not supposed to swear a friendship. The problem we're having in this country is because many of us are afraid to speak truth to power, because we don't know what will happen after speaking the truth. So for me, and for many Nigerians, the time to act is now. Because you know why? That which we fail to do now might be our greatest challenge tomorrow. It might be our greatest challenge tomorrow. You see, our late sage once said it, that the children of the poor that you fail to feed or trade today will be your children's problem tomorrow. Where are we today? So in our time, we must tell these men that are in the helm of affairs, not what they want to hear, what is really on ground, what is on the street, the truth. It is only the truth that will set you free, that will set us free. This one leg in, one leg out, we are going leg deep. As we speak, Boko Haram is spreading like a wildfire. I saw a very disturbing video from Rivers this afternoon. Perhaps you've not seen it. On the gunfire with the Asawana boys and the Boro boys in Rivers. Not just talk about my state, Edo State. Not talk about Kogi. Those are cultural states. And you say we should keep quiet and we should be massaging their ego and we should go about and be chopping jollof rice with them in the table? No, now. Mr. Okoro, yesterday, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yesterday, I entered a one cab. I don't want to mention the on my way, we get talking. The man told me that he's disturbed. I said, why? He said he's afraid. He said, at this hostile environment, that his children to grow up in this hostile environment is going to be a problem to him. He narrated the scenario. He painted the scenario that happened in his community. It's very disturbing. Here in Abuja. You see, not too long ago, they said about 41 unity school to be closed down. That is to tell you that this government has been captured. Permit me to use that word. They have been captured as well. That is to say that they are not in control.
Comrade,
that is to say that
comrade,
the bandits, they are winning the war.
Okay, comrade, if you say that this government has been captured because they gave instruction for unity schools to be closed, recall that in 2014, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, the current minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, was then the Minister of State for Education. He also gave an instruction for that particular Chibok school to be closed, but it was flouted by the then governor, who happens to be the current vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As at that point, was the government also captured?
You see, Mr. Okoro, you begin to sound like the APC men.
No.
And women.
No.
Let me say this.
We are holding a conversation.
You know what I'm saying. So,
okay.
Anytime we are confronting these men in power, all they do is to take us back. They will not bring in PDP reign or during PDP, not knowing that we are. See, that is what we call frustrational scapegoatism. There is a theory that is called frustrational scapegoatism. All this excuse of failure on the part of the present rulers of this country, it will not help us. All we need to admit that, look, yes, indeed.
So, Honorable, when we compare notes, it's because we don't want to lose sight of our past, so that we know where we are traveling to, where we are headed. That's exactly my question. That's the point I made. Because you created the impression that this government has been captured. And is anything happening now, probably in varying degrees, that didn't happen in the past? If we learn from history,
Yes, sir. Are you aware that many of the communities in Katsina, in Kebbi, in Niger, those rural, they are now moving to city centers. Many. Over nine local government in Katsina. It wasn't so during Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
But under Jonathan, the state of emergency, was declared on 3 states. Why haven't we seen that in this government?
You see, did you see any kidnapping in Niger State? Did you see any abduction in Kwara State?
Okay.
That's
my question. So why haven't we declared state of emergency in those states? If we did that like 11 years ago or more,
you see,
what could be responsible for that gap?
Let me quickly say this. One of the sister stations, I think I said it yesterday or day before yesterday, that indeed President Bola Tinubu, to some extent, is a very smart man.
Okay.
But whether he's intelligent, I'm still doing my research. His smartness is administering Nigeria for the wrong reasons, with utmost humility. You see, if we're to be reverse, godfather and godson having issue, quickly declare state of emergency. Now there is a core. There is a very disturbing situations in many states of the Federation, especially in the north, security-wise. This is the time for you to call for state of emergency. Even many have advocated. They have advised him to call for a state of emergency, but he has refused because 2027 is paramount. That is why you will see Remi Tinubu will be inviting senators for a dinner in the midst of tension in this country. That is, we are joke in this country. We are jokes, and we are ready to joke with anything. It's as bad as that. So it's very
all right.
tolerating.
Comrade, before we move into the next topic of discussion, Ahmed Wase said something. He said, please, when you recommend for military recruitment, ensure that the person you are recommending is of sound mind and morally upright to serve in the military. At the backdrop of that, how do we recruit people? Is it based on recommendations or based on excellence, based on competence? What should it be for us? I mean, you go to a senator, a member of the House of Representatives, you say, okay, I'm from this constituency, and the person says, okay, accept in the military. Without the military conducting due diligence, without the military running appropriate checks on that person, is that what it should be? What should be the appropriate process to get...
Mr. Okoro,
okay.
You've just stated the ideal thing, the ideal process. You know, I think it was the former US president that once said that the problem of Africa is that the issue of strong men rather than strong institution. We have a very porous system. That is why you see politicians' children, ministers' children. Anytime there are vacancies in custom, in CBN, in Port Authority, just name them, those juicy fireplace. You won't hear of any announcement within themselves because they are the one in charge. They will fill in the gap. That's why you will see former senators' children. They are all in custom, they are all in EFCC, they are all in everywhere. But you will see, because the system, as it currently stands, is who you know, not what you know. That is why some of us were out to say, okay, let's have a society where our children will go to any ministry or parastatal without knowing anybody because of what he or she carries in his head. He will be given the offer or the employment.
Okay.
So the system as it currently stands is what we have made the system to be.
Okay. All right. Comrade, as we talk about the military, have you noticed recently that there has been an upsurge, a surge in the killings around the country, kidnappings and all of that? What could be responsible for that?
Mr. Okoro, you see, it is audible to the deaf and visible to the blind. You know what is responsible?
No, I don't know.
With utmost humility.
No,
our security formations, they have abandoned their constitutional duties, thereby pursuing Yahoo boys and Yahoo girls, thereby pursuing protesters. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police declaring somebody wanted because of he want to protest. Protest is human rights. Protest is a process when you believe that is a right of our head to communicate so that people want them to hear you. That is protest. But situation where they have abandoned the substance and begin to pursue the shadow. What do you expect? So for me, what we are currently experiencing now is what we are bargained for. That is the gospel truth. It is the gospel truth. I know you will not. You will say, that is it. See, I'm 100% a patriotic citizen of this country. To be patriotic, it is to defend your country, not to defend an individual that is in government.
All right. Now, comrade, I will not say anything because as an anchor here, I don't have an opinion. My responsibility, my duty is to ask questions, and as an analyst, yours is to provide answers to those questions. Now, let's get into the second topic of discussion, and it concerns your political party, PDP, two very powerful individuals within that party. Now, the long-standing feud between former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose and ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo has flared up again following a controversial exchange after Fayose's 65th birthday celebration, where the two, who have been estranged for nearly 2 decades, had momentarily reconciled before Obasanjo's biting remarks at the event reignited hostilities, where Fayose has since demanded the refund of the $20,000 he allegedly gave the former president for logistics Obasanjo, 88, had attended Fayoshe's birthday in Lagos, where he described the ex-governor as not the best of his political proteges. Though he acknowledged his achievements, Fayoshe, angered by the comments, claimed that he had only sought reconciliation in good faith and never apologized, insisting that Obasanjo owed him an apology for removing him from office years ago. He also said that he had converted the $20,000 to cash and handed it over to Obasanjo through a mutual arrangement before the event. Following Fayoshe's public demand, Obasanjo returned the money, which Fayoshe confirmed receiving and converting back to Naira. The ex-governor expressed satisfaction, saying he would not allow such a man to go away with his money. Well, Fayoshe further accused Obasanjo of coercing PDP governors in 2005 to donate 10 million Naira apiece to his presidential library project, vowing to reclaim his own contribution. Comrade, both men are members of the once great party PDP. What's your reaction to the altercation? I'd like for you to speak from a moral perspective between father and son. What went down? Is it acceptable?
Yeah, Mr. Okoro, Mr. Okoro, let me quickly say this. Both persons are my senior. I would have used certain words for Fayoshe. It is becoming and not becoming. I think both Fayoshe and Wike, they are setting an abominable template for the younger ones. With utmost humility. We need to have some decorum. It was because of them, with utmost humility. I'm not trying to read the mind of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, when he was in his birthday or his 10 years of the foundation. That there are too many rascals in the political, space. I think it was directly it was indirectly advising these two men. Of late, their character, their behavior in the public space, for me, it should be, they are my seniors. That's why I try to be very careful. Please, see, we are African. And for me, I grew up in a very, polygamous home. I grew up in a community where my immediate senior brother, if I see him the money, I must go on my knees. My immediate senior brother, that's telling you, with my age and everything, we grew up in the same house. So I hardly insult my senior brother. That's why you see me now, I try to be very careful. Because Fayoshe is a senior brother, Wike is a senior brother, and our Papa, OBJ. No matter what, you've insulted OBJ, Obasanjo, in the public. And I go and meet him in the closet and begin to say, Baba, no verse. No. If you truly were sincere, you go in the public, go through the media and everything to apologize. If truly you were sincere, the last outburst of the other statement, for me, if I to be in the Fayoshe's shoe, you don't need to reply. It's a father figure. It's your father. So whatever insult to your senior, is senior to you in everything, both in fame, in age, in just name it, in children. It's not what. See, there's a saying in my very in my rich Benin language. When translated, if no said, not say on my hand. If someone that you know that in human endeavor, you are better than the person, and the person to some extent has tried to insult you, just let it.
Okay.
Our Baba is our Baba.
Your position is that Ayo Fayoshe acted out of sync.
It crossed the line. It crossed the line.
Crossed the lines. Now let's talk about the PDP and the roles played by both men. Now, how much responsibility should two former presidents, Obasanjo himself and Jonathan, take for what the PDP has become? Why the abandonment? And I'll ask you in due time which the faction of the PDP that you belong. Not now. Maybe by the time we get out of this topic, we'll know which faction of the PDP that we belong. But why did Obasanjo and Jonathan abandon the party? It looks like that is what Ayo himself, Ayo Fayoshe, and Nyesom Wike, that's what they are trying to do. What's responsible for that? I'd like for you to talk about what happened. Did Jonathan feel that he was abandoned? Did he feel betrayed after 2015, that he abandoned the party just like Obasanjo did? And for how many years now, the party has been struggling? Why? Because one young man, Nyesom Wike, picks up the party and put it together. Now there is problem. What's your reaction to that abandonment?
Yeah, Mr. Okoro, I think one of the sister stations, yesterday or something like that yesterday, I appreciated Wike for his steadfastness and doggedness. You must give it to him. When everybody abandoned the party, he solely,
Okay, Comrade Destiny, I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought because there's an incoming call. Let's take the call and hear him out. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead, I can hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
This is Aina calling you from Lagos.
Good evening, Aina. Go ahead, 1 minute, sir.
Good evening. No, let me start with the Fayose and the Obasanjo issue. I feel very disappointed with Fayose, knowing from the age perspective, Obasanjo is way off his league. And if there is out of the whole 3 major tribes in Nigeria, the Yorubas are well cultured with respect. So I believe Fayose erred to have to rain such vulgar words on such elderly man, and I believe the Yoruba elder should call him to order because that is not a way to go. He's setting the wrong precedents to us, the younger generation. So yes, Obasanjo might have erred, might have offended him, but Obasanjo is human, and those things are forgone for God's sake. So his latest utterance is really unbecoming for us, the younger generation. That's just what I want to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ayine. I appreciate your call. Now back to you, comrade. Go ahead, land on your thought.
You see, what I said, one of the platforms I appreciated because at the time, even there was a time I visited the national secretariat of the PDP. They even accused some governors of abandoning even their monthly or their yearly dues. But Wike at the time, even to salaries of workers and everything of the national secretariat, he took them over. So it was the process. He had sway to the soul of the PDP. They abandoned the whole thing. So for me, that of Baba, you understand the genesis of Baba, abandoning. If you recall, during Yaradua saga, you agree with me. I'm a student of history. There was a time, Baba did not, 100% the emergence of Yaradua. If you do your research. So from that era till Jonathan, the issue, something happened. Then Baba became, who at the time he saw his party card in the public and all of that before the media. Back to Jonathan's second coming and all of that. That many betrayed him. And Jonathan is a man that is a quiet man. So he felt betrayed and abandoned because it would be, to some extent, the party at the time, the hierarchy, in terms of those that call the shots of the party, abandoned, betrayed him in that course of.
So who betrayed Jonathan, right?
Yes.
Okay.
During the build up to election, the level tower of the election, because there are certain things we had at that time. Perhaps he said, okay, good and fine. Let us even that that era, the likes of the former vice president Atiku Abubakar, Saraki, the then Senate president, and Amechi, his brother, they all gang up and they form an alliance.
Okay, the new PDP, the NPDP.
Exactly, the new PDP. They form an alliance with Jagaban of Lagos and the late President Buhari. And so for me, why will I be the people so perhaps that's why I decided to take, to step aside.
Okay. All right. Betrayal. So betrayal played a role. Now, comrade, what's the state of the party now? What's the state of the PDP? What's the state of the PDP? What's the state of the PDP at the moment? You are a stakeholder. Let us into the state of things in the party.
Yes, to be very frank, sir. Yes, PDP. No, we've conducted the convention, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
What you are seeing, the Omotosho is now becoming, a controversial fellow. That Nigerians should be very wary and careful of that judge, because he has been in the news for the wrong reason. At times, I won't blame him. I will not blame. At times, I not rest squarely the blame on the doorstep of the Chief Judge of the Federation, who Because it is the chief judge that assigns cases to judges. How come the controversial one is being assigned to a particular person? So for me, Nigerians need to sit back and x-ray these unfolding, events, because from what we are seeing things now, the judiciary, with utmost humility, I don't think we have judiciary, as we speak very just now, because the judiciary that is not interpreting the law or protecting the constitution, that's not the judiciary. With utmost humility.
Okay.
So our security formations, likewise. So where are we, the ordinary citizen? We are not left in the hands of God. I said a friend of mine came to Abuja. He has to embark on a 7 days fast before embarking from Benin, before embarking on that journey. I have to join him on the 7 days fast. And you want to tell me that we should have sincerity of purpose and believe in these present rulers of this country. So there's a problem. That's
okay, now there's a problem. Now, let's still dwell within the power party politics. Atiku has picked the membership card of the African Democratic Alliance, Congress, ADC. Now, how much will his exit affect the PDP ahead of in 2027? Are we already seeing the impact of his absence, given the fact that, look, the party cannot even agree on whether they held a convention or not? Some parties are saying, no, there was a convention. Others are saying, no, there was no convention. If Atiku Abubakar was still in PDP, do you think that things would degenerate to this level? I mean, are you already feeling the impact of his absence in the party? Because he happens to have been something like
Mr.
a mobilizer, a unifier,
Mr. Okoro.
The bridge, bridge builder between the North and South. What's going on in his absence?
Mr. Okoro,
yes,
sir. Very respected Atiku is a man that I hold to a very high esteem. At times when the issue that concerns Atiku is being, is before me, I try to be very careful, because he's one man that I respect in politics, and some others. You see, he has never really been in PDP since after his fallout with Obasanjo as the number 2 man. If you cast your mind back, you will agree with me. He has been oscillating. He has been going, back and forth. So for the last months, he has never really been PDP. So I say, I must be very frank with you. Let me say this. I'm a realist. I must say it. I must tell you the way it is. Whether ADC or PDP, I have advised them before now. Both parties need to come together, come whatever name, they fuse together to fight a common enemy. Permit me to use that word, a common opponent, which is the APC, the party presently ruling this country. If they fail to do that, and each party, Mr. Okoro, you can take this to the bank. Before 11 of the voting day, the man that will be representing, or that will be the ballot of APC, it will be announced by 11. With utmost humility. They must know this and have peace. Because, let us be sincere, the man that is presently in the aim of affairs of this country, when it comes to politics, is likely to give what belongs to Caesar, what belongs to God. The man can go at any length to make sure that his worst enemy will be his closest enemy at the election day. He can start to mortgage his only property to secure. That's it. That's to tell you that the men that are, they know him better than I do. I'm going to be very frank. For me, just that I've been following, I've been reading some profiles and all of that.
We're out of time. Yes. I'd like for you to answer me directly. So, are you saying that the absence of Atiku has not costed, you have not felt his absence in the PDP?
You see, politics about the more the merrier.
Okay.
I can't tell you that, I know, we must be very frank.
Okay.
The point I'm saying is this. that both parties need to come together.
Okay, all right.
If
Now, I
this
catch your
not
drift. Yes.
isolated and isolated,
Okay.
they will not, with utmost humility. I belong to that camp. I know exactly what I'm saying.
All right, comrade. Yes, let me put you on the spot. Which camp do you belong to? Is it the Turaki camp or the Wike camp? Which one?
I have a leader. I have Asoli Megodaro, Lucky Benedio, Osarodiogi. They are all there. So
Godwin Obaseki is your leader as well.
Yes, Godwin Obaseki,
Okay.
my principal.
So on which side of the divide are you guys on?
Asoli and Vice Osarodiogi were at the convention in Ibadan. So that will tell you the side we belong to.
Okay, the Makinde faction. Beautiful.
So for me, let me quickly say this.
Okay.
Let me again appreciate Makinde, Bala Mohammed for their last show at the national office.
All right. Comrade, we are left with about 5 minutes.
I'm going, Mr. Kuro. It seems that when the likes of you interview me, they listen. Because I have told them that Nigerians, as they go out to gym, they must start preparing they must prepare for madness in preparation for 2027.
Okay, but I'm sure nobody we don't want to accommodate madmen in this country.
What I meant, no. What I meant is this: by confronting the status quo. You saw what happened at the party national secretariat. What Yerima did in Abuja. That's exactly what I want African Nigerians. You see, when I was growing up, Mr. Okoro, I had cousins.
Comrade, we are out of time. We have another topic of discussion. Now, Senator Seriake Diskin, PDP, Bayelsa West, has urged the federal government to pursue a political solution to address the controversy surrounding the life imprisonment of Nnamdi Kanu. Well, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, he cautioned that relying solely on legal actions will not end separatist agitations, which stem from deep-rooted grievances. In a statement issued Tuesday night, Dixon said history has proven that arrests and convictions alone cannot quell such movements. Legal processes do not address separatist agitations that are political and economic in nature, he stated, where he urged for a sincere and holistic political solution to rebuild public confidence and national unity. The senator cited global and local precedents from Nelson Mandela's struggle to Nigeria's Niger Delta peace process as evidence that dialogue and inclusion yield long-standing stability. Now, comrade, I would like for you to use 30 seconds and land on your previous thought and now marry it with my question now so that we can conclude the conversation. We are almost out of time.
I must quickly say
I have not asked my question. Now, the other time, Gumi weighed in and said, look, Nnamdi Kanu, if you feel remorse, if you express remorse, I can step in and lead the effort, that will seek for your pardon. Gumi. Now we hear Seriake Diskin say, look, let us look for a political solution because the legal process doesn't solve our problem. On which side should we take as a people, as a nation, that people that are trying to build a nation called Nigeria? On which side, which of the tracks should we follow?
Mr. Okoro, let me quickly say this. Who is Gumi? It's because our society is a lawless nation. Or perhaps the Igbo people have been seen as a sacred cow. If not so, Gumi is worse than Nnamdi Kanu. So for me, I like totally with Senator Seriake Diskin. The way out of this conundrum is for a political solution. The way out of this Nnamdi Kanu conundrum is for a political solution, because there are no evidence because from what we have read, those archaic laws and all of that have been abolished. So for me,
all right, comrade, we are out of time, but I would like for you to use 30 seconds. You wanted to say something about Makinde and your faction and all of that. Land on it, like 30 seconds, so that we can wrap it up.
I said when I was growing up, I had a cousin that a guy chased and she refused. And the guy assaulted my cousin. And we mobilized. Approaching the house, we saw the guy as a 7-foot man and very huge. We had to retrace our steps. Because he was prepared. What I'm saying, what I meant by Nigerians as they go out to gym, that you should set aside some reasonable minutes or an hour to practice mandate towards 2027, is for them to be prepared. Because once the people know that we are prepared in our various units and ward and local government, it will be very difficult for anybody to want to steal the people's mandate.
Okay,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll take that as a concluding thought. This is where we have to wrap up the conversation because we are out of time. I must say a very big thank you to you, Comrade Destiny Enabulele, former local government chairman in Edo State, former member Edo State House of Assembly. I appreciate your presence on my show, Political Lens, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. All right, now on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and guest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Ndemduto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Senate and reps raising alarm over security failures, to Atiku slamming federal government for celebrating release of abductors, even as Ogun State Governor reiterates the need for state police. Also, LASU Prof calls for 7-year single term. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Senate has launched a heated debate over the country's worsening security situation triggered by recent abductions and attacks across states such as Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger. The senators described the surge in insecurity as a turning point, warning that the nation risks collapse if decisive federal action, including possible international cooperation, is not taken. Prominent voices in the chamber criticized not only troop withdrawals from vulnerable sites, but also flaws within the Senate's own security oversight structures, calling for a full rejigging of the security and intelligence committees. At the same time, a member of the House of Representatives has urged Bola Tinubu to reconsider his recent directive withdrawing police protection from VIPs. He said the bandits have threatened to abduct lawmakers. Meanwhile, a leading chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Abdurrauf Bello, says the failure of the federal government to officially designate bandits as terrorists under Nigerian law constitutes a major challenge. Without such designation, he argues, it becomes difficult to deploy the full range of counter-terrorism measures or prosecute perpetrators under terrorism laws, limiting the state's ability to respond decisively. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and also a best-selling author. He's an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for always being with us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually is Emmanuel Iruayenama, a social-political commentator and an advocate of good governance. He's also a seasoned and licensed human resources practitioner, management consultant, chartered mediator, and conciliator. Thank you very much for joining us, Emmanuel.
It's my pleasure. Good evening.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with you. We know one of the things that was said, Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin said the security challenges confronting the nation are surmountable but requires international support. Do you agree with this statement? do you think that Nigerians can actually not confront this thing on their own, except if we have international support?
In as much as international support will help to a large extent, the major issue at resolving this matter lies within Nigeria and by Nigerian leaders and people. The truth be told, up till today, the activities of these criminals have been treated with kid gloves by the federal government of Nigeria at all standards. I would like to borrow the words of former Kaduna State Governor, who had repeatedly told us that for him, while he was in power, he had a motto of never negotiating with these bandits because for him they were criminals, and that the only way to treat them was to use iron fist. The Nigerian government have not used this in any way. The Nigerian government have continuously played with these bandits. They've exchanged money, they've joked with them, they've seen them supposedly as partners, perhaps as partners that they use from time to time during electionary periods, depending on which side the bandits will flow at that time. So, yes, needing an international support will be good, but first we need to purge ourselves back home here, particularly as to exactly what we intend to do with these bandits and criminals.
Okay, one of the things you said was that that the federal government has not used an iron fist. For you, what would an iron fist, what would it include? What does an iron fist looks like in your own words, in your own opinion?
It's a very simple thing. Persons in government have made us understand that they know who these people are. They know where they stay. They know where they come into. They know who keeps them. They know how they feed. If these assertions are need to go by, one will expect an iron fist to be complete flushing out of these persons. They are not ghosts. They talk with persons in government. Persons in government have had cause to relate with them severally. Why are we joking with it?
Okay, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Why are we joking with it? So we should be able to fish them and send them to where they belong. They are not meant to be part of us. They are not meant to live around us. It's not something that you play with. It's not something that requires pampering. It's not something that requires a kid's glove, as it were. So iron fist here means flush them out. Get them away from normal people. They have no business with normal people. So until government does that, then we'll know they mean business.
Okay. So one of the things that Bayo Onanuga has said in a recent interview, when he was asked why after the release of I think one of these recent attacks or recent abductions, after their release, he said the reason the government has not really gone out to really flush out, in your own words or using your own words, is collateral damage. So do you really buy that? Do you think that that might be one of the reasons why they've not really gone out in full force to flush out those people? Like the Bayo Onanuga said, collateral damage.
It's a shame that people in government will continue to pretend and continue cover up things and perhaps think that Nigerians generally are fools. These bandits have special places they stay. When they kidnap these people, they don't keep them inside the towns where supposed collateral damage will happen. They have their bunkers. People know where they are. Bayo Onanuga himself should tell us he knows where they are. In fact, in his statement, he told us that the police security agencies know them. So nothing can be true than that. So, except he's saying that the military is not been trained enough to understand tact, except he's telling us that the military doesn't have the necessary skills to separate the people from the criminals, then maybe maybe that's the area we'll be saying we need foreign aid to help us. Isn't it shameful that, I mean, is there no secrecy? Is there nothing hidden when they tell us that they were able to rescue a given number of persons in the first instance, and yet they didn't tell us that they arrested one person? So meaning that they actually had a good rapport with these bandits and they just went, they claim nothing was exchanged, and then the bandits that wasted their time to pick these persons to barely release them to them. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. That is, the government must be able to tell us simple truths. They should be honest with Nigerians. We can't continue this way.
Okay. Let's come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, just like he said, one of the senators, Bamidele, actually also faulted, and of course, it's been faulted on social media that how can you say you secured the release of abductors, and then nobody's hearing anything about the so-called, you secured the release of the abductees rather, and nobody's saying anything about the abductors. So now Bamidele is actually asking, he's actually wondering, right, that the nation, according to him, said the nation risks losing it unless decisive action is taken. What do you make of that? That's on one hand. Another thing Bamidele has said, one of the House of Reps members, I think yesterday, called for the shutdown of the National Assembly. But Senator Bamidele described that argument as a move geared towards abdication of responsibility. He also, of course, challenged the Senate to examine its own internal structures. What is your take on all of this?
Well, the issue is this: Nigerian government is playing politics with these bandits. That's exactly what is happening. They are not being serious at all. That's if you read that statement that Bayo Ononoga made, that DSS called the bandits and they released the 38 people that they kidnapped. So that means that DSS has their contacts. DSS know them, understand? And so what that DSS know them, and still DSS is doing a reactionary job. You know these criminals, you have their contacts, you have their numbers. Instead of telling them, stop kidnapping, you have to, first of all, wait for them to kidnap. You will now call them, drop those people. After causing heart failure, that's to the nations of those they abducted. So they are not being serious. And for somebody to come and help you, he or she must see that you are willing and ready to help yourself. So you cannot be unserious with yourself, now expecting somebody else to come and clean your shit for you. So if Nigeria really wants help, which I don't think that they want, because if you see this issue of banning of open grazing and the government coming to say no, understand? That shows you that they are not serious. Because open grazing is one of the things that is causing this insecurity. Because if there's no open grazing, there will be no conflict between farmers and herders. Understand? This conflict comes only when herders drive their cows to the farm, because farms are stationary. Farms don't move. So for there to be a contact, it has to be a moving object and a non-moving object. So now, one of the, if they're really serious about stopping insecurity, it is that to stop this open grazing, then disarm these herders. If they can do this, insecurity will reduce by 70%. Understand? And farmers will start going back to their farms, because cows will no more come and destroy what's on their farm. They will not have to confront people with AK-47. But the issue is this: when that minister said that in Adamawa, I told myself, is this man sure of his statement? Because Tinubu cannot go against the Fundanis. Tinubu cannot go against the Fundanis. He is thinking more about 27 than saving the life of Nigerians. So what is important to him is his second term and not what Nigerians are going through, and not how many people have been kidnapped in a day. Understand? So when I saw that minister saying that, I know that that this minister has walked into serious trouble. He was not briefed well before coming out that to make that statement, and the next day, government denied it. Because Funanis are the ones ruling this country. Because Kanu has 85 houses, 15% Funanis, but Funanis are running Kanu. That's in a world where minority is ruling majority. So in the 19 states, over 90% of the governors are Funanis. So the issue is this government is not serious about security, that they are more concerned with getting 2027 than what Nigerians are going through. And with that, no country will willingly come to help you when you don't want to help yourself.
Okay, so can you speak to the what's it called? The suggestion, I don't want to call it, it's a suggestion of the rep saying the National Assembly should shut down as a result of that. And of course, Bamidele is saying that statement might seem like an abdication of their duty.
Even when they are sitting, nothing is happening. So they are shutting down and they're being open. That's no different. But shutting down shows that you are surrendering to the bandits. For me, I will see it as a surrender and not as a protest. I will see that as a surrender and not as a protest. So I will not advocate for them to shut down.
Okay, let's come back to you, Emmanuel. Of course, on Sunday, the president made a directive that all police personnel from VIPs should be withdrawn. And a lawmaker has come out to say today and is pleading to the president, or taking a plea and telling the president to review this directive. What's your take on this? According to the lawmaker, he's saying that the abductors or the bandits are actually threatening to come for them. So what's your take on this? Do you actually think that this directive should be reviewed by the president?
First, it shows lawmakers who lack accountability. First, it shows leadership that is self-centered and only concerned about themselves and their welfare. To have such securities, so they are secured, and that perhaps is why they have kept deaf ears to the cries of typical Nigerians who had no such securities over the years and have been kidnapped and killed and maimed and all the rest, raped, all the other agonies that abductees have suffered. He doesn't want to experience it, so he's shouting, please review it, otherwise they are targeting us, they've told us they will kidnap us. Please let them kidnap him in particular. It shows senselessness of leadership. My worry and fear is that this is not the first time I've heard stories about such directives from presidents or even the IG. The extent to which this one will hold will also give us some inkling whether the present leadership is changing to something serious. I can give for a guess that that statement was just political and nothing will happen. They will remain where they are. And this is Nigeria for us. We merely hear political statements, no action. But let me give the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps this will change. But we'll keep watching. If Tinubu is serious, And I say this with all intent, all good intent. If it's serious, this policy should not be reviewed. Everybody should be kept at the same plane. Unless if these persons will not think of good ways of managing this crisis. They know them. They were the original creators of this problem. It's only getting out of hand, that's all. Who brought them in, if not politicians? How did they get into the country originally? Who armed them? How did they get? How much is AK-47 and who will have been sponsoring the AK-47s we see? If not the same leaders. Today they are afraid that the people they brought in will turn around and begin to attack them if they don't have security paid by through public fund. Let all of us be unarmed and let's see how far. Perhaps that is the only way they will change their head. They will change their thinking, they will change their actions. Perhaps that is the only way they will understand that there is value, or there should be value to human life. The laws should not be made for select few. The law should be made for everybody. All of us should be equal before the law. That cry from that lawmaker shows the emptiness of Nigerian leadership. And it's something we must look at and fear for our future.
Okay, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Abdurrahuf Bello, has actually said, or he has come out to say that the non-declaration of bandits as terrorists is a major challenge in addressing this renewed wave of insecurity in the country. For you, would you say that the government refusal or delay in designating bandits as terrorists is a major problem?
Legally speaking, to a large extent, yes. Given the laws we have in the country, the punishment for terrorism are far greater than that for bandit ordinary criminals. And so I do not see why they've not been declared terrorists up till this time, given the amount of atrocity that they have been creating, as it were. And like I said before, perhaps government itself is harboring them. Perhaps persons in government are the ones refusing to call them by the right name that they're supposed to be called. And this have allowed a lot of insinuations right left and center, including the one we hear today that it's targeted at certain group of a sector of persons in Nigeria, it is a genocide and the rest of it all. The truth is, this is a terrorist action. The truth is, it is a criminal action. But not, let me say one thing that is very interesting. We also have a law itself that seems to concentrate so much power, particularly when it comes to summary execution in the House of Governors, who in this circumstance, if they are part of what is happening, will never sign final death warrants, as it were. And so again, it will just be neither here or there at the end of the day. Government must look critically. In fact, I blame the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. All he needed to do was very simple. Give the army go ahead to kill. We don't need the judiciary to intervene in this kind of matter. Don't arrest the person. Give the army 6 months only, 6 months to say kill. And see if this terrorism will continue. Perhaps the lives of those that have gone is not enough. Perhaps Nigerians are yet to feel that it is humans that are dying every day. Perhaps our population is too big and we are looking for ways of eliminating more of ourselves. Maybe it's a government policy to reduce our population by force. Otherwise, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces should give an order. We've had military persons, soldiers coming out to telling us that they get very close and they're only withdrawn at some point. We've had military persons telling us that, look, we have to go and we are almost there and they just called us back to come back. And of course, there's a normal saying in the army that you obey the last order. We are putting our soldiers in the way of death. We are putting ordinary civilians without arms in the way of death every other time. Government must sit up. And that's, for me, the basic thing. And so for that lawmaker, yes, call it terrorism. And that is the name it is. And give it all the fights due terrorists, as it were.
Okay, let's come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, do you, in your own opinion, would terrorist designation change operations of how the situation is being handled? Or is it merely a label without practical impact?
For me, that was bandit. It's just terrorism. It's just semantics. Because there's nothing that terrorists are doing that the people called bandits in Nigeria are not doing. Understand? When you define the word terrorism, that is exactly the same thing that the bandits are doing. But these people, in order to make it a next offense, they say it is bandits. What they are committing is acts of terrorism. What they are committing is acts of terrorism. But government has not been sincere. Understand? Government in the country has not been sincere. At that point in time that that Buhari declared the IPOB for no just cause, for just his hatred on Ndibo, that's a terrorist organization. His brothers and sisters who are the bandits should have also been proscribed and called a terrorist organization at the same time. But what they were doing and what they continue to do is pick and choose. What they have been doing and what they continue to do is pick and choose. So now, geography now determines whether an action should be tagged terrorism or banditry. If you are from the southeast, whatever you do is terrorism. If you are from the north, then if you commit the same offense or even worse, it will become banditry. So that you will be given 1 year imprisonment and give the other people death sentence. Understand? But what those bandits are doing is terrorism. When you go and check the meaning of terrorism, that's for the lawmaker that was talking. Understand? Nigeria will only change when things begin to affect those in power. I have said on this occasion, if we want our education to be well funded, if we want to stop strikes, both in the hospitals and in the universities, public office holders, there should be a law that every public office holder should be patronizing public utilities. If you are a minister and lawmaker, you must be using public hospitals. Your children must be going to public schools. Understand? This is the only way that things will begin to function. Once we allow them to be getting away with these privileges, Nigeria will never work. In December 2024, one House of Reps member from Imo called me that I should come and spend the Christmas with him, but that he's waiting for his bulletproof jeep that to come before he will come down from Abuja. I said, excuse me, sir, but you have more than 12 police ordinance. He said that all these are no longer enough. Understand? That his bulletproof jeep will first of all come. I said, okay, either to be coming, what will I use to come? Do you understand that? He has secured his own protection and now want to throw me to the dogs. I said, I'm not coming. Because I have no police ordinance, I have no bulletproof jeep. Do you understand? So these people are very, very selfish. They only think of themselves. So they need police protection so that bandits will be kidnapping ordinary Nigerians. But as a leader, you should be exemplary. You should be exemplary. Like I told you yesterday, that this withdrawal of police is not going to work. It is not going to work, and I'm not seeing it working. It's just a mere political statement. Because if we follow what the Constitution said about those who are entitled to police ordinance, there will be war in this country. There will be serious war in this country. You will see that over 95% of people who are using police ordinance are not entitled. And you cannot see maybe a national chairman of a political party going without a police ordinance. Understand? The time that Nuhu Rebadu said that Nigerian roads are now free, what I said, let him travel from Sokoto to Abuja by road without police ordinance. Let us see what will happen. So for me, it will be interesting to withdraw all the ordinance from those who are not entitled to it. Understand? It will make everybody to be serious. But because this government is not serious, it is not going to happen. If you know of anybody that is using a police ordinance, call him next week. He will tell you that his ordinance are still with him. So just to give America impression that that they are doing something. Why really nothing is happening?
Okay, so one of the APC chieftain who spoke about the bandits not being designated as terrorism, he actually called for another thing. He said that there's a need for amendments to be made to our constitution and return our country to regional. Okay, so to return our country to regional administration. Do you think that is what we need at the moment?
I have always been a fan of regions. I have always been a fan of a restructured country, because Nigeria only made progress between 1960 to 1966. Nigeria only made progress between 1960 and 1966. That's from January of 1966 up to now. What we are doing is a one step forward, 5 steps backwards. But if we return to the regions, we'll stop this Almajiri system of government that we are practicing. We'll stop this Almajiri system of government which we are practicing. Our lawmakers, our governors, will wake up. There's going to be competition, and anywhere there's healthy competition brings development. So for me, I'm in support of us going back to the regions, even if it's 6 regions, as we have 6 geopolitical zones. If we go back to the regions now, the country will change.
Okay, let's have our virtual guest weigh into this particular question. Emmanuel, are you still with us?
Unfortunately, I beg to differ very seriously. Our regional governments never held any one of us, except we want to deceive ourselves. Perhaps the only region that showed something that actually looked as if something happened is the West. Beyond the West, no region can beat their chest and say they live together very well or that something actually happened. Let's get back ourselves to all of this structural thing we talk every other time. The country's problem is not just structure. Just that we keep leaving the root cause of the problem and then we to pursue artificial things. Before the whites came, we are independent nations in this same country we're saying today. And some of them actually rose to even establishing their stance with treaties signed off with the Europeans at the time that they came to claim to want to colonize us. So we had structures originally on ground that had a way of ruling herself before the so-called regional things where they bundled some persons who never had anything together, and then again moved it from that point to begin to create states who themselves were supposed to be owners of the federation, but federation decided to create them. An anomaly of a great sort. From the zone I come from, you always hear us wanting to tell you resource control. And I think that's a better structural problem that we need to resolve. And that cannot carry a regional headship or even a state headship. The closer it is to the people, the closer the resources are to the people, perhaps we need to give some. One of the two instruments this nation has used to divide us every other time is simply ethnicity and religion. Very tall when you discuss issues about regions, issues about states. The original creation of regions was what has punished us the way we are today, where we thought that the entire country is under one circle of Wa, Dia, and Zo. But indeed, there are 1,001 persons independent of the Wa, Zo, and Dia that were bundled into societies that they had no business with. Nigeria today, if you like, pieces her into 1 million. All you'll be creating is the same Nigerian problem into 1 million. Our problem is that of greed. Our problem is that of poor followership, useless leadership. A followership that is not able to ask for accountability from our leadership, and the leadership that understands the docility of the followership and is capitalizing by throwing these simple issues of region, religion, and the rest of it all, that are actually not the subject matter of our problem. There is no part of this country that cannot stay on our own. I keep telling people, because every part of this country is a blessed part. Our problem is docile, poor followership, and very wicked and greedy leadership.
Okay.
And the more you divide the country, the more you divide this problem into these portfolios. And so, for us to go anywhere, we need to fight these two things. Create a followership base that should be able to ask for accountability from her leadership, and a leadership that is responsible to the people. If we're able to get that, we have a big Nigeria that no nation in the world, anywhere, can stand. And that's the fear of everybody. And that's what those that hate Nigeria, even amongst Nigerians, do not want.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. However, we're still talking security. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has faulted the federal government for celebrating the release of abducted school children while their kidnappers remain at large. He argued that the government officials should not take credit when criminals walk free after terrorizing communities. Atiku noted that a growing trend of mass abductions shows a deep failure in Nigeria's security response, warning that without arresting and prosecuting the mastermind, kidnapping will continue to thrive unchecked. In a related development, Ogun State Governor Dakpo Abiodun has insisted that the establishment of state police is non-negotiable if Nigeria must address its complex security challenges. Also, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has called on the federal government to protect citizens without excuses, stressing that Nigerians should not be left to live in fear while kidnappers and violent groups operate freely. Let me come to you first, Dr. Peter. What are your thoughts on Atiku's statement at the release of the abducted Kebbi schoolgirls? Of course, even the ones in Kwara, that's the church members who were released, is not a victory that should be celebrated.
What you know, this APC, this government was founded on propaganda, on deceit, on lies and half-truths. And that's what they have been using to rule this country. You tell us one that you rescued people. That word rescue doesn't come easy. Understand? And there's no way bandits who doesn't manufacture guns and ammunition, all these are being bought. They bought their guns, their ammunition. That's took risk, kidnap people. Understand? And after doing that, they leave them for free for you. It doesn't happen. It has not happened anywhere. It cannot happen. Before that thing is done, something must have exchanged hands. Before that thing is done, something has exchanged hands. Okay, you rescued people. What of those that abducted them? Do you understand? You rescued people. What of those that abducted them? They just, you left them that to go back into the bush because you have their numbers, you have or their contact. You say, okay, for now, leave these ones. Understand? So the praise, they should be ashamed of themselves that this should be happening in the country. Okay, in Niger State, about 303 students were kidnapped. 50 escaped. You are celebrating. Why more than 251 is still there unfounded? Understand? So for you to see how shallow their thinking is, article is right. Understand? There's nothing to celebrate at all. Because the people that committed this mayhem, the people that committed this atrocity are still there. And tomorrow they can still come and do that same thing. So what are you celebrating? Assuming you have said you have rescued the 38 people and the 15 people the 15 terrorists that arrested them are now in police net. We can now say, yes, it will not happen again. At least their numbers are reducing. But it's not happening. So for me, there's nothing to celebrate. And the issue of state police, on this program, I have always been a proponent of state police. Because for security to work, there must be emotional attachment. For security that to work, you must understand the area very well. You must understand the language of the people. You must be able, the people must trust you and have confidence in you to give you information. Because there can be no security without intelligence. And somebody from Sokoto coming to Abia State as a policeman, nobody will trust him. Nobody will trust him. Nobody will give him any relevant information. Understand? Even he himself, who is a policeman, will not have any emotional attachment because it is not his own people. Even if 1 million people die in Abia, it doesn't concern him. It's not his own people. And if there's maybe a jailbreak, he will not know where that to start because he doesn't understand the terrain very well. But this is what security state police can handle, even though it is not perfect. People are accusing or are saying that governors would abuse it. So, but now the presidency is abusing this federal police that we have. There's no system anywhere in the world that is perfect. So state police has far more advantages than disadvantages. That's my position.
Okay. Let's get back to our virtual guest. Emmanuel, what are the potential consequences of negotiating with terrorists and paying ransom?
It's an obvious case. You are merely empowering the man for that, that's all. Usually he spends his arms in operations. And so what you do to him in that kind of exchange of cash or whatever you do with him is that you replenish his pocket. And so you merely empowered him, made him stronger for a better fight. Who is that man who will have a combat enemy and decide to buy an armory for the person? If not a government without a direction, if not a government who is supposedly linked to even the act itself to a large extent. That act itself shows, if nothing else, that you are an accomplice. So to a large extent, government seems to be an accomplice. Those negotiating and doing all of that are accomplices to the crime, as it were. But that's what they are doing. And just a minute to dive into the state police issue. I am not an advocate of state police at the temperament of our political leaders today. Let me say something that is very interesting. It is not just to create state police that is the problem. The security challenge we have today in the country is beyond men. If you have 1 million policemen in a state with little or no real arm, and 100 miscreants fully armed comes in, will your 1 million policemen be anything? So you want to use them to do bulletproofs, as it were, and that's what we are doing with most of our security agents when we send them out unarmed. The days when physical strength and numbers are the things that rule security is gone. We should invest in technology and use it properly. Our security action today is not proactive. It only leaves after the action has occurred. And that's where perhaps they have nothing to do than to say, let's go and negotiate. The DSS have the number of these terrorists. They had their contact, they knew where they were. Yes, they didn't know when these terrorists planned and started going to attack a school. Then something is wrong. Something is wrong. Because the same way they knew how to go and call them and get back as they claim, these persons, they should have been able to know when the terrorists planned and were going for that kind of action to stop it. So investments in technology is the way thing. The world today is not protected by the number of soldiers. It is protected by the number of technology you have to be able to proactively nip crime on the border.
Okay.
So just state police as it were, for me, will just be another way of wasting state fund. Today, our governors have one big leakage they call security votes that is never accounted for. Nothing will happen, even with the state police, given the temperament of the leadership we have today, except perhaps that they will use it to begin to attack people that are opposing to them in those states. Nothing. But the characters we have in government today, state police will do nothing.
Okay, let's quickly move on to our next. Okay,
we must see very well.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, in 1 minute, I wanted to get to speak on this. A professor has proposed that Nigeria switches to a single, non-renewable 7-year term for all elected public office holders, including presidents and governors. According to him, he said that this would end the wasteful, unstable, and combustible cycle of elections, and of course limit the constant politicking and litigation that distract officials from governance. Do you think that's the way forward for Nigeria? In just 1 minute, please.
Economically, yes. To conduct an election in this country today is in billions. And to repeat saying just after 4 years, it's actually a waste, complete waste. And even for the time to get prepared for proper leadership, it's lost. Because all of us know very well that the first year of every tenure is litigation. And the last year of the tenure is only a preparation for another election. So in real case, we find that for an 8-year tenure, 2 full years are wasted. 2 full years are wasted. So if you do a single term of 7 years, perhaps we'll have only 1 year that we wasted for electioneering period. And yet, relatively, we have far reduced cost. For INEC will only do election once. Okay. So it makes some economic sense. Seriously.
Okay, thank you. Let me allow our guests in the studio quickly weigh into that. Dr. Peter, in just not less than 1 minute, please.
I'm not in support. What if you have a federal in office and you are now a federal that will stay for a whole 7 years? So I'm not in support of it.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for being on the show. Thank you, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being with us live in the studio. And thank you, Emmanuel Iruyename, for being with us all the way from Port Harcourt. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll let you pronounce your name. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'm Chief Dr. Emmanuel Ibenema.
Okay, don't worry. I'll get to learn that. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, he was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes, our black culture, so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white liberals rather than by the blacks who were the most affected by apartheid. He believes that well-intentioned white liberals failed to comprehend the black experience and often acted in a paternalistic manner. He developed the view that to avoid white domination, black people had to organize independently, and to this end, he became a leading figure in the creation of the South African Student Organization, SASO, in 1968. Membership was open only to blacks, a term that Biko used in reference not just to Bantu-speaking Africans, but also to coloreds and the Indians. He was careful to keep his movement independent of white liberals, but opposed the anti-white hatred and had white friends. The white minority National Party government were initially supportive, seeing SASO's creation as a victory for apartheid's ethos of racial separatism. Influenced by the Martinician philosopher Frantz Fanon and the African-American Black Power movement,
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and this is where we're going to tell you all things trending, all things topical. As a matter of fact, breaking news right now, President Tinubu has declared a security emergency, right? And he's ordering 20,000 new police recruits. That's a breaking news. We'll try to expatiate as the story unfolds and as we get more details. That said, if this is your first time, hanging out with us, I say us because I'm not flying solo. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome with us. Now, this is my co-anchor, Ikechukwu. How are you?
Good evening, Vivian. Good evening, guys. It's another very interesting day to be here.
Yeah, someone is meeting you for the first time. Who are you?
I forgot tonight.
Yeah, you should get stuff like that.
All right, I'm Ikechukwu Agu, and hashtag is just the place to be when it comes to getting the media trends, happening around the world. I say around the world because we don't just do stories around Nigeria alone.
Yeah.
We do stories across Africa and, of course, the world a lot. So, Vivian. Let's get to see it.
Yes, that said, we get the show on the road, guys, if you're game. So we begin with hashtag Renewed Hope Ambassador. Just yesterday, the governor of Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodinma, was made the ambassador of President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. Did you catch the play on words there? Governor Hope becoming the ambassador of Renewed Hope. I mean, but Nigerians are not even finding it funny. A number of them, even though some are congratulating the governor for bagging, this appointment. Now, some of the concerns displayed online, especially on X, was the fact that he is a sitting governor, and they're wondering if this is not going to distract him from securing his state and actually governing like he should. Yeah, so why don't you hear it from the horse's mouth? I take you to X now. So you see the post, right? That is Bayo Onanuga, OONCON. He is a presidential spokesperson. And he said, ahead of the national launch of the federal government's Ward Development Program, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State as Renewed Hope Ambassador. In his role as ambassador, he will double as the Director General for party outreach, engagement, and mobilization. With the appointment, which takes immediate effect, Governor Uzodinma will be responsible in collaboration with the All Progressives Congress leadership and the governors for evangelizing, are you kidding me? For evangelizing the Tinubu administration's program. Interesting. There's another part to this